Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
They have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sads, ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position, does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though, gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Todson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely 3rd, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
display a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just going to move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the one. Make it two, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. But diving in. It's pretty low. Took that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
So by Foxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. More bang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Does Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second. This post blind, it is falling apart.
JK.
Yeah, JK. LOL indeed. Yeah. Okay. 15? What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This.
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
The historical ways of, you know, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn, trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that's not good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Satan get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, making a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now now for LCK. Where they want to go with this? The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the bottom.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Stayed by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, what is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double too, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Or that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so that's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Steak get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Menacin not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight down through that smoke just makes Zane has what about risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
Welcome back to CFWL. We had a lot of fun in the previous weeks, but this one is a pretty special one. And as always, I'm gonna be your host for today, Sekio. By my side, the veteran himself, Mr. Penguin. How are you doing, sir?
I'm all good. I'm good. How about you? I'm super excited for today.
Yeah, me either. Like, we have really 3 good games to watch for today, but at the same time, we had a lot of fun on last week, and to bring some memories on last week, we had Vitality losing their first game in almost 2
It was a
years,
full
which
upset
is
week.
it was the weirdest week that you can ever witness in CFWL. And you have seen 3BL dropping down versus Swamp Gaming, and right now we have both teams are competing to have a place in the playoffs, and at the same time we have, like, yeah, we know that Imperium are out, we know that of course Vitality got the first place, but at the same time we still have no clue who got the second place, who got the third.
Yeah.
Fourth is unKnights, and of course on the contenders group a lot of action happened, and it will be pretty interesting to see either Swamp Gaming stay and we have like another NA team in the playoffs, or 3BL Galaxy find a way to get back. And I believe, Penguin, you were not here with us like last time we had Vitality losing their game, but I really want to ask you about this game. I believe that you've watched it more than one time.
I watched it and I was in channel with you guys. I kept watching it live here because I was curious, especially after unKnights winning their first map. I said, okay, Vitality will come back the second map. But then the third map was Ankara, so I said, yes, now unKnights, they have a chance to close it because unKnights, they know how to play Ankara. And we're talking about Petro, he loves Ankara. So I was kind of having some guts that Vitality might get their first loss. And yes, they did. And actually, the Vitality players, even themselves, they claimed that they tried hard to win and keep the undefeated series going. But however, this is not the case. And this is the life. You win, you lose. You can't just keep winning, and the streak is over right now and deleted from the game. But in my opinion, this record will be held maybe forever, but I'm saying that it's going to be for a long time, but maybe forever. Nobody can just beat this record, because you're talking about, it's not months, it's years of unbeaten record in the West League.
Yeah, that's something I believe it's pretty hard to see. And of course, for today we're kicking off with 3BL versus Team Anubis, and yeah, like, we had a lot of fun on of course Vitality, but now we have the contenders group from 3BL versus Anubis, which is gonna be a pretty interesting game to watch. And here is the trivia of the day. Despite being the oldest in the league,
they're talking about famous.
Yeah, it looks like, it's always feels like, yeah, he's the oldest in the league, and he's the top one on headshots, and he got like top 5. He's in the top 5 when it comes to kills overall. And yeah, playing playoffs will be unKnights famous first time competing in a CFWL playoffs. So I don't know whether to say congrats to Famous, or we'll say like it's expected to see Famous here.
Well, they're talking about Famous on unKnights, that this is his first playoffs with the new roster, because last time Famous was on the playoffs, I believe maybe it was when he was playing with the NA team. Probably it's years ago, because now he used to struggle in the past 2 or 3 years. Talking about starting from 2022 to 2026, he started struggling so hard to get into the league itself, not going to the playoffs. So now he's back to the playoffs, and also during the elite group games, he got a win versus Vitality that boosts the momentum of the team. And now we can see unKnights, or the real unKnights, because they have nothing to lose now. They are in the 4th place. They are trying to crawl back. They're going to go to the playoffs 100%. They're going to have 6 teams. They can win half of the teams that is in the playoffs. So they can get from, in my opinion, they can get from 3rd to 4th place. So they can top up their achievements. And next seasons, we can see them even going further and further more.
Of course, and now let's get back to 3BL versus Anubis. Well, I mean, like, it's when it comes to famous, it's always fun. But now we have another Egyptian derby, 3BL versus Anubis. Both are They have pretty good players, I would say, especially Anubis, like the reformed roster. They have a lot of key players that we have witnessed. They have really good snipers. IGL, like Dirty, is doing both, and also he got the other sniper guy. Like, remember me his name? I don't know how did I lose that? Yeah, of
Muffin.
course, Muffin. Muffin been performing way too good. I don't know how did I lost the name in my head, but like Muffin plays with a different style than Dirty on the sniper rule, and it feels like Muffin plays a bit safer for, of course,
It's dirty.
team.
No, it's dirty in my opinion. Who plays
Dirty.
safer? Yeah, in my opinion, Muffin is very aggressive, but Dirty is a very good caller. That's why he needs to play safe. And you always mention that you like his calls as well.
Yeah, that's for Anubis, and for the entire tournament, like we all know what happened in Phase 1, we're almost closing Phase 2, and we have the playoffs. Top 6 teams, double elimination, BO5, and the total prize pool distributed is gonna be 228k. We keep saying and mentioning this name, or like
Yeah.
this number.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's a big number. It's a huge one. It's like to have it on the West League. Like you can't just feel it's ordinary. It's just not. This is a
Yeah, yeah.
life-changing number.
Yeah, it's just a huge number for a season one in West League, and usually that's why you see everybody's competing, everybody's trying their best, even though if they have zero chances of going to a league group or staying on the contender, going to the relegation playoffs, they just keep fighting to claim this prize pool, because you're talking about $18,000 for the last place, which is basically if you win none. Like we're talking about Imperium, he's still backing out 18k USD, which is huge in my opinion.
Of course, and I believe that's the last week in Phase 2, and then we kick off playoffs. Top 6 teams, 4 of course from Elite Group, 2 from the Contenders Group. We have names, we have legacies to maintain, and till now we still have a huge fight in the Contenders Group. It feels like, yeah, Elite Group is almost done, and like they have their seats, they have everything for their side, and for the Contenders Group it's a different story. You need to fight Swamp and 3BL. Both are holding the 6th place right now. Anubis got their place in the playoffs, I believe. Like you still don't know if they got it as the 6th place
They
or
got
the
it.
5th place. But like they got it.
But they got
Overall,
it. Yeah,
they got it.
they locked in their playoff spot. That's why, and also Imperium locked in the relegation spot. That means that you're talking about. Of course, Imperium have 2 games. They might win their 2 games, but we're talking about the chances of winning the 2 games 2-0 is just literally below maybe 1%. So we're talking about Imperium. They locked in the relegation spot. Anubis, they locked in the playoff spot. The fight is between 3BL Galaxy and you're talking about Swamp Gaming. So that's why it's always good to watch the contender group. There is all those fights, and also Anubis, even though they've locked in the playoff spot, they're gonna go coming here try to just dominate the Egyptian derby, because they need to show that they are better. They are the better team in Egypt.
And speaking of Egypt, we just had some Egyptian derbies played on a LAN event in Egypt, and Vitality just, I don't really want to go hard on 3BL Galaxy, but it went 3-0 one-sided. And actually no, it was not one-sided. I believe like the 3rd game they had like a small lifeline in the game.
Second, third game a bit. Yeah.
The 2nd and 3rd game, but after that it just went away, and that gives us the 3BL Galaxy. Yeah, they lost the final on the LAN event we had in Egypt, but they still wanna fight their place in the CFWL. They need to lock in their place, and that's what's most important for them. For Anubis Gaming, it's just a matter of getting extra points and trying to practice more maps. And of course we spoke about the Contenders Group. Now we have it, the seeding, of course. Anubis, 3BL, Swamp Gaming. 3BL and Swamp Gaming, they both have the same amount of wins. Imperium already relegated. Vitality, yeah, they just got the score of the first lose they have in almost 2 years, of course. unKnights made the score. and the rest is here.
Yeah, as you mentioned, in my opinion, the group is settled. Everything is settled. Even the placement doesn't matter because the first, maybe Nemesis can top up and go to second place, which will bypass them. However, it's kind of settled in my opinion. The contender group
It's a scrim.
is spicy. Yeah, it's a scrim. It's a practice for them, and the contender group is spicy. So that's what we're talking about now. We're talking about two contender group games. We're talking about 3BL Galaxy and Anubis. And by the way, the Swarm Gaming and the Imperium game is also decided for 3BL Galaxy because if Imperium win one map or win the whole series, that means that 3BL Galaxy, even though if they lost versus Anubis, they're still going to the playoffs. So that's why it's so good to watch 3BL Galaxy and Anubis game on the first game. Then you're gonna be going to Imperium versus Swarm Gaming on the second game because this also decides the fate of 3BL Galaxy in the playoffs if they want to be locking in their spot.
Yeah, of course, and also keep in mind that Swamp Gaming, they still got a pretty tough matchup tomorrow. They have Anubis versus Swamp Gaming. I believe this match is gonna be pretty important for 3BL and Swamp Gaming. But funny enough, 3BL got their chance to have the lifeline of their game on their hands for another time. Yeah, they lost versus not Imperium, sorry, versus Swamp Gaming, but they still has a chance. They got Anubis and they have the first game. Like if you are the second game, that puts a lot of pressure on you. And Noxen, Omega, Hunt, Said and Dizzy, you have the chance. We've seen them, we've seen their impression, their play style, we have seen their mistakes, their highs, their lows, and if there is any time, and I mean any time, you need to see them stepping up, it's gonna be today and tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow I think it's not gonna matter that much because today they will know if they are going to the to the playoffs or no, if you're going to the relegation. So it's only today. That's their last chance today to show and prove what they made of, and if they made it to the playoffs, I believe that the guys can just have some maybe confident and they can improve. And if they make it to the relegation, they still will have to fight their way back, and maybe they can make it and get back to the West League. However, I'm pretty sure that 6 teams going to the playoffs, 3BL Galaxy will want to go to the playoffs.
Yeah, of course. And speaking of the 6th place, of course, we have Anubis Gaming to seal the 5th place. I don't know, the 5th seed. We'll see.
Yeah, if they win today, if they win,
they got it. They
yeah,
got the
exactly.
5th seed.
I think do you want to go for it? Definitely, they want to go for it. However, even though if they will not secure the 5th place, as I told you, Anubis will go this game. They'll try to just guns blazing. They want to be winning this derby because, as we mentioned, it's an Egyptian derby. And the Egyptian derby, it's 50-50. Whoever has the better mentality right now in this game, and maybe it's just better, not strat-wise, maybe aim, they'll win because derbies have no strategies. They know how to play. Anubis knows how 3BL Galaxy is playing, and 3BL Galaxy knows how Anubis is playing. It's a matter of who is going to be hitting the shots.
So for this game, I just want to expect or predict the maps. I believe when you see Anubis or when you see Team 3BL Galaxy, should be expecting, I believe, Subbase. Subbase is one of the maps that 3BL really likes to play. And I believe both teams, they got really good snipers, especially Anubis. I would just state that Anubis have a slightly better sniper players than 3BL, so you should be expecting Eagle Eye, New Compound, or like the maps that, of course, New Compound after the upgrade, like
no, it's not updated. No, it's not updated. They're gonna go to play the old. Yeah, they changed it, but they went back to the old compound, which is the new compound. There is new compound 3.0. They're gonna go to the.
Yeah, I know the new compound.
They're playing the old one. So that's why, in my opinion, it favors Anubis.
Oh, okay, that's something. I was going for the upgraded one. Like I know that it got upgraded, but like. So never mind. If we got those. Maps, I believe like Anubis will have the advantage, and oh my god, I'm the only guy who's picking Anubis on this, so I have a lot of questions for you, of course for Neo and for not Penguin, for Neo and Volt.
I mean,
but like for you, why did you go for 3BL on this game?
Because 3BL needs to win this game. It's 3BL needs to win this game. It's not Anubis who needs to win this game, and as I said, it's 50-50. Maybe Anubis will go the game, try to win, and even though if they are losing, they'll have zero pressure, but the other guys will just give it 100%. Maybe Anubis just rolls back. But talking because you mentioned the map V2, Anubis don't play sub base, and 3BL Galaxy they don't play Black Widow, and UMX definitely is going to be banned. So you're talking about Port, Ankara, Compound, and Eagle Eye. It's high chance of having Eagle Eye on Compound, but when? That's, I mean, maybe the Eagle Eye is going to be first game, maybe the Compound is going to be the last game, maybe Compound is going to be the second game. So it's that's why it's kind of 50-50. But having Anubis was kind of the way the play style that they are playing, they kind of struggle a bit versus 3BL. 3BL just can't close games. This is experience. This is something you cannot teach them. They will get it by time. But in talking about the play styles, sometimes we see Anubis struggling versus 3BL in the play style. However, Anubis they look stronger, are stronger because they are maybe having a better team now. But in the using the two sniper setup, it's kind of risky. Now, if they play a new compound, I would love to see what Anubis will change, because Noxen last time he destroyed them. 32 kills versus them, only half of them on the B side was the sniper that he used. So I would love to see what change did Anubis make in the new compound if they play the new compound.
Yeah, I remember that, and also they had like the secret sauce, or like the secret ingredient for 3BL, that they had him on a flex. Like I believe he played both AR and sniper on a same map, so that was like the secret sauce that 3BL Galaxy had. And I love that you reminded me of this game. That brought me back to that 3BL had the majority of the game on their side, and they were almost winning the games, and then the curve went down and they just got shoved down to the grave. Yeah, tell me.
It's the same versus One Gaming, when they win 3-0 in the overtime and they lose 4-0 in the next time. It's just a matter of closing the game. And today, if they go to the 9-6 or 9-5, they will not close the game as well. They will lose it. So, in my opinion, 3BL needs to close the game before it gets to even closer than 6 rounds. Other than that, 3BL 100% is going to be losing the game.
Bro's predicting the future, like, yeah, if we got the 5 rounds or 6 rounds,
yeah, because if it gets close, they'll cook them, because the experience on the 3BL team is just maybe half of the experience you're talking about Anubis, because Anubis, they are new team, but they are not new players. Doom is playing since forever. Gainer is playing since forever.
Of course.
Dirt is playing for 3 years competitively now. Muffin played the whole open leagues, I guess, before I'm even born. It's only Salt he's stepping in there for the first time, and they have Yusuf Sain. So now they have everything on their. That's the experience we're talking about. The aim level, I guess 3BL has kind of a bit higher aim level, because they have Omega, they have Noxin, they have On. They are kind of stronger when it comes to aim. But when in terms of closing the games, it's the experience that closes the game. It's not the aim that closes the game, because the aim, you're hoping for someone to hit the 4K. This is not normal. You don't see it every day.
Of course, yeah. And we don't see a lot of Egyptian derbies on our screen, of course. Actually, we have quite few of them. We have almost 4 Egyptian teams. But at the same time,
but that's the derby, you know, because talking about
we have a derby. Wait, actually, this one, like, if you wanna go it historically, like, we have the Upper Egypt, of course, 3BL. The founder, like, the team was founded in Asyut, which is in Upper Egypt. That got a lot of museums, or like places for the tourism. Of course, for the old Egyptian stuff. So you have a derby that it gives you like the smell of a classical. Like, yeah, we both, like, you're playing versus in the Egyptian mythology god, of course, Anubis. And you have the guys,
and the guys
like, try to find Anubis in the dirt.
Yeah, that's usually because Anubis and 3BL also in Egypt, they are the 2 biggest organizations. I don't think there is any other organization that matches their fan base in Egypt right now. So that's why, especially in CrossFire, we're talking about. So that's why we're saying it's the derby. It's not because 5 players versus 5 players, 5 Egyptian players versus 5 Egyptian players. Because Vitality versus 3BL Galaxy, this is not a derby. Vitality versus Anubis, this is not a derby. This is a one-sided games. I don't see anybody fighting versus Vitality, and it's not a derby as well, even if they are fighting versus them. Because you're talking about an organization based in Europe, an organization based in Egypt. Yes, the players are Egyptian, but that doesn't mean it's a derby game. The derby, in my opinion, it's only 3BL Galaxy versus Anubis right now. Because you're talking about organizations, not the players. Because maybe in the future, 3BL will have foreigners playing for the team. Maybe Anubis will bring someone from EU. So it will still be a derby.
Of course, it will always be a derby from those teams, and it's like the derby of finding new players to give them the spotlight that they need. We've seen that across the years, and I believe we mentioned that multiple times for Anubis, for 3BL Galaxy, and I remember back in time, Team Myth, you were the one of the founding players of Team Myth. But I believe before we go to Team Myth and before we go to those stuff, let's head to a small break and get back to you with like the small talk shenanigans that we have before the game. So stay tuned and stay on your seats.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Todson! His teammate just thought that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the...
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Madison not able to get any.
Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes it contain as what about Chris here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that twig.
We're back again. Before we get to our first game, and always like thank you guys for staying here and waiting for the game. I know it's been a lot of time, but like to watch the really good games you need to have like a little bit of time to wait. Of course we have our maps, Eagle Eye, New Compound, and Port. That's what we have on the map pool. And yeah, Eagle Eye is the first map, then New Compound. I don't know, it feels it's getting cold for 3BL.
Yeah, if they lose Eagle Eye, it's over. I don't think they crawl back. Maybe Compound can go to maybe 10 to 2, 10 to 3, because Compound is very good map for Anubis. But if 3BL win the first map, I can assure you that 3BL can close this series 2 to 1, because they can play Port better than Anubis.
Oh, okay. We'll see. Like, if we get to Port, I hope that we can get to Port, and of course see 3 games for this series, and it will be pretty interesting. Like Egyptian Derby, you have 2 really good teams, of course, at their caliber, trying to compete against each other. 3BL Galaxy are the team that really needs the win, and for those maps, it looks a bit shaky since Eagle Eye, like, it needs like to have really good communication in your team, and of course the double sniper.
Yeah. It's the map that favors the double snipers. It's the map that favors the teamwork more than the individual skills. Unlike, for example, maybe Port, it favors the individual skills a bit. Maybe unlike Black Widow as well, it favors the individual skills. You're talking about a wide map, big map. Ankara as well, it favors the individual skill. Eagle Eye, no, it's very close corners. You need to check everything. So the execution shows how good you are practicing and how you try these strategies, fixing your mistakes. Because in my opinion, 3BL did a very, very good game versus Swarm Gaming. Swarm Gaming is not an easy team to play on versus them on Eagle Eye, even though if they lost it. Because you're talking that they have LSN and they have Kai's. Kai's has been here for like 10 years. LSN is just maybe his first time, but he's still popping off very, very good. And he's a very good sniper. So they played versus 2 decent snipers, and they still find their way. Although Kai's was just using a rifle in some of the map, but now they are facing also 2 snipers, Muffin and Dirty this time. Maybe Dirty is a bit passive, as you mentioned. Muffin is a bit aggressive, but I'm pretty sure that 3BL Galaxy knows how they play, and maybe knows how things are going in such a map. So it's a teamwork map. Compound is more like a clutch map. So that's why I'm excluding 3BL Galaxy from it, because they are the team that throws 4 versus 1, which I never seen except from them. We've seen 1v4 from Awesome, 1v5 from Jin, and they won it by time. I remember on Ankara, Jin was 1v5, he killed 4, and he damaged Omega, but the last second he won by time. So it's the team that gives you the 1v4, that gives you 1v5, maybe gives you 1v2 is just very casual, you get it. 1v3 is also very casual, but what's not casual is 1v4.
It's like you're roasting them on a
I'm telling the truth. The thing is,
Yeah.
that's the truth. That's the truth. If you want to be honest, that's the truth. They strode all their clutch rounds on compound mostly. Of course, we're talking about Ankara as well. They strode 1v4 versus also. By the way, I didn't see these games on live. I watched them to get notes. So I've seen also doing 1v4, which is very weird for me. Anyway, so compound is a clutch map, so that's why I'm excluded. But teamwork, I see 3BL versus Anubis. They can fight. Port, I'm saying 3BL Galaxy can win. Now I'm not trusting Anubis, but I'm saying that 3BL Galaxy, they have a better team
They have
position to
good
win
strats.
on Port. Yeah, on Port.
For that's for Port, of course. They have a really good structure for it. You know, they have been soft ending a little bit, or just like dropping some rounds that they shouldn't just drop, like we have witnessed, as you have mentioned. 1v5, that was the thing that break the camel. I believe that it was just like something that break your mentality, break your like the atmosphere in the room itself. And for those players, I'm very afraid of on them, like having to play in one place, having to play with this much pressure, with the mistakes, with everything that they make, and like they face each other. Like if you give I can't say a wrong expression, but like an expression that one of your teammates read it on a really bad way, or like on a different way that it
If he saw your face.
Of course, it might just leads to huge arguments from the players, and it might lead to some teams getting disbanded on this. Of course, like the gaming house is like a double-edged sword.
Double-edged weapon, yeah.
Of course, it's a double-edged sword. It might give you the best performance that you could ever have as a team, as a 5 players together, or can just like be that thing that broke you all apart. And sometimes you see players don't even like to play with each other after what happened in the gaming house.
Yeah, it's double-edged weapon, but in my opinion, what 3BL has, they just have a very good bond. Even though losing all of these games, they are still going out, hanging out together. They are laughing, they are having fun. So it's unique. So that's why I'm saying 3BL Galaxy, they need time. They don't need anything else. Unlike Anubis, they have their time. You can't give Doom more time, for example. You can't give him 2-3 years again. You can't give maybe Gainer 2-3 years again, because they have the experience already. So maybe it will help them, but not as much if you give Omega 3 years or 2 years, or if you give Nox in 2 years. That will improve his experience and closing the games. That's why you mentioned that I'm roasting them, but it's about experience. So time is experience. So now, TBL, I believe that they don't need mental, they don't need momentum, they don't need strategies, they need time together as a group. Okay, and Anubis, they need to play more as a team, because as a unit, to gain their experiences, talking about also dirty experiences, can lead the two veterans, maybe the two rookies that they have, which is Muffin and Salty, talking about the experience on the West League, of course.
3 years ago, Dirty was the new guy that just joined the CFWL. He was the guy that just like kicked off with Team TBI. They had the bond, they had the gaming house, they had a lot of exchange in the roster, I believe. Like they had King, they had Ham, they had of course a lot of players that left the place, and we don't see them anymore. And like speaking of that, I really miss when they had one of the players that you even played with, if you remember, Boker.
Yeah,
they had Biva, they had King, Gainer, and like they had a huge list of subs. Also Big, like shout out to Big, he was like a clutch guy that comes whenever you need him, of course, and at the same time he was giving the team the spirit that you need. And a lot of changes happened in the roster, in the name, and everything. And after that, the standing members that we have from this roster, we still have Gainer, of course, like he went through a long road and got back to be part of Anubis. We have King as a substitute, of course, he's serving in the military. Hopefully he's doing fine. For in the Egyptian
he's alive. He's alive at least.
yeah, hopefully he's doing fine. Boker, I don't know, like I miss that guy, like his energy.
Booker is playing in the Open League now, and he's doing very good as well. And he might actually qualify to the West League if he plays the relegation and beats one of the elite teams. And talking about Dirty, by the way, Dirty was a substitute for 3BL, the roster that Vitality has right now. He was substitute, and he has one title on his shoulders. He won the league with the team as a substitute, so he has the experience and he has everything. He played season 1 with 3BL as a substitute, season 2 with TBI as a main. The next year, which is 2025, he played season 1, and then he left on season 2.
A long run, like let's just say he got the experience he needs, and that's just like on a port, like of course on Anubis. On the other side, on 3BL, we have your little brother, of course. He's been one of the players that, let's just say, he's been around for ages, and yet again he's only 20. Yeah, like a surprise to some people. Like, I don't know if you don't know that, but like he's just 20 years old. That's something you can just use to your advantage. You have a long time and a long experience in the league itself, and at the same time he played, I believe, in two CFS. Like he played with Swamp Gaming and CFS, and he played with you.
Team Nemesis.
Like he was.
He played with me. Team Nemesis 2022 Vietnam CFS Invitational Tournament in the summer season. He played with me as a substitute because Booker couldn't fly, and he played on 2023. I was Swamp Gaming, which is basically 2024. I'm sorry. He played 2023 with me. 2024 was Famous. So he played 3 CFS tournaments.
Oh, 3, not 2. Okay, my bad.
Yeah,
bad.
3.
Actually, I thought like at the beginning when he was with Team Meth, he didn't play earlier. Of course, he was a substitute on the regular season, and then on CFS he went to play. But let's just like have our nostalgia and everything on the side. Now we are back to Anubis versus 3BL. I know you had a lot of time that we wasted, but at the same time now I believe the players are settled, the casters are here, so Neon Volt, take it away.
Alright, thank you very much for finally kind of throwing it over. Good effort from you guys on the fill. Waiting for this game to get underway. It looks like, hopefully, we can get this show on the road, right? And get it started here. But Vault, mate, how you doing? How you feeling for today's games?
Well, look, I'm doing great. As you might have heard from Penguin and Sekio, throughout this last weekend, they actually had our Egyptian version of Insomnia. I know, blast from the past for the guys of the UK, right? Still running here, by the way. Different organizer, thankfully. And we have Vitality playing on 3BL. I was there for that one. I was casting there at the con. It was a pretty intriguing one. I think that 3BL still like the same team that we have seen all throughout the stage, right? They're growing, but they're not growing in the pace that I want. They're a team that got the pieces to be great. Could have the call-in to be great. But every time they're put under pressure, they're put under a team of the top 4, sometimes they stumble. And Anubis is on the periphery of that, right? I think that they're on. It's very fair to call them on the precipice of those top 4. So now it's all about 3BL trying to find a time. And I'll try to pick your brains on this one. I picked 3BL because I think that Anubis might not actually display their full cards on this one. I think that they're going to keep some stuff for playoffs, which now they are locked in for. And that's why I think that 3BL are going to go all out, because it's definitely a dogfight between them and Swamp for that final spot.
Yeah, I went 3BL for me, where it felt like I think that they've got a little bit more in terms of like to want out of this game. Like they're going to be a bit more motivated with it. But also, I'm kind of teaching myself not to back Anubis that much, because I feel like I've backed Anubis a few times in the past, and they are, you know, for lack of a better term, they're slight choke merchants. They do tend to choke maps and series when they feel like they're in quite a commanding position. So I'm not like super convinced about this side. So that's kind of where I'm standing at the moment. Not fully convinced. 3BL, I feel like they got maybe a little bit more on offer that I'm going to back, at least in terms of kind of the individuals. But we'll see if what is going to be the difference maker between experience and the individuals as this game starts going. But a very slow start here at the moment, at least for Anubis.
Yeah, that's the first blood from Hunt, and everybody else really slowing down their pace. I've seen 3BL play that against Vitality, and they swap between 2 modes, which I'm really glad that we're not seeing here. They swap between being fully passive, giving Vitality a ton of space, and then being fully aggressive without really the utility support or the buddy system to trade each other out. Right now, they're doing the better part of that on the GR side. They got that pick, the right rotations towards the A side, which they feel is going to be a little bit more lenient, at least, because, well, most teams do absolutely default towards the A side. But of course, from the side of Anubis, they're keeping their options open. And if they try to use that mid pinch as a tool, it can definitely aid them, because Muffin is in good possession here, and Hunt is not even playing by the bar. He's playing all the way back at the stairs. Now, finally, trying to take a step in, and the timing is perfect for Anubis. They get the frag, but they have only 20 seconds to close out of sight.
Yeah, they've left it very late, but that's a nice shot at the very least as they start diving on through now. And the fight that goes the way of Doom. They need to catch Noxian on sight, which they do, and they leave Sad all alone and dead. It was a bit of a slow start, but that is a lot more like it. Anubis, they really drew a lot of time out of the early portion of that round, but they'll start well on towards their opponent's map pick, which is exactly what you want to see.
Oh, absolutely. And again, just leaving mid open there, that was absolutely the breaking point of the round for 3BL. They leaned too heavily towards the A side, got caught off in the rotations, and that pick here towards bar, well, that was everything. Right now, Hunt keeping his position, he's keeping his wits about him, and again, Anubis most likely trying to play the same thing. They really want 3BL to be proactive. They have the tools ready to react to them, and they might start pressuring mid themselves. You can tell the smoke there in the connector towards the A site is going to force a lot of presence from them towards there, which they can definitely make a lot of use of. That's an excellent nade on Noxon, and now the defense on the B side has been weakened.
Yeah, and now it's about how do they kind of recover that lost space a little bit as well. We'll see. C4 not committed yet. They're starting to make a bit of a move. Could be an important fight. I was going to say, yeah. Gainer takes a bit of damage. You've got Hunt and Noxon who are both tagged as well. And just as we start creeping towards that minute mark, smokes are coming down towards the A side, but it actually might even be a ruse. They look like they want to double back towards Hotel. And that's why Noxon will fall as he gets caught by the Cypro 30. Nice find.
Yeah, and exactly what we were talking about. Again, baiting that rotation. Hunt is left alone on the stairs. Has to hold down Hotel. Actually goes aggressively, but that's a nasty flick coming through from Gainer there. Impeccable work from Anubis, just dissecting that defense layer by layer, catching them off in B, getting the player in rotation. Yes, Omega gets something back, but it's all on the veteran. Sad tries to hold on, but Gainer again finding impeccable value in that part of the map, and that leaves Omega left in a 1-on-4. Yes, there's low HP on a couple of those players, but it really shouldn't be that complicated. One from Omega, and the backstab comes in. That is 2 from Anubis.
Yeah, nice start. And again, like this is where we're seeing a bit of a lack of proactivity from 3BL starting to be kind of costly. I think Anubis are just doing enough, showing a bit of that depth. You know, we spoke about this side being kind of vastly more kind of repped and experienced and all those kind of buzzwords we like to throw out, but they are proving that they can really pull apart these defenses. I think a 3BL either fight fire with fire or you really shell up, and it looks like they're going for option 1 here, taking all the space just on the bridge itself and pushing down through to try and shut down the outside hotel control. No one falls. It's a little bit of a trade of spams, but more than anything, just an information gain.
Well,
before
that was absolutely ambitious from Noxon. I think that maybe he expected them to have actually completely backed off after absorbing the util, but at least Hunt recoups something for the side of 3BL. It's not like they've lost Hotel completely, but Hunt gets caught by Doom in the offset. That leaves a round that feels very complicated. Omega trying to push through middle, maybe to recoup some of their losses, but Anubis is still keeping their options open. A slow scale here from Muffin. Could catch Omega off guard, but it's actually the Rifler that gets the better of him. A clean headshot from him. Brings it back to a 3-on-3. And he's still looking for a little bit more. The push comes in from Doom. Couldn't catch him on the reload. The flash tries to open up some space, but Dizzy's now there to play on the trade. They're playing off each other's contact pretty well, leaving no other options for Anubis other than to walk into Sad and the TRG on the B site.
Yeah, you're right. Still 3 versus 3, and to be honest, still plenty of time as well. Let's see, missed shot just skims past Doom there as well. Salty going to get up close. C4 gets those numbers punched in. You got Salty playing just on the edge of the door. He's now moving through. This is a strong angle because he'll catch Omega in the backline and potentially a second as well, but Sad quick on the trade.
Ooh, that's a great jiggle from Gainer. Found one more. Sad looking for the finale, and it is going to be Gainer that will find a multi-kill. 3 in a row for Anubis, and it does look like 3BL Galaxy have already called a timeout. And to be fair, it's absolutely deserved because they're in a spot where they're trying to get a read, and you can even tell, like looking on the face of Hunt, he does feel like the team really lacks direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Feels very, very valid at the moment with just how things are panning out. Like, you need to take a moment, need to take a breather. I think kind of currently what we're seeing as well is 3BL maybe at times relying a little bit on just kind of the sheer individuals, but the game plan itself doesn't feel that strong to me. So I'm a little bit concerned. I mean, coming back where we've got this time out, you were talking about your version of Insomnia. We spoke about the 3BL and Vitality. Was any of the other Egyptian sides there?
They played in the qualifiers. Actually, there were 2 qualifiers that were played. Only the finals played on the stage. And
just
3BL, 3BL caught a win in the qualifiers on Vitality in the 3-2 upset in the first one. Anubis and Nemesis were playing in those qualifiers, but 3BL were able to best them both.
Wow.
So,
okay.
That's something that, again, like, the results are legit for 3BL against everyone but Vitality, I feel, because what we've seen on LAN, I just gotta say, like, when you look at this team, at least, me personally, I'm really looking at Omega and Noxon as the 2 main stars. Noxon is really stable. He's really proven his output. Omega's the one that has struggled a lot more, both online and especially on LAN, to find consistent value. There are games where he pops off, but you cannot afford to lose his fragging output in a game, especially against a team like Anubis that, as we've seen, dissected them multiple times, and especially against the Vitality with the star players that they have.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. Well, just coming to the end of this TAC timeout, and obviously a moment for both sides to discuss. I think for Anubis at the moment, we kind of see their game plan pretty early on, which is essentially reacting off the back of what 3BL are doing, and it's working very, very well for them. We kind of need to look at the flip side now for this 3BL side. You need to really make a decision how aggressive you actually want to be, whether you want to commit to taking these real heavy fights off rip and be putting kind of a forward foot here, but obviously, as we can see, being 0-3 down is not kind of working. Do you change it up and go, well, maybe the other way? Very, very kind of passive in that approach.
Yeah, and again, like, you know, you're talking about those results. I believe the 3BL beat Nemesis 2-0 in the first qualifier, and I want to remember what was the score in the second qualifier. But, well, I mean, even with everything being well and done behind them there, those are results that I expect given the level of potential that they have. And you can tell, like, a player like Sad, experienced, can definitely help with the calling next to Hunt. And his consistent sniping output is also something that really alleviates a lot of pressure here on that Eagle Eye, which is one of the maps starting the season I thought was going to be one of their strongest maps. And they've shown good performances, but never enough to go over the finish line. And right now, this is one of the places where they've struggled a lot, holding the side itself, but Hunt is there for a 3-man defense.
Doom for a double. Salty one as well. Just so easy from Anubis to maneuver through, just overwhelm with sheer numbers. Like, it's super effective. There's a lot to like, and I mean, unfortunately, again, we're looking at this now where for 3BL, Omega knocks him. We're not really expecting a hell of a lot here.
Oh, absolutely. And, well, that might be just game over here for them. 15 seconds left on the time. Omega still want to give this one a fair shake. Almost spotting Gainer. Fair bit of damage. The headshot to close it off. And that's exactly what we're expecting. Omega, a hat trick to close off a round that looked like it was more than well and dusted. And that's 3BL. Well, they got 3 against them, but finally they got 1 on the board.
Yeah, that is a crazy, crazy round to get. And it really feels like it's seemingly out of nowhere. That round looked kind of dead to rights. Anubis had moved forward in towards the site so easily. What a change-up. What a little multi-kill to get there. And well, you can see it's sparked something within 3BL because they're going to get the opening kill here. Doom's going to get tagged down to half as well. So already, it feels like there's been a bit of a fire.
That's some excellent anti-flash play, and Noxon works of it as well. As he said, they played aggressive. Omega took the initial peek, and that insertion of Dizzy, that little bit of time that they got before the flash pop from Anubis, got them a second round. Now they're bringing the fight to them. It's exactly what I want to see out of the GR side. But really, you mostly expect it from a GR stance, right? Like, I mean, the best example is in LCK and how you see players like Flex and Spoxy play on the back of each other. A very different approach from 3BL, but it is actually starting to work. Apparently, that timeout has got something to it. But let's hope for consistency, because Omega is playing in a very one-and-done position right now.
Oh, Doom diving in. There we go. Another double from him, which has been very, very good in terms of his approach. Back into a 3 versus 3, however, just off the back of Sad shot on towards Dirty. Still, there's a flank that comes through. Knocks in, will get 2. And it's all on the shoulders of Muffin now, but it's a 1 versus 1. He does have the gap, but he just doesn't have the C4.
It's not there. And Noxon still. Now dropping down, playing on the same level. The TRG finds the gap. And Muffin freezes. 3BL at just 2 rounds. Well, Anubis closer and closer to getting that win. I mean, right now, I feel like they're in a pretty comfortable position. 3BL are definitely starting to shoot back, but still in terms of macro, in terms of timing, they definitely got the better of them. And it will all be about maybe trying to slow down the game a little bit more, which is what we're seeing now from Anubis. They're trying to figure out a way, see if they can fish out mistakes from Noxon and Omega, the 2 players that are really trying to get an advantage for the team.
Yeah, that's it. Well, at the very least, a response off the back of 2 slightly shakier rounds. And now it's about building upon this lead. If you can guarantee a lead as well, especially in towards that sort of second half, having a bit of a buffer zone to work with is really going to help things out. I think it's regaining the confidence as well for Anubis off the way in which they started.
Yeah, but I mean, the confidence is going to be broken when 3BL not only really got the read with that triple man push onto the A side. It's a 2-player push, really. The sniper behind them. They didn't find kills off the back of it. And now there's about a minute left. Of course, hotel control is everything, but Salty is in a good position to double peek hunt, and he realizes that if he goes down, that's the entire B side dead to right. So he backs off to a more passive position. Now, to go back into hotel, Dirty got the right idea. It's all about lining up the shot. The flash is so good for 3BL, but they still haven't found much. Under a minute remains, and Dirty opens up the B side. Rotations are now forced. Yes, Muffin and Gainer are low on health, but they will need to find something on 3BL's side if they will have a chance of stopping them from getting the side itself.
"38 seconds. Noxon, he's tempted by a move through bridge here, and he is going to start pushing his way forward, and he'll get a kill. Is there a chance of a second? Potentially, he still remains alive and present on towards that bridge position, even with Sad falling. He'll start to dip away now. Time is ticking, though. Numbers may favor Anubis, but it's 15 seconds here.
Oh, Omega drops down. That's at least one. Noxon trying to swing for the trade, but Gainer is buying so much time. Dizzy tries to go for the hero play, and he's not going to be able to find much. At least Noxon keeps the dream alive. 30 seconds left on the timer on the bridge. Should have been a killing blow for Muffin. Now there's a chance for Noxon back into the side itself. Doom and Dirty trying to play a bit of a high-low there with the contact play of each other. TRG comes in late, finds the kill, and that is 5 for the Blacklist.
Yeah, okay. So, a little bit of something at the very least to fall back on there. So not fully convinced just yet with 3BL. Like, yes, that one round we got was pretty nice, but yeah, I'm not convinced just yet. Although the couple of rounds they got were quite nice. But yeah, not super convinced at the moment.
I mean, right now, they're trying to go back to what won them their initial round, a double push from Dizzy and Omega. But good work from the side of Anubis, that even when Dirty got a little bit of initial damage, they traded back the HE. Dizzy's down to half health. If they nade him again, he is dead to rights. He's stuck in the corner with nowhere to go. But the 3-player stack on mid is going to make working the map a lot more difficult for the side of Anubis, and they really want to explore that part. So Noxon and Dizzy might have a lot of value coming into the next few seconds. It's all about the explosion here. Anubis got a flash ready, and it's all going to be about the two-man peak.
Let's see. Dizzy. Does he even round this corner? It's a little dicey on the swing, though. He'll find one. C4 drop. That's always going to help. He's looking for a little bit more behind this, too. But it's still becoming a little funky. Is he doing enough to just keep them locked in? He'll finally fall to the hands of Dirty, but it's just still very precarious indeed. Doom, going to try and reclaim some space, but another round where it feels like Anubis are leaving things quite late here.
Well, and they're justified in trying to find an alternate angle. Lower on HP, a stack that is way too big. At least Hunt on the TRG might be a lesser problem if they're able to take the initial cross safely. Timing might favor Anubis. A flash is good to deny Sad the space, and now the second TRG holding the bridge have left them the site itself. So they'll play the post 4-on-3, but that smoke is going to buy such a valuable amount of space, and so does Dirty. That's the first one found, and Anubis still got an insurance policy in Doom, playing late from bridge. That tries to take the timing. That's one through the wall. Omega and Hunt are the final two remaining, and they are going to be mincemeat for Salty and Doom. Anubis, the bare minimum, winning the half by a fine margin. 6 rounds to the 2, and 3BL desperate to find a third between the side switch.
Yeah, I think, now we actually are really getting to kind of that alarm bells kind of position where this is getting really quite dicey. They're losing track of this. There's already quite a healthy lead that Anubis have got to work with. 3BL are in serious trouble here. Quite a stark conversation, I think, required from them to have any sort of chance, but I'm worried to say the least.
Well, I'm a little bit worried too, but I mean, this is probably the best chance that you're going to get at 3BL. Players walking into you. The TRG is ready, and just a one-man speak here on the split. So it works out pretty easy. Dirty adds one more player on the site. Noxon does not really know where Salty is, and that's going to let him one for free. Trying to look for the second on the elevation. The TRG should have had that one. Switch into the pistol. Will not get the job done, but at least Dizzy guarantees a third before we switch sides.
Yeah, that's at least something that you can kind of fall back on a little bit. It's like that slight thing of, okay, if it got to 7 in that first half, I think that's where we're saying maybe this map's already done. 6-3 is still a possibility. You get a strong start here and towards the second half, you open up the floodgates a little bit, then we can start believing just a tad. But I'm still not fully convinced. It's still a pretty decent lead, and we could still even see Anubis come straight in towards the second half with that lead, with that real kind of run of confidence, and just run away with things again. So for 3BL, we do need a completely different showing here. I'm very far from convinced at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, right now, even with the best of rounds that we've seen from both Omega and Noxon, it was nothing more really than a flash in the pan, right? Like, we haven't really seen an identity to the team and what they wanted to do on GR. And when they go to BL, I'm pretty sure that Anubis are going to be even able to dissect them a little bit more. Just because, well, from what we've seen, both Omega, and especially Omega a little bit more than Noxon, likes to go for those individual play. And he does not know how to, I guess, thread the needle between being aggressive enough to be a nuisance, but not too aggressive to the other side. And, well, speaking of breaking them down apart, Lizzie tries to take a look, and he gets his noggin straight taken off.
Happens to the best of us. So already getting Anubis sort of out the gate starting well. That's a big concern. Let's see though. Doom playing up close. If he can get one here, that'd be huge. How about a second? There's a chance at it, but he can't quite deliver. Hunt can. 2 for him will bring the numbers back level.
Great work from the IGL, as he pretty much have given them everything that they need to try to fight their way back into this game. I was talking about Omega just a few seconds ago. Now is the right time to try to find the spark of innovation. Muffin fixated with the side itself. It's all about Gainer on that cross. 2 players going through the stairs. Muffin left a low HP, and Omega's gonna get the job done, finding the multi-kill even. And now it's all about Salty, who starts off well, left on 70 HP. That's healthy enough. They could do it on Omega, but if Sad is fixated on that line of sight, it's gonna be really difficult. Omega on the side itself. Shots peppering him down. He's left on 13, but as low as he is, Sad needs to switch to the pistol. He's done that, but a headshot comes in, and Salty stealed away their thunder. That was the closest that 3BL were going to get in that round, and even that is not going to be enough.
Yeah, that is a huge 1 versus 2 right at the end there from Salty. He kind of has no right to be winning that, but they give him the fights, and he deals with it so excellently. Really, really well played, but you got to say, a bit questionable right at that tail end there as well. You've got to find a better way to fight him. He's so low. And they still can't see him off. Fantastic work from Salty. That's a huge round. Not only in the fashion you take it, but just extending that lead for Anubis.
Yeah, puts a lot of pressure now on 3BL as the gap extends to 4. But they start off this round pretty well. Got Gainer trying to fish for something aggressive down the A side, but really handled well by Sad on that side. And despite the damage to Hunt and Moxon, Dirty's all alone here on the hotel stairs. The flash comes in pretty well. Should be at least a one and done job, but even that tries to fall back to the bar. Even hotel now is Dirty, but a pistol is going to get the job done clean. Doom looking at Bridge, trying to dissect 2 1-on-1s. Almost had a look at Hunt, and now they're going to go for the double push. 1 man found. Omega couldn't find a trade in time, and the player on the bridge came through, but Salty was not prepared. And it leaves Doom in a real precarious position as he tries to fish for something more, but Noxon handles that one well. It was a 1-on-2 last time around. Now left as a 1-on-4. Really unwinnable for Muffin, but that's a C4 down. If there was less time, this might have been the conversation, but there's plenty of time left on the clock. 55 to be precise, down to 50 now. Could look at the bridge, but he's trying to take a more conservative peek. Muffin, thinking about it, takes the one, knocks and spots and put him down to 25 HP. No HEs remaining, almost a collateral, and that got really dicey. 3BL scraped by, and they're keeping this game within contention.
Yeah, I would say kind of a round that's far from convincing. Very easy could have fallen apart, but I think the key takeaway is just the fact that you get an instant response from 3BL. You lose a bad round in that 1 versus 2 from Anubis, and then you kind of throw it back in their face a little bit. But Anubis going to instantly get aggressive themselves. It's doomed to deliver an open run towards Dizzy, and this will give them all of A, all of mid control, and it kind of suffocates them to have to go for a B hit here. And 3BL know it. They're flying in, but they don't really have any other choices.
Yeah, some excellent work, though, to simplify the round. If you are on the side of 3BL, just getting the C4 down. And, well, even with the numbers advantage from the GR side here of Anubis, they still have to crack down a couple of key positions. A double push onto the bridge, and they catch them off guard. Could go for a multi-kill, but Drake comes in from Salty, and they're still looking for a little bit more. Salty pushes on the side. Omega good for the one, tries to add a little bit more, and he's actually going to be able to find a double, and that leaves it back to numbers parity, and they bring it back to 1 more, trying to get it back on done, and the pistol is whipped out. 2 found from Sad, and the captain now got his sidekick. I don't even want to call it Batman and Robin. That's like Batman and Superman type stuff between the two of them here. They're trying to really bring that one home.
Huge work, because it really feels like you're in a spot where another round, like you're, as we're kind of talking about, you're like sort of suffocated in a little bit. It puts you in a position where for 3BL they don't have a choice, but they still overcome and still do it very, very effectively. So, despite the nice move, I love what Anubis do at the start there, that aggression that they go through, taking the, or basically all of A control and then in towards mid as well. Like, those sort of moves are really nice to pile pressure on, but 3BL did well. A 2-round game, it's absolutely recoverable now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a 2-round difference, 1 big round from Omega or Noxon here, and suddenly it's really within the playing field. They pop the flash, failing some presence towards mid, but they're really waiting for Anubis to present an opportunity here, 3BL, and not really happening initially. Gotta be very careful not to get caught off by the TRG on the other side, but Dirty is using his own second sniper here. Deep in hotel, all alone towards the B side, so he's holding a fairly decent amount of space, and it's going to make it a lot easier for the GR players that are holding the side itself as they scale back towards the A side 3BL. And that will really be the wrong choice. You can tell 3 players ready. Sure, 2 of them only on the site, but even the rotation from Doom is going to be really rapid to cut off that A split, and they're going to try for it right now. The 2-2 split trying to work its wonders. Doom waiting for the timing. Omega walks out. The flash not good. The smoke trades back too, and they could pivot into the B side, so it's all in the hands of Dirty. Couldn't find the first shot, and what a flick on the next. Oh, that is of the highest order. But 3BL still keeping this one within touching distance. Omega and Sad ever so low, but they got a lot more utility. And Muffin needs to hold that TRG, lest it is actually Hunt or Dizzy, the healthier members, to handle the pistol.
Gainer. That's around this corner. There's the first. How about the second? Can't quite deliver on its quick trade. It's all on the shoulders of one man. Muffin are 1 versus 2. Not impossible. 15 seconds still left on that C4, but he's caught by the flash, which is going to make life difficult for him. Tap on towards the C4 to bait out the swing and deal so much damage. Another tag onto Dizzy, but it's not enough. It's 3BL who recover the round, and in doing so have made it a 1-round game.
Yeah, that is absolutely beautiful. Beautiful from the side of 3BL there. They're starting to do the thing that we didn't really see them actually doing on the global risk side, which is just taking the right moves, taking the initiative, and the most important thing there was the pivot into B. They sniffed out how heavy the A stack was, despite their initial plans really working their way through the A side alley. They just decided to funnel into middle, get that peak, and that double kill was everything. If they got smoke spammed on the other side, that would have been a round that wouldn't actually function. But just because they got over that first hump and then they got the kill, made everything a lot easier from there. A lot more calm from the side of Anubis. Yes, we can see, of course, Yusuf, their coach, talking to them a little bit more, but I'm really certain that they're a team that's not really going to be worried about the long term of that one. Of course, there's still a new compound, and this is where I could get a little bit worried if I'm Anubis, if I cannot close this Eagle Eye, because actually, on compound, I would definitely say that 3BL is one of the best teams in the West League in its entirety, not just in the contender stage.
Yeah, exactly that. With the final few seconds of this attack timeout and back underway, but pressure's really on at the moment. Because you've squandered this lead by quite some margin, it's a really sort of interesting position that we're in. Pressure is actually kind of flipped in a sense. Yes, you still got the lead, but it's far from comfortable.
I mean, the lead is on a knife's edge right now. Like, talking about comfort is anything against it. It's anything but it, rather. And, well, we'll have to wait and see if Anubis are actually going to close that one out. Muffin back to his seat. And everyone should be getting ready. It's going to be do or die, basically, for 3BL in that round. Because even with all the efforts that they've got, with how close they are right now to tying up the game, one mistake and it's going to be match point for Anubis.
That's it. Real fine margins. That's the kind of thing with we're out in a game like this. It's in a really important position where it can swing either way. So let's see whether that will be the case. We've got a bit more of a passive approach by Anubis for them. So I wonder how they try and change things off the back of a bit of a poor run, let's say, and a bit of a loss of momentum. What was the conversation really about in that attack timeout?
I mean, clear, we can see some directive from their side, but that's a steal from Hunt. I was just going to speak about the two-man setup that they have on the B side, but, well, now that's gone. It's a 4-on-5, and, well, 3BL could theoretically go anywhere that they want to. Doom still holding the hotel stairs as much as he can, and that amount of space is going to make the round perhaps a little bit easier for them to maneuver, but they have to at least force someone else to make a move, not to lose their defenses. They're leaning heavily towards B, and at least from the start, it looks like it's the right idea. They're not buying the fake. They're not making any rotations as of yet. It's still 2 here on Hotel, and Doom and Dirty can do some work. Doom gets the 1, but it's a 2-for-1 trade. Now Dizzy closes off the B site. They got the right idea, Anubis, but they just couldn't really see that off with the shots, and it leaves Muffin, who does find the first, in a 1-on-3 to clutch it off and to try to slow down the stampede of 3BL.
That's it. Muffin making his way as he moves around the corner now. Missed shot, pistol pulled out, good enough. 1v3 turn 1 versus 2, 15 seconds to work with here. Should have a good idea. Oh my god, he's going to stick it. He's got to stick it, and he gets pretty damn close with the stick, but not to be. It's 3BL who tie things up, and now kind of showing that tag pause didn't really do a lot.
Yeah, starts to get a little bit uncomfortable if you're on the side of Anubis right now. The margin is gone, and now you're playing for your life, and the GR slide decided so healthily. Now, nothing really is working. Even their proactive plays in the last couple of rounds didn't amount to much. Yes, the last round was a bit of a stroke of fortune from Hunt with the spam down through the mid doors. And they're trying not to really leave it to chance this time around. Very aggressive, as you can tell from Anubis, deep in towards the B hall. Making sure that nobody really gets any inkling of space from the side of 3BL, but happy enough to concede that from the side of the Blacklist. Ready to make their move towards that A site. Muffin is there with a sniper, and it's going to be a quick rotation from Gainer, and it's all about Muffin finding something. He's trying to fire a few pot shots, and Doom does find the one. The sniper misses, and it's a lot of pressure piling up, but Muffin still handling the pressure really well. Omega up next on the hallway, trying to ascend the stairs, get into a site by any chance, but Muffin seals the door shut. His name is sad, and unfortunately, that is going to be the emotion of 3BL in this one.
And finally, that's a lot more like it for Anubis. That is such a statement of a round to be taken. You know, really quite dominant, some really effective shots hit. And that's the pressure that Anubis wanted to come in towards the second half with, but were kind of struggling to do. We saw that 3BL opened the gates quite well. They were starting to build a bit of a kind of a repertoire as well. That's a lot more like it. That's the kind of round that can flip the script back in your favor after squandering this lead in this very good first half. It's still far from being over, but inching closer to the all-elusive 10 rounds. This is a bold move by Doom. It'll cost him his life. Overextension by him. Noxon, his patience pays off.
Exactly. So we'll have to see if that paying off, them getting killed there on Hotel, is going to go unpunished. At least we're seeing rotations from the side of Anubis, trying to stop any scaling from the side of 3BL, but they're not going to catch them off either with numbers, and now they go back to the A site, and again, the exact same position for Muffin, except this time, they're down a man, and Muffin has got to do it all on his lonesome, trying to buy a little bit more time with that smoke, but they're going to disrespect it, ascend their way on the site. Muffin tries to buy as much time as he can, he still fishes for the one, but they need to trade him back, and they cannot do that. Omega holds on, and Dirty finally getting that kill back. It's a 3-on-3. The site is lost, but the C4 still not down just yet.
What's the idea now as well? Gainer's holding it behind. You've got sniper at range as well to try and keep some pressure on, but it's a bit of a freeze call being made here. 50 seconds on the clock. You're going to pause up and see, I guess, maybe what the response is from 3BL here. They themselves got the site with the C4 there, but haven't committed just yet to the plant. Now the numbers will be punched in, and now you can see Anubis start to move their way forward. Gainer around that corner. One has slipped on by. Dizzy on sight. Spotted. He's trying to find the header. Eventually he will, but Saddle onto back one of his own. Flank will come through from Noxon, which catches Gainer, and it leaves it all on Dirty. 1 versus 2 to clutch out and keep the lead, if not even extend it, of course, here, but it's not to be. Saddle find the shot, and 3BL tie the game up once again.
Well, we are still held on by the same knife's edge that we've seen off the back of that timeout. Except this time, the stakes are even higher. 8 rounds apiece. Whoever wins this one is on match point. But I got an inkling that it really should be overtime. The two teams are neck and neck. Nothing really to differentiate the two sides. I mean, it's a massive game from Hunt from the final overtime of Anubis. 4 kills to the IGL. And he's done a lot of good work to really keep the team in hold. Like, even when the freeze call was made in the last round, they were able to freeze themselves, not make any mistakes, because the call from Anubis must have been, they're going to try to fish for a frag. They're going to try to get a kill, get the numbers advantage back in their order. And right now, they got numbers advantage on Gainer, so he elects to leave mid open. They ascend into him, and he's good for one. Dirty through the smoke for one more, and even knocks it. Could not withstand the pressure. The star riflers, the young prodigies that 3BL are relying on are no more. Even their veterans are too far gone. And it is all in the hands of the one man that is supposed to be the glue for this team. This time, the glue has got to be the pillar to try to carry it all on his own. And, well, it's too far-fetched to match point for Anubis. And when they win, they really win convincingly. And the losses are close, but I mean, I still don't think that it's going to end up in this regulation. I still do believe that there's a little bit more of magic in 3BL to force that OT.
I mean, it was partly what I was saying. I've just seen I've been burnt too many times by Anubis being unable to close on advantage. And it looks like we're going to have the same thing again here. Nade will come through, which will see off Hunt. 2 versus 3. But Anubis go aggro. And already it's cost them quite a bit in this round. A-tag going to be taken. C4 can go down momentarily. It'll be on Muffin and Dirty. On the retake, and they're quick up on towards his A side as well. The amount of times I've seen Anubis unable to close out maps or series, this might be another one here where they've got advantages, but they just can't make the most of it.
Well, I mean, advantage could be taken away. Noxon absolutely adds more to it, and this might be it. OT on the board. Muffin is the only thing that is stopping 3BL from going the distance. Initial shot there. Muffin couldn't find a kill from the TRG. Tries to flick on the next. The snake is in. And as much as he tries to slither, Muffin is going to be eaten in the end. It is overtime. 9 rounds apiece. And nothing to split the two sides here in regulation.
Yeah, that's it. A moment to talk now as well before heading in towards OT. But it is a little shaky. It's a little questionable at times from Anubis, especially kind of being in the position that you're in. Such a stark lead at the half. Really quite, what felt quite comfortable position to be in. And you just don't make the most of it. So, a rough watch, but at the very least for 3BL, on the flip side, it's a really good recovery from them. And real credit to them as well in terms of the way they recovered.
Yeah, I mean, in the long term, though, like, how do you feel about this? Do you think that this is a good look from 3BL, that they might actually have what it takes to close off the 6th and final slot in the playoffs? Or is this a worrying sign for an Anubis that already, we talk about how tactically sound they are, but they just couldn't close off the big games when it mattered? Like, which one is it more of in here?
Yeah, it's tough, really. I think, if anything, it's hard for me not to actually maybe even give the advantage to kind of 3BL, like, right now. Because, like, you've kind of been in a position where, you know what, at the half, you're down 3 rounds. You then actually go 7-3 down. And to recover into this, to take it to OT, is actually pretty impressive, to be fair. So, I would say as we kind of come to a bit of a great reset or whatnot, I'd actually advantage 3BL just because of that alone.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that in the scuffle for the last round, and in a couple of big rounds from both Omega and Noxon, and even Hunt, really. And, I think that everyone but Dizzy have had big moments in today's game in Map 1. And that is the thing that I feel like 3BL kind of does rely upon. You're not going to be tactically as sound, not even as a Swamp, because Swamp still got a couple of experienced players on their side. So they really need to rely on their mechanical skill. And right now, it's just about enough to get them into OT. Will it fizzle out when it actually gets to the thick of it is going to be the real question.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. Looks like we should be getting underway in just a second, and hopefully we can get this show back on the road. I'm very excited to kind of see how it pans out, of course, from map number 1 of today, and OT out the gates. We're getting, quite a spicy start here, at least. And I wonder whether that'd be the case with the series as well. Like, these two sides do seem quite evenly matched, especially now as it's kind of opening up this game. So let's see. We saw a bit of a celebration, a bit of like a chant there from Hunt, a bit of a let's go. So that'll prompt us that we are ready to go.
Yeah, the battle cries are out. Anubis in numbers, scaling up to Hotel, but they're one short now as Dirty is no more. They're trying to scale up aggressively. Got numbers on that side, but a multi-kill from Noxon is exactly the kind of secret sauce that 3BL Galaxy does need to close out the game. They got advantage in numbers, but only in one. The site is gone, but Doom is taking a sweet time getting into the site itself. Instead, they actually pull back, and Omega is ahead of them. USP in hand. If Muffin walks into him, it might be game over. Omega tries to take the duel himself, one from the pistol, and the crossfire is good enough. Dizzy swings for the trade, and he catches him from the side. That's 3BL to double digits. And now they need just a few more to close it off.
Yeah, exactly that. 3BL, if they actually end up stealing this away, it will be a remarkable kind of run from them. And a really questionable position on kind of the flip side as well for Anubis. They'll be kicking themselves.
I mean, they got no other alternative than to do that because, to be fair, they were presented a couple of really winnable rounds. When you think like a 5-on-4 on the B side there on the retake, that should have really been the round to win the game. And again, like credit where it's due to the side of 3BL. Individually, they're really good, but the individual level alone shouldn't be the main difference when you got players with the size of experience. And really, it's not just the reps. It's that they've been put in those positions before, and they were able to wiggle their way out of it and maneuver. Right now, it's not looking the same against 3BL. Yes, again, the read is the right one. They got a really smart, methodical push into Hotel, but if they lose players, it doesn't really mean much if you got the right tactics.
That's it. That's it. Mole slower starting towards this round, at least for now. Oh, going up on high as well for Muffin.
Oh.
Pop shot
so
will work. Try to get one falling as well. Ambitious to say the least. Salty, Dirty. Combined well numbers in favour here of Anubis. Dirty, he had the right idea actually. That jump up potentially even could have caught Noxon, who's now starting to scale a little bit. Dirty keeps sort of jumping up. He should catch him on one of these jiggles, but misses the opportunity. At least it's good information to be gained here. Now, to be honest, if you're Anubis, you don't need to fight him. Doom does, and that gives an opportunity back into a 2 versus 2. Dirty's going to go looking, pulls the pistol out, diving in towards his position. Salty will see one off as well. And the game tied up.
That's what they needed from Anubis. A solid start. Really smart idea, really, from the side of 3BL there in an attempt to, I guess, play the side itself, but even smarter from Anubis, the tower position that they have not used all game long. Used once, catching everyone from the defense off guard, and now the GR could be pressured a lot. 3 players heavy on middle, actually 4 heavy on middle. And wherever they dictate the round to go, it will go. They might just try to smoke off the A connector, which seems to be the idea here, and then split their wings into B. That's what they're trying to go for. An explosion in. All of them are flashed, so they're stunted for a valuable few seconds that does allow Hunt to reposition. Add a kill to his name. They need to kill down the sniper. Muffin does the job, doubles down on Noxon for the trade. It is still a trade from Omega, but that only brings the game back to parity.
Yeah, exactly. Well, diving on through now as well. Doom will be the first to fall. Oh, DZY going to get a double. He's looking for 3 and he's going to get it. DZY has gone absolutely huge. 3 quick kills for him, and what a way for that retake to come through.
Just in one time, you remember in the last time out what I said? I said, like, DZY is the only guy that really didn't have a moment in this game. And, well, on Eagle Eye, apparently all 5 are going to have their ones. And you can look at the smile and Salty. He's like, well, what the hell are you supposed to do when that happens? I guess it's going to be a bit tough for Anubis. They're playing a game by the book, but, I mean, just playing by the book sometimes is not enough. Textbook Crossfire can get you so close. But again, it's just the same thing that we've been harping on for the side of Anubis. Like, when it's time to deliver, like, their team play is solid, but their crossfires, especially when 3BL tries to force their way into retakes, those are the things that led them down the most.
Yeah, it's true. Definitely a tilter, though. For that round to fall like that, I mean, credit where it's due, but 3BL. Advantage for them at 11-10. Anubis need to be careful. I'll say it again, from kind of the start that they had, we were very, very nearly talking about a 7-2 half all the way back at the start. Ended up being 6-3, but even that should be enough, and they've fallen obviously so flat since then. We'll keep saying if 3BL end up recovering and then winning this map, they kind of chop and change your momentum. It's so hard to predict at the moment.
I mean, we got the side swap, and still, it's fair chance now for Anubis to try to play their tactical style on the GR side, which, to be fair, they got a fair bit of success here, especially on the A side. They were denied the scales pretty well. It's a mid-crunch, maybe. Could go back to the A side if they want to. They cleared the top mid, and instead they go back deep into middle, leaving just sad there, 3BL. Of course, it's the bait and switch around Salty, who should go down for free, and it's all about Noxon. He's able to hold down that angle. Now that he's got a buddy in Omega, the two young guns can definitely try to break that one on their own. Doom tries to go hunting, actually goes back to the old faithful AK. And Salty playing the anti-flash, couldn't find that much. Doom only good for the one. That's exactly why the transition back into the B site is going to leave a lot of pressure on Dirty as the sole defender. Rotations are coming in, but time is running low, and 3BL and Anubis both had a stalemate.
Muffin on the cross, delivers. Dirty in the pistol swing, one tap from him, Omega will lose his life, but so will Dirty, and sad. A huge double from him. Again, this is what we're seeing, this is constants where it's these opportunities squandered, and 3BL now at 12-10. So close to that finish line. Anubis running out of time now to take us to a golden round.
Well, Gainer tried this one before. One time, died for it. So this time he instead backs off. Tries to play in the windows. Maybe even dropping down on the side itself. It's just a two-man defense to him, a muffin towards that part of the map. And 3BL, they've done really well in maneuvering. Something that we haven't really seen them do that much. They got the top mid control, and Anubis didn't even bother really retaking that space, which made their movement uncomfortable. It took them a lot of time to try to answer 3BL, which was about enough for Noxon and Omega to open Hotel. And from there, that was just the first piece of the dominoes falling.
Okay, well, slower starting towards this round at least. Not a huge amount on offer, at least for the time being, but Muffin holds at range. You got Salty, who's just trying to play on that corner. It's a nice idea. Really looking towards 3BL side. See how confident they are in closing this. This Gainer's going to play up close as they start diving in through. Under a minute now. Flash will come forward. Gainer needs probably two here. He can only get one, and that will give Hunt a bit of room to maneuver as he gets a second. Uh-oh. Numbers now favour 3BL. They could be on for the close, but Muffin's got other ideas.
Well, he's fishing for it. Couldn't find the first shot with Easy White. And now he's going to be found on the other side.
Oh.
Dirty finding nothing. It's Doom against 3 for the finale. And it's going to be Sweet 13 for 3BL. They close off map 1 in a convincing fashion, no less. And well, this is such a massive boon for them because with Compound up next, Neil, this is pretty much the best news ever for them.
No, exactly that. And I think, you know, we'll keep coming back to it. I think for 3BL, like, huge recovery coming through from them, but it's still these same issues with Anubis, right? Positions of advantages where you squander chances. And not only in terms of, like, the entire map itself, but, like, the rounds. There's plenty of rounds there where it feels like you have the advantage, time's running late in a round. All you have to do is just make sure like you trade effectively or your spacing's good, and they squander opportunities like that. So really credit where it's due. On the kind of flip side, 3BL, huge from them. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk before we head in towards map number 2.
Thank you, Neo and Volt. And guys, what a first game to kick off this stream tonight. I know we had a little bit of slow start before we started the game, but once the game kicked off, you're seeing how you really want to see the Egyptian Derby and how CrossFire you would love to see it played. And Penguin, away we had a small chat earlier, while we were watching the game, it felt like at the first half that 3BL are dropping the game and they might just drop mentally. We all know that once 3BL drop mentally, the game is over. But after that, the second half and the pauses that we had, it just shifted the momentum. It's it made the ship sail.
Well, yeah, the same problems as mentioned by Neo for Anubis, and also the same problems for 3BL. That's why I'm saying that the Egyptian Derby is kind of 50-50, because we've seen at the beginning of the game, 3BL again dropping a lot of rounds, getting picked off by the snipers. If you ask the 3BL players, hey guys, you're going to play versus Anubis, what do you think their strategy is? Everybody's going to tell you they try to rely on their snipers, picking them off, and then they try to push to B site late round, because they usually know this, and they fall for it as well. For multiple rounds, and it was a very decent start by Anubis that made me feel that this is going to 0. This is no way that 3BL is coming back. However, I mentioned one thing that you kinda also commented at before the game, that the mental of the 3BL players is not something that you can just exclude from this game, because I said they have very strong mental. Although they are dropping a lot of rounds, a lot of games, 1v4s, 1v5s, and we've seen also today 2v1s. 1v2s versus Salty. We've seen the classic throws. However, their mental still is very strong, and they still perform very good. In my opinion, also Hunt is back on track. Now he's the guy who's not only leading the team, but he's the guy who's also fragging and clutching for the team. The way 3BL played the game at the beginning was very slow and kind of shaky. They took a tactical pause. Yask started talking with them. They started switching. Yusuf Hussein started talking with the players as well from Anubis. They started switching, but however, in the end, as I said, it's the matter of who's going to hit the shots better. We've seen Hunt hitting the shots in the overtime more than the other players, and also we've seen Sad clutching more on the overtime. Those, in my opinion, are the key factors for winning 3BL in this map.
Yeah, of course, the aim duels are pretty important. Also, for 3BL IGL to have this ability to get it back and just dropping kills left and right, that helps them a lot into regaining their composure and find a way to close the deal in Eagle Eye. And for Eagle Eye, it was a tough roller coaster for 3BL. A good start from Anubis, a bad throw, and for Anubis, it felt like while they're defensing, while they played that part, they were trying to get extra land that they shouldn't, just trying to compete or contest. Speaking of, on the hotel, they were playing pretty aggressive, dropping a lot of kills, a lot of members to 3BL, and for 3BL, that was just yeah, thank you for the donation. It's just perfect. That's how we would love to see it, and loving to see the stats here. Desi got 1.36. KD on the other half, Dome and Muffin, they both were popping off. They were laking a little bit when it comes to finding kills, the most part of Team Anubis. On the other side, it feels like the consistency is the key. The players, they have a really good stats.
Yeah, the consistency, because you're talking about 3BL Galaxy when finally we are having all the players stepping up at the same time, because we usually saw Dizzy maybe having a very good game, like the Swamp game, but sometimes Omega is not feeling it. Noxin is having a very good game, but Sad is kind of dropping it. Now, even though Sad is 0.8 and Omega is 0.9, this is not a big deal. That means that they are still on board and fragging. The same for Anubis. That's why I'm saying it's derby. Yes, Gainer didn't have his best game, and this is also the key factor of losing the map by Anubis, because Anubis, they lost their superstar. Imagine you're going into the game and you're losing your superstar. It's gonna be very tough for you. So that's why I'm saying 3BL, they have a very good mental, they have a very good aim, and they showed that they have a very good mental, as I mentioned, and they have the very good aim as well. They kind of was struggling to close the game again. However, they came back and they were able to close it. It's not also the same. I'm not like, this is not Storm Gaming, this is not Vitality, this is not LCK, this is not a team that has a lot of experience, because Storm Gaming, you're talking about Jin, Awesome, and Kais. They played more LAN tournaments than official online tournaments for those players. So now they could have closed it, and they played it very good. However, Anubis, in my opinion, they have lost it by themselves. They just throw the map for 3BL. I believe that they can show more, and we will see that, because I told you, Seki, before the broadcast, if they don't win the first game 3BL, it's gonna be 2-0. If they win it, we might go to port. We might go to 0 to 3BL, but we might go to port. So the only chance for 3BL was winning Eagle Eye, and they did it. Now we need to see a stronger performance from Anubis, because last time they played Compound, they showed one of the best comebacks that I've ever seen in CrossFire.
Of course, they had like one of the really good comebacks that we have seen, and at the same time, Anubis, they're not stressed to show more strats that they have. It felt like sometimes they're not going by a strat. Like, yeah, it was just like sometimes it was casual. I'm not saying that they are dropping the game. I'm saying that they're not giving 100%, since we're across the playoffs. Like, the playoffs are just like 1 week to go, and we're just gonna kick in, and you're gonna play versus unKnights, you're gonna play versus Vitality, you're gonna play, of course, like if you won the first best of 3, you're gonna play versus the big dogs. So versus the big dogs, you don't wanna give them a free show, a free trial of your own strats. So it makes more sense that you don't want to give up a lot of those stuff, but at the same time they're giving a decent effort that gives them the ability and the capability to stay on track, at least for the games, and trying to win it is pretty important. You don't want to just start I don't know, like if we got to the playoffs currently, I don't know, like let's say that they got the spot number 5. So if you're spot number 5, you're gonna be playing versus who? Spot number 5 is gonna be playing versus unKnights.
I guess it's gonna be the force. The force. The
Yeah,
force, and the third is gonna be playing for the 6. Yeah.
The fourth place, it's sealed for unKnights. Like we already know that unKnights.
Yeah, it's sealed for unKnights. So that's why Anubis kinda, if they lock in now, they avoid Nemesis, and it's very good. That's why I want to comment something that Anubis is giving to 100%, not only 100%. They wanna win. These guys, this organization is known for their integrity, and they usually just go in. However, maybe the players are not feeling pressure. So, and this is, I think I mentioned to you, Seku, because you told me at the beginning, why did you choose 3BL? Why didn't you choose Anubis? Because I told Anubis already logged in.
Pressure.
So maybe they will. Maybe they will give 100%, but not 120, not 150. The guys from 3BL, they will die for the round. They will do everything, whatever it takes. Maybe Anubis player maybe goes for a clutch kills, a triple kill, quadra kill. 3BL will not do this. They will try to go back, play with the team, try to play together to win the round, because this is a life-changing game for them. If they go to playoffs, I mean, of course, during the season, it's game-changing for them, because if they win, they go to playoffs. If they lose, they have a very fair chance of going to relegation. So this is a fair point that they need to be looking at. In my opinion, Compound, Anubis, if they gave 100% in Eagle Eye, they'll give 200% in New Compound. And I favor Anubis a bit on New Compound. I see that they are having the better V2 right now in terms of the maps in New Compound.
It feels so, like they had some really good new compounds across. Of course, phase 1, they won some really good new compound games. And speaking of Anubis, this formation been made, I believe, 2 months before CFWL. So in the course of action, or like in the course of this season, phase 1, we saw them like improve a little bit. In phase 2, we're seeing
they are improving.
They are trying to stand foot and find their best way and their best suit to play in the playoffs. And for the playoffs, they are saying that they are going for the title. That might be the black horse, that might be the, I don't know, like that horse that you never bet on, and finally he just shows up. Some weird stuff might happen, and they might be just like saving a lot of his strats. You never know, like those stuff happens, but if that's the case, we don't know. If it's not, we will see. That's for Anubis. And of course, for 3BL, those guys, they just wanna stay in the league. They
Yeah,
are doing
they're trying.
everything,
Yeah, exactly.
trying and doing their best to stay in the league. And we have just seen them on a LAN event in Egypt. And on that LAN, it felt like I'm gonna give you my perspective. Like I've been there on like I was a coach back in the days, like on the different categories, and some players might get their mental boost from LAN events. I have seen the fear and 3BL players on the stage early on in the first rounds. It felt like they're not doing what
Yeah, they're not getting used to it. Yeah.
yeah, they're not used to the LAN event, but like once they got it in them, it felt like that's a different story. Like, yeah, guys, you got it and you're doing it. And when you have a really important games after a LAN event, you know that
You usually have a boost in your momentum and your confidence
that's
and
it.
everything.
Everything is ready.
Yeah. Yeah, I talked to Hunt before about this, that everything started.
How do you know him?
Yeah, sometimes I see him in my house. I told him that.
okay.
I told him that it all started when we played a local tournament called GB Arena. It's all officially hosted by the ZTech Games as well by Smilegate, and we won the 5 versions. It was 5 versions on 5 different weeks, and we won the 5 versions. Before, we were a team that going to take 5 to 6th place in the West League. After winning this local tournament and showing everybody that we were very strong, it gave us some momentum, some confidence. So the MS had and started their the run that they did. So now maybe it's 3BL. However, Anubis as well, in my opinion, they needed the same, and they got it from the 3BL game since phase 1. They needed a game that gives them the momentum and boost, and they won 3BL, not 2-1. It was 2-0. Now Anubis, if they win them, it's 2-1. It's not gonna be you're not gonna be feeling the same as beating them 2-0, because 2-0 is just you destroy them, you give them no chance. Now 3BL, they took one map, they already topped up their performance on the first. We've seen how changes they did. We've seen also the mistakes that they fixed in Eagle Eye, because they had problems especially on the blacklist side. Now they played the blacklist side better than the globalist side, and this is a coach work, and this is a work that they did. They worked on their teamwork. They also worked on his synchronization with the team, on trading the players, because we've seen every round, if 1 or 2 dies, this just comes out of nowhere and kills 3 players instantly.
Of course, and that's a pretty important note to have on your side. Last time we saw those two play new compounds, it went to overtime and Anubis got the best out of it. So the question is, will Anubis do the same, or 3BL find a way to revenge? Now we're going to casters.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, looking forward to getting this one underway in just a second. It was a really interesting map number 1. I think, still the same kind of reservations I have about Anubis, and kind of the reason why I didn't want to pick them in towards this game. They're a really solid side. They've got vets in this team as well, guys who have been part of the West League for a long, long time, as long as I've been involved. But the issue has always been small mistakes that compound and closing out maps and series. And this is sort of where we're at now. And I worry that, they've given a lifeline over towards 3BL that they can kind of run with it.
Oh, okay. So apparently I was muted. Yeah, well, whatever it is. We're back, I think, in here. And for the case in point, we're talking about the new compound. At least Sekio and Penguin were earlier. It got to overtime. They weren't able to push through the finish line. And I think that even if they didn't get first place in the LAN that they recently participated in 3BL, they still got a very valuable 2-0 clean win over Nemesis. So again, that's a massive push when it comes to the player's mental. And there's always the element that maybe you and I are a little bit more comfortable with, which is like players saying to the younger guys, you wouldn't do that on LAN, right? Yes. And I guess they got over their nerves. They didn't do that on LAN in map 1, but it being the best of 5, the 3BL players got more and more comfortable. And we even saw it there in an Eagle Eye, where they started a little bit reserved, but eventually they got their nerves and they proved their mettle. So for 3BL, it's all about stealing themselves here for this one, because DZY, the MVP of the last one, now under a fair bit of pressure. Anubis, again, with a double sniper setup, and the same is the case from 3BL. Good flash, but DZY still finds one before going down.
Okay, that. Flashing for himself. Will he expect Gainer up close? He reacts to it very well. Sharp shot from him. Numbers advantage once again for 3BL. Muffin had a pretty decent, couple of moments where he would bail Anubis out. I think, hitting some decent shots. We saw Salty have quite a big clutch as well in that 1 versus 2 towards the A site in the previous map. So still not an impossible round to win, but at least at the moment, numbers advantage is always a nice position to be in for 3BL, and everyone bar Omega is very healthy.
Yeah, and well, I mean, Muffin is not that healthy, but thankfully he's not the one taking point, at least for now. He's trying to be the later point to that insertion. So those two players working their way from middle made their presence known. Sad still holding on tight. Could get a freebie on Salty. Dirty's the one that remains. Pistol on pistol action. And Sad buying so much time that Omega's made his move, but even then, his head is taken off. A couple of good shots from Noxon. Leaves it in a 1-on-3. Dirty tries to play around the corner, but ring around the rosy doesn't really matter. It's thorns in Noxon's sides, and it's 3BL starting off with a win.
Yeah, nice work. And I think, as well for 3BL, it's a really important round to get over the board just because it always felt advantageous, right? You always had the numbers to work with. It put you in a spot where you kind of should be seeing that one over the line, and they do. And it can build upon, of course, that success of the previous map as well. Hunt for 1. Muffin, immediate response, though. We'll find that quick trade up close to seeing Noxon get put under a lot of pressure. And 3BL have been decimating this round down to 2 now.
They break down the ranks. DZY, the only man remaining. Down the servers he go. And remember, with this newer-ish version of Compound, the servers are a little bit simplified. Less space for you to play in the site itself. So DZY tries to take the rule head on. Only nets him the 1. And Omega doesn't really find that much in that one. Statement win from Anubis for sure. And again, it's the same thing that we've seen in the Eagle Eye. When they win, they look rather convincing. But it's all about the stability. They have not been able to string rounds together, neither on the Eagle Eye. And now the question will be, can they do it here?
Let's see. I'm going to make a move on first. It's head of Salty he's looking for. I'm going to pull out the pistol as he gets aggro, and it'll work. Nice find from him. Nice opener to get, and actually one that goes completely untraded. There's aggression that comes through. You go for a bit of information play. You find the kill and you fall away. You don't give it that chance to lose that space or overextend. Nice work.
Yeah, it gives me really vibes of the era of terror where Alucard will just run as a menace with the Colt in his hands. So, good stuff there from Hunt, of course. But the round's still fairly slow, and for the BL side, it's all about picking a site. They go towards B. It's a very interesting double hold there from Hunt and Noxon, trying to play around the initial flash. Gainer, good on the distance. The flash doesn't really affect the players of 3BL as much. And Hunt is able to find the 1. Muffin try to buy as much time as he can. The pistol good for the 1. And in the meantime, the rotation really being pulled in. The C4 still wants to work his way back into A. Muffin is buying a fair bit of time, but if he doesn't find a kill, a rotation will not be forced out, and all Stan needs to do is just sit tight and close off the round. 50 seconds remain. 3BL with a numbers advantage, and somebody will have to just rear their head in one of those sites if you're on the BL side.
Well, Doom making a move. He's being held by Sad on the cross. Time ticking as we hit that 30-second mark. Not got a lot to work with. They're going to split in towards A. Just whether he can hit this shot for free here. Doom just waiting. I don't know if Sad's going to get cleared here. He's kind of alone in this endeavor for now. They're starting to move in. Hits 1. Looks for a second as well, but an instant trade will come through from Muffin. And a bit of a difficult 2 versus 3 now to still see over the line just because of the numbers. So Muffin tries to get aggressive, but it won't work. Omega will find it, leaves it all on the shoulders of Dirty in a 1 versus 3 here. Surely impossible for him. He goes aggro. Up through window, finds one, looks for a second, and he gets damage off. It's not enough. Second time I'm asking will deliver. Dirty's been given a lifeline here. Maybe the 1 versus 1. Noxon, surely you cannot be losing this. It'll be a terrible one to squander, but they don't. Skin of their teeth. They see it over the line, but all that matters is a round win.
Oh, that got really risky once he got that first kill. I thought that he might still actually just play up there in the balcony, but he decided to go down into the side itself, and it almost netted them a win there on the A side, Anubis. But yeah, it continues to be the same case. 3BL scrapping whenever they're winning. Anubis really do not have the edge to push through when it matters most in those late round spots, and for them, again, back to the methodical brand of CrossFire. Fair bit of pressure there onto Noxon, and it's a clean shot straight to the head. Easy work from the one, but DZI continuing to impress here today. And Omega could easily find the backstab. That's one again for 3BL, but this time, this one is traded, and that brings it back to the exact same parity that we started things off from a 5-on-5 to a 3-on-3. Really, 4-on-4s, I would definitely say BLs are a little bit more favored than that, because you usually see a 2-2 split. But a 3-on-3, there's a gambit, and there's an element where Sad and DZY just shut down the remaining attack from Anubis.
DZY still remaining a little bit proactive here. Sad, gotta be careful. Does lose his head. Just stick around to keep aggression on. He could be pretty good here. Might land right at the feet of ETY. She goes a little bit deep, but it won't matter. Hunt also going to drop as well, and that is a really nice round from Anubis. 3 staying alive as well. Brilliant stuff.
Have anything really changed? Definitely still the same thing. Well worked protocol from Anubis. And they're able to get their numbers in once they got to the site, and maybe 3BL had Sad holding a bit more aggressive line, like maybe not even this deep, just holding the door and taking a pot shot from there. The round might have been a little bit more simple. There it is. Sad finds the opener, but Gainer trades well. It's all about trading DZY, and that they do. It's back to another 3-on-3. They can try to force a rotation again, but all that does is buy time for Hunt. The IGL is caught in a good movement, and with the AK, is able to tap down the first. Now it keeps 2 players alive, and they feel like the space is lost, having to work their way back in what remains of this A site. And a sniper posted, even if Sad is lower on health. A lot of work there on Muffin, who got a full kit of util. Could definitely try to use it, but instead just goes for the shots, and it's going to open up space for Noxon, who sprays down the next 2, and 3BL getting the lead back their way. Finally putting 1, yeah, that's 3, not 23. And, well, I mean, they would love to get 23 rounds, wouldn't they?
Yeah, exactly. Slightly to work with. At the very least, that's something to have in terms of a bit of a confidence builder, have it as a bit of a springboard of some sort. So Shot Knox needs to be careful. He will get out. There was a small little window there where he could have missed that opportunity, but
not much of a worry, though. And for Gainer, now he can try to play around Salty. Again, a flash there would mean the world for Noxon. They skill up pretty well, and it's all about the next line of contact. Salty finds that one, still 2 more to break through for Anubis.
Nice shot. Hunt under a lot of pressure here. We'll get another. That's massive from him. How he's staying alive, I do not know. He's given the numbers. He's actually got a pretty good little reposition here. Ooh. Oh, he's got to get more. That is a great round coming through from Han. His job's absolutely done here. And now he's on his team to close it out from the numbers advantage. He's done so well.
I mean, Penguin definitely thinking that his brother is rolling back the years right now. AK back in the hand and a couple of nice stabs. That's exactly the vintage CrossFire that we're used to seeing from, well, both, really, more than anything. And for everything that we do have here, 3BL under a fair bit of pressure still. Muffin could find a 1 for free. Omega thinking about it, but not really peeking the window itself. So Muffin will need to take 1 more step forward, or Omega might just run into Doom as the first point of contact. Very little time remaining. Might have spotted the head of Muffin. Doom tries to take the first peek. Shots coming in from the AKs. Omega switching to the Old Faithful, and it is going to be enough for him and DZY to look down the sight. A lot more energy in the 3BL camp. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's a very early timeout from Anubis, because they have started to lose grasp on the game. I don't know if it's just the morale boost of picking the AK or just muscle memory kicking in, but 3BL are shooting a lot more dangerously now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like again, like I think 3BL needs to be giving a lot of praise to Hunt there. Like, essentially, in the position that he's in, he should get 1 and get traded. The fact that he actually ends up walking away with 3, it's a massive round for him. To multi-kill from a spot like that, when you've got a fight on a few different angles, a lot of pressure on towards your position, he does very, very well. And it's impressive stuff, because I actually think without that, if he had been traded out instantly, they would have just scaled through and towards the site and probably won the round on Anubis. So I think 3BL got to be giving a lot of praise in a spot like that to Hunt. But you can see kind of why they go for an attack timeout. As you were kind of talking about, I do think they've lost a lot of control here, and they can see kind of in front of them, they're quite rapidly, this lead's starting to build to a precarious spot.
Yeah. Kind of really needed to, I guess the one way that I would describe it is be a bit more explosive on their take. I don't really have any problems with the stop and go play style, but the one main thing that I always consider is that if you're going to be approaching a game like that, you need to be explosive when you're on the go, and you need to be ice cold when you're stopping, because it's all about trying to force rotations, trying to force errors. If anything, just because they're a little bit antsy, they end up being the one that the errors are forced out of, because 3BL feel like they are a lot more stable, with a lot more really conviction is the right word that I have in their setups.
Yeah, and I think that sometimes as well, you can kind of see with this Anubis side, like, they get a kill, which ultimately gives them a bit of space, but they don't actually try and capitalize upon it. They're so slow in terms of their movement, because they're kind of to follow it, where they're more than happy to kind of give it up and play from there on out, and that allows this 3BL side to reset everything. So let's see, it's back underway after the Anubis attack timeout, but 3BL have a really decent chance here of giving themselves a lead at the half, which will be huge.
I mean, the lead right now in HP for the side of 3BL, and that is a kill for Noxon. That's Gainer gone outright. An excellent start for the GR side. Dirty thinking about doubling down on that one. But still, really didn't take the peak until the smoke fully bloomed. They try to add a little bit more to the distance. So now they got 2 problems, and both of them are TRGs. So they cannot really test. Well, it was actually initially sad that we're peeking a little bit more aggressively into the A site, but now they're leaving that to the ZY. Neither really can they do the same on the B site, because they just get caught in garage, and well, nothing's really working their way. They're gonna have to work their way through long B now. Salty still holding that initial line of sight. They got numbers on A, and when they get that outer area, they might start considering a pivot here. Plenty of time still left. And I feel like a lot of pressure is going to be put on Dirty, because you look at 3BL, they're going to be really fishing for something on mid. They renewed the smoke instead. So they wanted to day Anubis as much as possible, guarantee that they're only going to be coming out of the extremities and not actually consider a split.
Yeah, you're right. Well, very quiet here. 35 seconds. Still a waiting game. They're leaving this very late here, Anubis, which has worked for them a couple of times in the past, but it's always inherently such a risk. If you don't get a clean execute coming through, there's no real time to cancel and reset. Exactly what we said. It's Hunt. Again, multi-killing here and a huge time for him. He gives so many advantages, but Dirty's giving a shot. Oh my god. Hang on a second, 1 versus 2. How? Off the back of another multi-kill from Hunt. Under pressure here, and Noxon, may I say, is kind of forced to reset further back. Dirty's 1 foot in the grave, though.
Yeah, Noxon still, I think that's a flash to his name that he can try to use. Now down to 1 HP himself. 1 foot in the grave for both, but it is going to be doomed to close it out. Dirty, not needed for anything more than his heroics. Well, that was a Hail Mary in the end, and I guess that the grace has been called. 3BL still pretty close in contention, but that's a round that could bring Anubis back into the game.
I can't believe they squandered that. I feel for Hunt, honestly. I feel like he does so well there. Late in towards the round, 20 seconds left on the clock. Gets 2 huge kills as he dives on through. Gets caught in the side, but he should get traded immediately, and he's not. And then it all falls apart. So tilting one to lose for sure. It's a good one to find for Anubis. Still, an opener that'll drop gainer. I'll take the numbers advantage once again. Something they'd be very good at doing.
Yeah, and the conditioning as well from 3BL has been pretty good as well on the extremities, right? Like we've seen, this is what, the 3rd time that Noxon gets the kill and just backs off with the exact same protocol. No real protocols really, though, on the A side as we've spoken about. Like they're trying to hold off mid this time, not smoking it off, but Anubis have taken the full-on commitment to playing from the outer door. So DZY, it's going to be in a good position to hold on for much more. And the duel on the A side is going to also perhaps divide a little bit of the attention. A little bit of time remaining. Actually, a fair bit of time remaining. Still around a minute on the timer. Corralling their numbers as they may. 4 on 5. They might go for the 2-2 split here on the A side in the end again.
Hunt. We'll play around the smoke. Waiting for a dive through. We know that this is what Anubis like to do, leaving things late, but there's Hunt again. Kills at pivotal times for him. He will get caught on the retreat. Just in transition there, dropped by Doom, but still should be fine. Saddle finding an important kill, and surely they're now at a spot like this. Should be all but done. Dirty, all alone, and dropped as well. 3BL extend the lead, 5-3. If they can get a 6-3 half as well, Anubis enter into problematic positions.
Thankfully for 3BL, lightning does not strike twice indeed. That's going to be enough for Dirty. Well, the thing that does strike all the time apparently is Noxon on that TRG. Are there answers? And apparently, yes, Dirty is the one that now with his own sniper will be able to shut him down. Doom, considering DZY's position, a messy battle, a little bit labored, but Doom gets the job done. And the AK also tamed in the very end, and Hunt brings back the advantage back to just one player between the two sides. 3BL happy about that one, especially with how low Doom is, but they needed Omega to find something there. That is the A site pretty much collapsing everything on Sad, and he's just going to be backstabbed there in the end. Hunt, who started it, will have to finish it himself if they have any chance of finding a 6th.
Unfortunately, this is surely such a big ask for him. 1v4, and sure, you know, Doom is in a vulnerable spot. I can't say I'm convinced that he has a chance at all in this. For a late move, Muffin. Probably be that first contact, to be honest. If he can overcome that, might be a chance, but he can't. First hurdle in front is what sees it off, and it's as even as a half as we can get at a 5-4. Still, advantage over towards 3BL, but who knows at the moment.
Yeah, Anubis starting to look a little bit more shaky there towards the end. Perhaps that side swap is going to be the thing that really takes them to the next push forward, because I feel like we've really seen the best of 3BL, right? At least from the players that we really don't really expect to see usually, right? Like, we keep singing in praises of players like Omega, players like Noxon. The two of them has been pretty quiet on that one. It's just been DZY and Hunt, really. Sometimes even Sad that pop off for the team. The rest of them has been quiet, and maybe on that side swap, the other two will be activated, but then some questions will have to be asked of, can Hunt keep up this kind of form long term for the rest of the map?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. It's a opportunity as well to, and kind of where you are now, take a bit of a breather, but a bit of a conversation. For 3BL, if you can start well towards the second half, I still feel like it's a hell of a lot of pressure at the moment on Anubis, where we're still maybe not fully convinced, let's say, for them. And again, though, with Anubis, if you can tie things up immediately to start off the second half and really get things kind of rocking and rolling, a nice little execute to come through, nice little post-bomb position, that's why I feel like there might be a bit of a chance here to kind of build up on a bit of momentum and give yourself a chance to potentially even take this map.
Well, that we'll have to see long term. Of course, 3BL now on the blacklist. That means for Anubis, they start on the defense, where the TRG have tormented them ever so much on that B side. Can they find the same degree of success as Nocturne and Omega? Got a little bit of support on them as well. And we'll have to wait and see if by SAD's leadership something is going to happen there towards B, because it's a 3-player setup from the side of Anubis on the defense. They got Gainer, Salty, and Muffin all posted. Salty playing off the second contact. Muffin tries to go for a swing. A double nade though could be fatal. Salty left on single-digit health, and everyone is being chipped down to the brim, but it's gonna be 1 kill only. And then a second coming in on the trade from the sniper. This is still a very laborious duel towards the B side, but they pivot over towards A. Doom and DZY have had that duel in the last half, and this time DZY is going to emerge victorious.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, no, nice find. Oh, and a big swing from Dirty. Had a fantastic time to leave Omega with it all to do. Cfwl on his back, sure, he's getting aggro here, but he's going to get caught. There was a moment there, drops in towards a 2 versus 3, but with kind of often being very, very low. It's great re-aggression that comes through, and Anubis will tie this game up. All square, 5 apiece, so good starting towards the half for them.
Some great work, really, from the side of Anubis there to get that win. Despite losing the initial opening bout there in terms of utility, they're able to hold themselves pretty well. Make sure that nothing really too untowards happened. Even DZY wasn't allowed to scale as much, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to expect Muffin, and they will be able to trade him out. But he still scathes the line of 3BL a little bit in the end, and Salty now got support of Gainer. They're leaving middle open, and it seems like DZY might just wants to be a little bit more passive in his hold. Might test Dirty here. Not a big fan of that position. It's a good off angle for sure, but if he doesn't really nail down the shot, he's going to be dead to rights, and that is going to put a lot more pressure onto Doom if they pivot back towards the A site, which it seems like that they might. They got a big stack in mid, might send all 4 actually towards there.
Yeah, you're right. Gainer could actually have a few dead to rights here, but gets one, insta-traded though. Hunt will deliver, as it feels like he has quite a lot to keep things favorable for 3BL. I'll take this control wrapping through towards B. They need to be careful of Doom. He's spotted but not dropped. Damage dealt, and eventually Hunt will find another. He's doing a lot of God's work. We keep singing his praises, but he keeps giving advantages.
I mean, a blast in the past for sure for the AK. I don't know how you feel about the new guns really in the balance set for CFS, but, well, now back to the old trusty, and it is going to be enough for 1 more. That's 3 for Hunt. Oh, he is so lethal today. And Dirty still got a backstab. Couple of taps. Might be enough. The spray down seals it. That's a quad kill from Hunt.
Wow.
Well, that's some massive work. And IGL leading by example is absolutely something that is out of the folklore.
Yeah, it's huge. It really is. Hunt continues to deliver. Continue to sing those praises because he's having a really good game. I do feel like at times it feels like without him there'd be in a lot of kind of trouble, but it's sad Nocturne will open up proceedings here. Anubis tries something aggressive. I don't even hate the idea. They try and get proactive on the defense. Let's just get a bit of information. It doesn't work out. It puts them under a lot of pressure now as Gainer going to try and reclaim some of the space just lost. And he does that exactly that. Nice find. Does need a second to have a chance, but he's traded out. So now 2 versus 4. Surely from a spot like this for 3BL, you just shouldn't be losing it.
Yeah, I mean, it should be the case, but will it be? It's going to be the question because, well, we've seen a lot of work from Doom on map 1. It's been pretty quiet so far. Like, an okay game, but you don't really expect okay out of Doom. Right now, keeping his wits about him on the A side. And, of course, for the BL side, 3BL, by the call of Hunt, being the tip of the spear here for his team. They're going to work their way into 1 sniper. Dirty knows that there's a lot of pressure on him. Tries to see if he can find something off the jiggle. Hunt crouching in. Barrels The barrel should be spotted, and it is indeed going to be a kill for Dirty. Instead, it's Sad this time around, playing well at the back of each other. Noxon and Hunt still keeping that one in their numbers, and now they're 3 away from closing off a win against Anubis. And as they said, even if they're locked in for playoffs, there are definitely some significant implications here for who's going to be 5th and 6th in the end.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And those things can have huge knock-on effects, without a shadow of a doubt. But it's a 2-round buffer, and they've got 4-3BL and only 3 away, of course, from taking the series. Which would be huge for them. Mega, around the corner. Nice find for the first. Oh, Noxon will combine well as they get a double opener, 3BL. They're pretty relentless right now. You can really see how dicey things are looking. But it's Gainer again. He's the one who's giving them chances. Got a kill until that previous round. He's looking for a little bit more off that first that he found here. But they can't deny that C4 going down.
Timer sticking. Dirty. Thinking about the balcony. I think the Hun made enough noise that they're expecting someone there. Util coming in, and an aid buys just about enough time for them. Well, we said that Hunt has been leading a one-man show. Apparently, the rest of the band have showed up. Great work from Omega and Noxon now, showing up in true numbers to push this one over the finish line. 3BL leading by their namesake. And Salty is going to be under so much pressure here. 417 can definitely find a couple of taps. But it's the question of, can he handle this many players this up close? 2 by the box. He fishes off for the opener, and the distraction is enough for them to find a multi-kill, a quad kill for Salty. They erupt, and Anubis are back in a true dominant fashion.
That's what it's all about. And that's the round that can really be used as a springboard, give you a bit of momentum for sure. That is a huge one to be taken. And in that fashion, get an individual flying, massive multi-kill, that can alleviate a lot of pressure. And the question is now, can you build upon it? It's a 2-round game, but a really nice find is Hunt again, who always seems to be giving them advantages. He'll get traded, but Nox will do the same.
Still advantage for 3BL in the end, and DZY might squander that one away if he's not careful enough. The HE, bit too shallow. DZY is still wary enough of the utility and what it could mean for the long-term effects. Leaving Doom alone now on the A side as he's the sole player holding. Not really even paying much attention of an A split. They really want to play this one for a retake if they're going to go through middle. A chance maybe for Gainer to keep on firing. Still trying to fish for a couple of shots there on the balcony, with the Utils coming in, flashes. Util, the pressure on the A side. Doom comes in. Gainer swings early. They could find him walking their way out of the smoke, and they indeed find the one. Good trade from Noxon, and he still finds more. That's 3 total for him in that round. 8 kills ever since the side swap. And Dirty's the only thing that is stopping a match point, and even then, he's going to be put down to half health. The other half will be dealt with again by Noxon.
Nice work. Noxon's having some really important moments, and it always seems like he steps up at times, but he's starting to find a lot of consistency across these rounds. Like, we've sung the praises a hell of a lot about Hunt, and I still think he's been imperative to the success, especially in the early rounds, but Noxon late round is giving them a lot to work with too. And now, a 3-round buffer, and map and series point for 3BL, and we kind of spoke about how Anubis are prone to the choke. That's not the same thing for 3BL. This is a side that I think from here on out, they should be closing this out. Whether it's this round or next, I can't really see a world. Anubis have just not shown me enough here on this new compound for me to be convinced at all that they can recover this, take it to OT, and open the door for Port, really. And that conversation around a map number 3, I've just not seen enough.
Yeah, well, we have definitely seen more than enough from 3BL. A lot of players stepping up individually. And they just might show us one final look on how they can lead the charts. Anubis looking to hold on for dear life, but Dirty not really holding on for much at all. DZY takes care of Doom. And it's the defense of the B side trying to really send the Hail Mary here. DRG holding that line. Should be pretty easy for Sad if I say so myself, but it's all going to be about the timing here. Spray down could start from Noxon. The flash good enough to push him off the initial angle, but he goes back up again. Good work from the HE, but they're really spending a lot of time. 20 left on the timer, and that flash is going to be valuable. 2 players fully blinded. Easy task for Noxon. and Zach calls it off. It's the perfect game played there by 3BL, proving once again why they are the most dangerous on this compound.
Yeah, no, exactly that. A really, really good kind of map specifically from them, but series as a whole. I'll keep singing the praises. I think Hunt's done excellently, not only kind of the corner department, but I think he's fragged really well. He looks super, super sharp in a lot of the shots. I think his entry pathing was excellent as well. And then you got Nox in late round, who I thought was really imperative. Like I said, to the successes, like he was closing out a lot of rounds. And then you have these pocket moments here and there for the rest of 3BL, and they just have so much more firepower on the server. Unfortunately, this side for Anubis, they'll just be kicking themselves. They probably should have closed that map number 1, and losing this map would not be an issue. We'd have that port as a decider, but they squandered that chance, and then they started so slow in towards map number 2 and absolutely killed them. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk while we get ready for the second series of the day, but fantastic from 3BL.
Thank you, Neo and Volt, for this amazing cast. And of course, like, this game went for 3BL by a mile. You love to see Noxon on fire. You love to see the whole squad managing to get this important when you win a derby versus Anubis, one of the biggest teams in Egypt, of course, by name, and at the same time you're helping yourself to stay in the league. Like, the playoffs is just one step away from Team 3BL Galaxy.
Yeah, the playoffs is kind of secured for them now. It's like 95% secured for them. The guys played very good. They had very, very good strategies right now. They fixed their mistakes, and they kind of trying to show what they have now. The mistakes that we've seen from the Blacklist side in 3BL, finally, we can say that 50-60% of them is gone. They played as a team in the Groberist side and also on the Blacklist side, because first round on the Blacklist side, we've seen them rushing one by one solos, and I thought, okay, maybe it's the same 3BL. They're gonna lose 1-1 for the snipers, and then they group as a 5 and they go together. And I also asked the question before we go into this playoffs, into this game, if Anubis changed anything, because last time they won because of their momentum and their mental, not because they were better in compound. I'm talking about in compound, because it was 7-2 in favor of 3BL, and then they came back. In my opinion, they didn't change anything because Noxon kept picking them off in the pillars.
Yeah, it felt like he's doing the same thing, picking them from the same angles, and Noxon, as always, like popping off on new compound and possessing and giving 3BL Galaxy the chance to, as you have mentioned, to have their foot in the play-ins and making sure that they're still for the second part of the league, like League 2 that we have on this year, I believe. For 3BL, they had a rough starting. Now in phase 2, they're almost, and I will just say almost, like anything can happen. Like, I know they still have their game versus IMPERIUM, and with the difference between like the rounds and everything for them versus Swamp Gaming, that might help them a lot into securing the place into playoffs, but still, like, anything can happen in CrossFire. Like, he can just sleep, wake up, yeah guys, Team IMPERIUM just won versus 3BL Galaxy, and yeah, they lost versus Swamp Gaming. Like, those stuff happens. Like, we have seen them before, we might see them again, like those stuff again, but with that case, you just need to wait. And speaking of waiting, we can't wait anymore to see the replays with the players already showing what they are actually doing. Like, first of all, like, their execution in A side looked pretty impressive. I was exactly on the second half, but on the first half at least, they had a really good post planned synergy and plays.
These are the things that they used to lose. Yeah, the post plant. Good point.
Exactly. That's the point I really wanted to go through.
Yeah, they used to have a very cheeky post plans, although this is one of the cheeky rounds because they had a good call from Hunt, but Hunt played it kind of very aggressive. He sprayed down 2 players, then he started giving his back to one of the main players. It's one of the problems, but talking about the fixes that they did, it's like they fixed a lot of things. They fixed the post plans, they fixed the teamwork in the Blacklist side. However, in my opinion, Anubis showed a very good game. Salty just did a very, very good frag that we've seen. It's one of the best in the league right now, and it was very good, but yet not enough for them to close the map. So, Anubis, that was the question for them. What change do they have for us? In my opinion, I watched the whole game. I have none. They changed nothing. They kept playing the same. I feel them. I understand them. We're not saying that this is something bad from Anubis because they are already in the playoffs. However, whoever needed to change is 3BL Galaxy, and they changed. They changed especially their blacklist side because their blacklist side was kind of cheeky, usually in all the maps. They showed no sync between the players. They showed no team synergy in most of the times, and the clutches as well was issue for them. Right now, we've seen a 4v2, the same exact situation when it happened the last time, but it was Salty and Dirty. The same situation also happened with Salty and Dirty. They were 2v4. The first game, they clutched it and they went to the overtime. Now, 3BL players, they grouped up together. They pre-fired Salty because they knew that he's going to be there, and he died by a pre-fire from Noxin, I believe, and then Hunt killed Dirty on side. This is the fixes that we've seen from 3BL Galaxy, and they needed to do it. Anubis, they don't need to change anything. They have a playoffs secured, and they have more matches coming up for them in the playoffs. So, okay, maybe the fixes we're going to be seeing from Anubis, and we will discuss it later when they play on the playoffs.
Of course, and for the stats that we're having right here, you saw the first half, 6 rounds, and 3BL Galaxy's pocket was just perfect for them to settle the, I would say, like, the most important part of the game for them. And also, looking at the stats, Hunt got 1.0 KD, and keep in mind that, guys, he is the IGL. Like, you gotta put this, like, you gotta put a lot of lines under
IGL and
the IGL. Exactly, IGL and entry. So a lot of points for him to not have this number of kills. And on the other side, Noxin just knocking heads off. 2.38 KD is just insane. He's carrying 3BL through new compound. I remember, like me and you, we mentioned that before we get into the game, that Noxin might be the key for them to succeed. And speaking of success, it went for 3BL Galaxy, and yeah, Noxin should be the set MVP, and I believe he's pretty close into having the match MVP.
Yeah, Noxin 2.38 KD is huge. That makes him maybe secures it, yes, in my opinion. So right now it was a very good game. So highlighting how also good Noxin played, because this guy have no fear. He played the same exact way that he played on the first game. Maybe someone else would say, okay, I killed him a lot with the sniper on the first time. So they will be changing, they will be countering, they will be trying to get me in such position. However, he stayed with the sniper, and he picked off Muffin one time, Gainer another time, maybe Gainer 2 times. So he kept doing the same thing, and this is exactly what you need from the 3BL Galaxy. And of course, definitely the MVP is Noxin with 1.48 KD. The 2.38 KD from Noxin is huge. And by the way, last time they played also compound, it was Noxin. He was the MVP of this of the compound map particularly.
Yeah, he's always one of the most consistent players in 3BL Galaxy. And speaking of 3BL Galaxy, he should be the set MVP, and he's one of the most valuable players for the team and the league itself. Like, looking at his stats, his everything, it's just perfect. And we move forward from Noxin and going to Hunt, a guy that did a lot of good work, like being the entry and also the IGL with that KD is something huge. And for that, we will have an interview with Hunt in any second. Assalamu alaikum, Hunt. How are you doing? Hello. So first of all, okay. So we can't hear Hunt, but like he can wave to us. Thank you very much. We heard your voice earlier through Penguin's mic, and it looked like you were guys pretty hyped. And I love the energy that you have on 3BL Galaxy. And at the same time, we saw, like me particularly back like 2 days ago, we saw that you guys had a LAN event, and after this LAN event it feels like we're watching a new 3BL Galaxy. So for you, Hunt, how did it feel winning versus Anubis today?
Actually, we came well prepared. Like we said each other, like this is not working, guys. We have to do more. We have to figure out the mistakes and fix it. And here it is. We won.
Yeah, that's just perfect. What a humble guy is
Okay.
like. Yeah,
I have
know
a
our
question.
mistakes, eh?
I have a question for them. Last time, guys, you guys played New Compound versus Anubis, and you guys were up 7-2, and then you guys throw it back to 9-9, and you were 9-8 up 4v2. It was salty and dirty, and you guys rushed beside. Deja vu, the same happened today. It was 8-6. You guys were going 9-6, and also you were 4v2 and you went to beside, and there was salty and dirty. What changed that you guys did? Did you guys communicate before you going to decide that how you need to fix this? Because last time we've seen Omega, for example, just jumping from the fence, going into the site without looking anywhere. No one is trading him. The guys were a bit back, so there were some miscommunication coming out from the first match. What changed in the second match?
We realized that we always lose the advantage rounds because we just want to act fast, or we just want to just go to win the round. And we just decided that if we have advantage, just take your time, breathe together. Even if they are playing in the two in the same site, if you go for, you have to win the trades. They kill one, you kill one, you win the trades overall.
Okay, that was a very important question for me, Sekio. So I wanted to ask for this because when I saw it, I said okay, and he pushed into site. One of them died. It's 3v2. It's doomed for 3BL, and suddenly they won it. So I would leave the last question for you, Sekio.
Actually, I wanted to ask the same question, but you took it from me. But at the end, I would love to ask you, Hunt, for two things. The first thing is, for 3BL Galaxy, Hunt, you're the guy with the most experience in the players. You played multiple CFSs. So, for that, like, what do you think of the current roster for 3BL Galaxy, and like, what should we expect from you guys?
Our roster is actually pretty good. I'm very proud of my teammates. We just, most of us are new guys. Even me, I don't have that much experience to make them win all the games. We all learn. And if we came to the spot of learning, we will win everything.
I love you man, like, you're so humble. Any last words you would love to say to our viewers today?
Love you guys. Thanks for the support.
Oh man, like, what a humble man. Thank you, Hunt, for your time.
Thank you.
And hope for the best for you, and like all the best for 3BL Galaxy. And man, like, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Congratulations. Yeah, that's the question that I wanted to ask. I wanted to see if they communicated. Did they remember? Because by the way, when I play, I usually forget the situations. For example, my coach was Stray back in the days. Maybe it was Stray, Trick, and Kevin. I just went to a lot of coaches, and every time you did the same mistake. Why you don't remember? Hey guys, I mean that's not the game. I just can't remember. And yeah, it's one situation that usually happens. But Hunt said that we know it and we discussed it, and it was very good from them.
It happens all the times, and I really understand this. And for that, I believe we're gonna just forget what happened in the first game, and we'll head to our second game, Swamp Gaming versus IMPERIUM, after a small break. See you guys in a bit.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sads. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zenith rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, making the triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own.
Oh, okay. It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the bottom.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gano is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Stayed by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will somehow survive behind the box. This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Menacin not able to get
free. Oh my word, straight down through that smoke just recently. Zane has spotted out Chris here. Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
Missed us? I believe like we didn't take a lot of time, but this next series will take a lot of hopes for Swamp Gaming and put it in the right place. Hopefully that they can find a way to regain their place in the playoffs, since their tie with Team 3BL Galaxy just
No, we
got
need
broken.
we need a calculator. I was just getting a calculator. Okay.
Yeah, actually, we really do need a calculator to see
3BL,
who's going where. And,
Swan Gaming wins
there's
2-0
group stage.
now. That means that 3BL needs to win 2-0 versus Imperium. Okay, what is the chances if Swan Gaming wins Anubis 2-0 and 3BL loses to Imperium 2-0? That means that 3BL are out. So you just a lot of things. So it's all comes to if Swan Gaming loses one map from the upcoming 2 games, they will lose their spot in the playoffs. It's just one map and they're out. Okay, and 3BL if they win by any chances versus Imperium 2-1, anything 2-0, and they will be inside the playoffs. So it's a lot of things, and that's what makes the contender group very good.
True, and having the Contenders League stacked with the teams, and as you've mentioned, if they dropped just one round or just like Team 3BL lost the series versus Imperium, you know that Swarm Gaming are knocking your doors and kicking you out of the playoffs. It just goes like this. Swarm Gaming, like, I was just laughing like, guys, we got this tick 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 tick, and
Swarm Gaming, I believe that they thought it's gonna be way easier for them to go to the playoffs now because they beat 3BL. And they were maybe they give a chance of 50 to 60% that Anubis will just dominate again and beat 3BL 2-0, which I doubted as well that 3BL winning. I said, yeah, I predicted 3BL winning, but it was a very close matchup. I thought maybe we were going to be going to a third map, which will favor Swarm Gaming, by the way, but it didn't go to the third map. It went 2-0 in favor of 3BL. So now it was like Swarm Gaming, they had some kind of hope, and 3BL just took it away from them.
It's a very heavy mathematically thing for Team 3BL, and of course on the other side we have Imperium. They know that they just can't be in the league anymore. Like it's 100% that they are out. They're back in the open league, and hopefully they gain some experience that we can see out on their relegation games. Hopefully we see them stay or like see new talents. Anything can happen in the open league. So that's for the open league. But on the other side, their stats, and they got one round out of a Swamp Gaming. The previous time they played versus each other.
Yeah,
so
they got one. Yeah,
they can like, oh, actually, just imagine if they won one game versus Swamp Gaming, they can just like, assure that Swamp Gaming are out of the competition.
Yeah, it's kind of knocking the door now, as you mentioned. So it's very hard for Swarm Gaming now. They need to clean 2-0 Imperium, which is most likely gonna happen. If we talk about on paper, it's most likely gonna happen that they're gonna 2-0 Imperium. But they need to 2-0 Anubis as well, and Imperium needs to upset 3BL.
Yeah, it's like mathematically hard for Team Swamp Gaming at this point to make sure that they can stay in the league or go to the playoffs, but at the same time, on the others, like at the same time, Imperium are just here to have fun. We have the roster, we have the players, and they are doing what they're here to do. They're having fun. I know, like, we have some veterans, ex-Anubis players, we have new players, and as I always love to mention, Faris from Faisal, as you've mentioned earlier, he is a player that you love to see on the game,
you love
on anything.
You love to see him playing, not to love to see him on substitute, right? Correct?
Of course, 100%. You'd love to see him playing, and now we just saw Swamp Gaming roster. Yeah, you have Josh, you have the rest of the players, Awesome, LSN, Jen, and Kai's. They're having a rough time here. Still, hope for NA on the table. Of course, nothing is over yet. Anything can happen, but for them, it feels like, they're just focused 100% on their place, and that was the first phase, which they got only one win versus Imperium, and man, it was so tough for them.
Yeah, it was so tough. And talking about Swarm Gaming now, let's talk technically and let's analyze how Swarm Gaming played the first game versus Imperium. First game versus Imperium, Swarm Gaming, they were just forming roster. It was the third game in the second week. The team was not playing together. They didn't understand each other. Maybe they were just playing together for the first few times. The practices were not going very well for them due to the different time zone. Right now, they are way better. We've seen them improving. We've seen how good they played versus Anubis, and then they elevated this by beating 3BL 2-1 by showing them a very good games. And now they have Imperium, which a team that also they can win. That means if they win Imperium today, that Swarm Gaming going into phase 2, out of 2 games they played, they won 2. They beat 3BL Gaming, and they're about to beat Imperium if they can. First time, it was 2-1. Imperium played very fast versus Swarm Gaming, by the way, and Swarm Gaming played very passive. Last time we've seen Swarm Gaming playing versus 3BL, we've seen how chaotic they played. We've seen how aggressively pushing Jin played, how aggressively pushing Awesome played. This all been calculated. Maybe he just went into the rounds that he's going. He don't want to make a stretches. I feel that Awesome is not like trying to calculate what the enemy team is going to be doing. I just want to push here. I will be killing everybody, and it worked very well versus a 3BL, a well-organized team, as we've seen today. So now Imperium is not that organized team. However, they rely on strategies. They rely on the calls coming out from Hussam, the ex-IGL of Anubis, and the current IGL of Imperium. So what things they can do now? Imperium, they need to hold on to the chaotic plays, because they also gonna face the chaotic plays from Swarm Gaming, by also chaotic plays from themselves as well, because it's not a very organized team that we're talking about.
We might see some organized chaotic plays, but this series is gonna hold one thing, and it should be pretty chaotic from Swamp Gaming, from Imperium. And knowing Imperium, they can just do a lot of crazy stuff, a lot of weird stuff across the games. And for Imperium, I would love to hit 2 maps. Of course, for Swamp Gaming, they have good snipers. You can count on this, so we might see Eagle Eye, New Compound. I'm not sure, we rarely saw New Mexico, so I'm not having it as a part of my suggestion or just expectations, so that's for it. And I believe that's for their side. On the other side, even though the Imperium barely won some rounds, but Imperium, they still have this Egyptian identity, so it's gonna be sub-base all day long, I believe.
Not only sub-base, it's gonna be basic maps, because Imperium needs to avoid Eagle Eye versus Swarm Gaming. Swarm Gaming's Eagle Eye is just insane. They play it very good, and they know how to play it. And if they play it in high pink, it's doomed for them. So that means that they need to avoid Eagle Eye. Also, Swarm Gaming, they avoid New Mexico, because they know it's a chaotic map, and Egyptians knows how to play New Mexico. So they will be banning New Mexico. That's maps that we've seen reformed. It's going to be only New Compound, which we can see because Imperium played very good. So in my opinion, Swarm Gaming can just ban it. So that means Ankara, Black Widow, Sub-Base, and Port can be our V2 for today.
Yeah, a lot of expectations. And speaking of the V2, here it is, Sub-Base. I believe that's the pick for Imperium, Ankara, and Port. Yeah, 100%. It feels like it's Imperium. I'm not sure, it's barely pixelated for me, but I'm seeing that when you see Sub-Base for Imperium, it should be Imperium. We have Port as a decider. We might see map 3, you never know. But on the other behalf, we did a really, I wouldn't say a long recap, but I would say that those teams did their homework. Those teams done everything to stay in the league. Imperium, they didn't have the luck to do it. Most of their games, when they lost, it was kinda close, some of them. But for Swamp Gaming, they still have a small line of hope. Will this hope continue or not? We'll get to see it on this game.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, we're looking forward to getting this one on the way. We already have kind of built up this narrative a little bit, this Imperium side. Kind of feel like a bit of a dead team walking in a sense. Of course, they're back to the Open League already, so they've kind of got nothing to win, nothing to lose in a game like this. But for Swamp, this is a side that's still, I think, coming in as the favourites as well, want to really prove what they're all about.
I mean, absolutely. As he said, coming in as the favorites, a team that is still within contention. It's not like 3BL with that win have run away with the chance for the final seed. There's definitely still a dogfight happening here, and Imperium snatching away a map can be a bit of danger in itself. We'll have to wait and see long term how that actually pans out. But at least for now, we're going to go to the Old Faithful. As everyone says, pretty much any Egyptian team loves to go sub-base against the non-Egyptians. Hell, even Vitality banned sub-base against 3BL. That's how much people know that the sub-base is pretty much an Egyptian special. And we'll have to wait and see how things are going to pan out there in the long term.
Yeah, no, exactly that, right? You know, it's obviously a map in which is just so kind of favored in the region. But at the same time, I think we're kind of in a sort of a position where I'm just still unconvinced whether, even if you're going into a map that feels like a strength for Imperium, like, do you actually have the individuals to be able to compete here? I think it's kind of the big question for me. Like, do they have the ability to actually go toe to toe? Like, in these situations, I feel like Swamp, at least for me, have a little bit more in terms of kind of like maybe the depth of strategy, but also just the depth in terms of firepower. Who's going to step up? Who's going to make differences? I feel like there's just a little bit more on offer for Swamp comparatively to what Imperium can bring to the table. And the guys on the desk will bring it up as well. We've all gone Swamp for this game. And again, like, it's one of those where realistically they should be doing it in two. Like, if Swamp drop a map here, of course, obviously it's a dire situation for them, generally speaking, dropping a map. But it would also just be a surprise that they are just better at the moment. And Imperium this season have been quite weak.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Imperium, they've shown some brilliances of actual good play when they rely on their double sniper. But hey, that's not something that's going to pan out long term. We've seen the 3BL, even them, had to rely on good team comp, good teamwork. And we'll have to wait and see how things are going to pan out there. Because I believe that we've got news that the sub base should be ready. And here we are. Straight into the server we go. And, well, a lot of people going back to the AKs nowadays. First of all, Hunt, and now even Awesome really going back to that good old trusty boy.
Yeah, it seems like it's becoming a lot more favored. I guess it's also just one that you play so often with over the years that it's a bit more of like a second nature type thing. You know, we're spamming through. Nothing being found at the moment, just small bits of chip damage.
No, a bit. Sending down to the lower side. Stairs. Not tested. Frapsy needs to find work. Damp is the one to get it first. And thankfully, that is good enough for them to hold the side. Really, Swamp should have found Frapsy there. No two ways about it. They took too long and it just got them back into the playing field here now. It's all about LSN. Usually an excellent player, but in a 1-on-4, that is always going to be the case.
That's it. So, nice start at the very least for Imperium. Nice finds, though. LSN, Josh combining well. She's going to get caught. Josh in the open, and down he will go as well.
Yeah, a couple of good kills back and forth here. Frapsy. Still got Nexlon and Jaguar. That wouldn't really be too far off, but of course, with the duo of guys and Awesome, a lot of experience between those two. Playing a dangerous crossfire here, and they're waiting for someone on the other side to make the mistake and try to test them. Not that anyone on their side is going to do that. Now they're trying to use the smokes, get themselves in. That's a C4 picked up. This just punched in, and it's a 2-on-3. Nexlon taking a sweet time, and Frapsy, with the smoke fading, we'll start thinking about giving this one a fair shake.
You got the numbers, of course. Give this one a look, and sure, HP doesn't exactly favor you that much, but you give it a look nonetheless. Frapsy will deliver. Down goes Kais. It's all on the shoulders of Awesome. Has the HP advantage on a couple, but this is still a really, really big ask from him, and he's going to get immediately traded out. That's what it's all about. With Imperium find the second. They're doing a pretty decent job there.
Yeah, great work from them there on the start. As we said, never this kind of Egyptian team on sub-base. It is always an experience, especially with a player like Jaguar, of course, and the experience that he has himself as well. A lot of those guys as well, coming in from the Open League. Played competitively a bit before, even if not to the level of the West League. And for Swamp, as we've said, like, even dropping a map is going to carry some consequences. Stairs, still a problem. But at least for Imperium, They've got so much space pushing up aggressively there into the B site that Josh will have to reclaim each and every single inch from here. Jaguar gets one for free. That pretty much limits them to the A side here, and he will. That should be it. There it is. Clean tap from Jaguar, and we go back to a minute 35 of now open maps, open sites, but Nextlon still keeping some pressure on, and that's a C4 down in the heart of the BL spot.
Okay. Oh, I think I'm going to get caught. Jin will get one, but if he traded out as well. With that being said, as Kai's hits the deck, this is a really decent position that Imperium in right now. Swamp are not looking that sharp. They're actually under quite a bit of pressure, and this now becomes really quite interesting.
Yeah, that's a good trade for Nextlon, though. Keeping that one competitive. Of course, 3-0 as we've seen. Imperium switching up to the aggressive play style, but caught off this time at the start. Awesome. It's got to be wary. Not to really give too much back there on the end, but wrist is found as well. And that leaves Nextlon all alone on this B site. The smoke might be a tad too late. They already are in Frapsy to be tested, but he spotted LSN on the other side. And, well, that could be the true problem here. They will try to work their way in. Good shot from LSN. Quickly traded by Nextlon. Needs a multi-kill. The USP working his magic for one, but shot too many times. LSN leaving just Nextlon, and he's not going to be enough. Awesome. Combines with Kai's, and that's going to be one on the board for Swamp. A start at least, but they still need a fair bit more to be convincing.
Yeah, that's for sure. Oh, well. Swamp, build upon that. Use it as a bit of a springboard, and then we can start maybe giving them the benefit of the doubt of just a slow start in towards this half, but there's more to be had here. Only double nays that come through, but nothing found behind it.
Well, I mean, looking at it, though, back to what doors here again. Control handed by Swamp. Last time around, they tried to rush one part of the map. Didn't work their way. Could think about that push again. If they get Frapsy clean, should be a much less complicated, but still patient as they are. Minute 30 on the timer. And they might finally give this one a go here. They're definitely thinking about it seriously, but come on, guys. You really, really need to start moving now, because at this point, I expected the GR to make a move, but seems like Imperium, patient as they are, and the flashes slow them down the stairs a little bit. Frapsy still got support from Damp, and that one too was successful last time around.
Yeah, that's it. Shot from Damp delivers. Structural fault. There's a nice move from Awesome. It will catch a bit of a lurking player. So with that being said, with 50 seconds on the clock, there's still a real chance here.
Well, you say that. You say real chance, but that backstab from Kays, it's all gone. A 4-on-4, now a 2-on-3. Even the next one got that one. He's outnumbered on the other perspective. 25 seconds, and somehow Swamp snuck through. Dagger on the back of Imperium, bringing this game closer and closer to a tie. Frapsy, last man standing. Jin takes a peek, and his head goes down with it. Oh, this is pretty doable from Frapsy. Awesome. Not holding the same line. 25 is not the most, but not the least. It's all about that peek, and good work from Edison to make sure that nothing untowards happens. No complications, no real threat from Frapsy. Now Swamp have finally found their footing on the blacklist side. All they need is a couple more rounds. I mean, they get 4, and I'm already happy with that, let alone if they actually win the whole damn thing.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true. Oh, well. One-round game and a dive coming through for Jin. We'll get one. Nice move to start things off from him. Takes a hell of a lot of damage. So does Kai's, but absolutely going to work at that opening kill that comes through. But down he will fall. Excellent. And and a second shot behind it. That is a quick one on towards LSN.
Well, knocks in a next one. Not too similar in names, or not too dissimilar in names, and not too dissimilar in output here today. This next one, finding a third. Awesome. One man standing, and he played ring around the rosy with next one. Could use that to find a multi-kill. He's trying to wait and see if somebody's going to present him a fight. Jaguar seems to be the one. Wouldn't be the easiest, though. Damp on the other side. Tries to take a timing. That's the IGL. Looking for a little bit more, but the TRG will have it easy. Imperium not letting go of their lead just yet.
Yeah, that's it. It's mainly what it's about as well. So, with that being said, Imperium up to 4. You can guarantee a lead at the half as well, and you feel like from a spot like that, you'd feel a lot more confident about where things are going and how things are progressing for them. Perhaps he's making a bold move here. I kind of like this, though. We'll get out in front of the stair smoke. He's going to catch Josh just completely unawares and looking for more. Frapsy will do exactly that. Will fall to the hands of LSM, but his job's done.
Has already got the round win, pretty much. Yeah, right now, Awesome needs to somehow be a hero. C4 on his back, nowhere near his teammate, though, so gotta be extra careful not to give anything away. LSN tested. That's a shot missing. The spray down doesn't work from the rifle. Switching to the USP gets the job done from Riz. It's a complete on drive-by. There's a little bit of space for Awesome. He's trying to use it to at least find something. That's one found. And a lot of space with a C4 on his back that he can try to use. Get him back to the A site. Well, that doesn't put him in a terrible position whatsoever. But still a 1-on-3 in the retake. We'll need to be careful. Next lawn already on for 13. But it could be risk to find that one. Excellent position in the stairs. Awesome goes for the clear, but it's just not accurate enough. Needed to find the headshot instantly. He didn't. Imperium find the 5th.
There, that's it. They're looking really solid right now. There's not really a lot to complain about, to be perfectly honest. This Imperium side are doing enough to keep kind of an arm's reach away. They're really kind of piling on that pressure, and unfortunately, it's just not really offered up enough at the moment from a Swamp. You know, we kind of said, like, maybe they might have the individuals to bail them out of kind of, you know, like, maybe, obviously, it's a map that Imperium like a lot, hence why they picked into. It's obviously fantastic for the region, but it kind of felt like maybe they might have the individuals just to be able to overcome. That's just not been the case.
Well, that's much more like it, though, from the side of Swamp. There they are. Sure, Jaguar have got some kills back, but it's still a 2-on-2. They got a lot of space, but they need to get a move on before Frapsy gets closer. Might want to isolate that 2-on-1, but now they give them their chance, and it's all about how the piece of the chess are going to move. Kai's isolated initially. Frapsy could be spotted. The timing of the flash is great. The USP is not enough. Frapsy left in a 1-on-1, and the spray down from Case comes in. Swamp still holding on. The 4-5 dream is not really that far off, but it will still need to get one more win here.
Okay. I feel like if you can get up towards a 4th, it's actually not the end of the world. If it still goes 6-3 at the half, I feel like Imperium have offered up at least enough for now that I'd feel confident in them closing things.
Oh, courageous from Riz and Frapsy. Great work from Edison to boot, but Frapsy, as close as he is on the stairs, makes it a lot easier for him to trade back, and Jaguar could find a multi-kill. Instead, goes out with absolutely nothing to his name. I thought that, but then look on the kill feed. Josh was the target of his all along, so instead of 3-on-3, significant damage on the K's, and that's Damp taking care of one of the few healthier players remaining. K still causing a nuisance. Next long, shut down again. And it leaves a 2-on-2 player aside. Actually, a move from Frapsy, cutting down a C4 in rotation. Oh, that is perfect. And now Damp, all he needs, that HE, should be on the money. It goes a bit too far forward, but still, as low as Case was, makes it even easier for them to get that one. 6 rounds on the board for Imperium. A really good look on the global risk side.
Yeah, you feel like from a spot like this, like it does start to feel like surely this is just going to be closed. I just feel like an Imperium side who have looked a lot sharper, a lot more confident in terms of what they can bring to the table. And I just feel, unfortunately, for Swamp, like they have these pockets of moments here and there. It's just simply not enough. If Swamp can't start really solidly and towards this half, I just don't have the belief.
I mean, it was the whole thing, right? It was, I think, 2-1 that they played against each other in the phase 1 of the group stage. It was Swamp winning the Eagle Eye, Swamp winning the Widow as a decider. And we had sub-base, of course, the one map that Imperium have won. So clearly, they got the better ideas. And I gotta say, didn't really want to be too harsh on them because I wanted to see what kind of ideas that they've had for the whole half. But the fact that they only went for a single stairs push in the entire half caught me a little bit off guard. Josh trying to do the same as Frapsy, but this time not enough support. And they're able to delete Jin out of the round. That is a bloodbath on the side itself. Nothing left for Swamp. Just K's trying to take radio, and instead, he's going to have the win taken out of his sails. The 7 for Imperium, inching closer and closer to an even cleaner sub-base win against Swamp.
Yeah, exactly that. They are absolutely flying Imperium now. Not really breaking a sweat. Swamp aren't really offering up that much resistance, and it feels like it's a matter of mere moments. I wonder how, I was going to say, how awesome will deal from a situation like this. Does get one before he drops, which at the very least is a bit of a silver lining, but even still, it's great space that's already been taken by Imperium. They are the numbers disadvantage now, though, so they've got to try and convert this from a 3 versus 4.
Yeah, I mean, of course, K's really holding that one. I guess nothing too overhead for the side of Imperium right now because there's the next long, got a little bit of space, but they got the space just to like get into the positions to fight. They still have to fight those ones. Could clearly take Josh, swing into the A side as there's no one in radio. They're doubling down on the wooden doors, and well, Riz smart enough to, I guess, avert disaster here. But look at how far they're pushing. Jin is all the way into the BL spawn. And that is enough information for them to triple down on that B side, knowing that there is nothing really on the other side of the map.
Yeah, that's it. As Kai's drops. 2 versus 3. I mean, it's far from impossible. Jin's got to win this, and he does, thankfully. There was a brief little moment there that could have fallen flat, all on the mat, on the shoulders of Riz. And, I mean, it's a known quantity. So you'd assume surely should have no chance, but they are giving him 1v1s. They're giving him fights, which does concern me a little bit, and a swing comes through. LSN will see it off. And Swamp stay afloat, alive for now, but it's still a kind of a position of where we're at, where they're 3 rounds behind, and Imperium are 3 rounds away from taking the map.
Yeah, still frozen, though, for a good round from Swamp here. Josh trying to take a hold, got the support here. K's brought pretty low. Josh is deleted outright. LSN is the one that's trying to play radio, but Jin is no more either. Sure, they got the push, they got the information, they're swinging behind them on the wooden doors, but none of the duels are working the way of Swamp. Imperium just out shooting them on all fronts, and it seems like round 8, pretty much a foregone conclusion, and it is confirmed by Imperium. Now they need 2 more to push Swamp into map 2.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, so close to that finish line. So I'm going to go looking at least early here. See what he can find. You can see on both sides just a little bit of tentativeness. They don't want to overfire. They don't want to overphase, which is sort of fair enough.
Not gonna lie, my mind is drifting a little bit more into Ankara. Just thinking, can Imperium actually close it off in there? Because, I mean, right now, clearly, especially with Damp getting that one through the wooden doors, nothing working for Swamp on either side. I mean, that really feels a little bit alarming because they're one of those teams that I thought, hey, you know, like with the German duo, with the players from NA with a lot of experience playing regionals, they should still be the better teams, strategically speaking, but not really what we're seeing here. They're just, both teams are really playing a fairly loose playing style, and it's benefiting Imperium a little bit more. Maybe like Ping, of course, plays a little bit of it into the players from NA. But with Ankara up next, I'm pretty sure that that's going to be a non-factor. So now all about Imperium. Closing it out in clean fashion. Not giving mistakes so Swamp can capitalize on them. But I say that, and they exactly almost let it go. Jin doing pretty well to hold. Frapsy and Damp on the stairs. Need to get their way in. Minute on the time. 2 taps from Jin. Make it 3 in total to his tally in this round. And Riz is left alone. No C4, no mates. 45 in radio. And he will need to call SOS or just get out of there himself.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't really know what he can do from a spot like this. Should be a simple one to tick over into a 5th. Also making a move, and he should catch him in the back line. He's trying to spam him down through the doors here, and he will get it in the end. Awesome sees it off. So Swamp still trying to stay within arm's reach. But because we're trading rounds back and forth now, it's still absolutely fine kind of where we're at. You know, we're kind of in this spot where it's like they don't really care that much, Imperium. If you continue trading rounds back and forth, they're still going to close this out with plenty of rounds to spare. So for Swamp, we need serious momentum on the side to feel like we got a bit of a chance here.
I love the swap though, but usually you see a lot of flashes raining down those stairs onto LSN. Maybe that wouldn't be the case. Frapsy could be thinking about the contact. 2-man play. The flash is not enough. They peeked a little bit too early. Josh on the other side, left on low HP. They're trying to play for the connector. He's got Jim for support, and thankfully he's able to trade, just not expecting a player to have made their way through the vent. And next slot has already got himself into the best spot possible. It's a 3-on-3, yes. But all the rotations are cut off. LSN is on his lonesome. We'll need to find more value. They're trying to rain him out with util. And Nexon's going to be able to do that with the USP. But the TRG comes in clutch from the other side. And with Case gone, thanks to the nade. Now it's awesome against Damp and Nexlon. Sniper in hand. Could Fisher something. Actually switch into the 417. Trying to tap it out, maybe. The Sniper should have it easy. Damp closes it off. And now it's match point for Imperium.
Yeah, and deservedly so as well. And again, this is it, back and forth. But the trading arounds, it just doesn't bother Imperium kind of where they're at. They're in a position where they are more than happy for this to be the case, right? They can obviously kind of put themselves in a spot where they give themselves massive advantages to work with and so many rounds in arrears to try and see this off. Like, they're not stressed. They're not really phased.
Fair. 4 rounds. It's a very healthy buffer. But well, Swamp, maybe the word buffer is not really in their dictionary. They're letting a lot of pressure come through vents, and a bit of a switch up there from Imperium. Of course, whether it was Nexlon, Riz, or Jaguar, a lot of them have been finding success through that part, but they might be faking into a split back to the B side here. All they need to do, drop in the radio, kill Jin, or at least get the trade. They might have a fair chance. Jin, jump spotting, knows that there's one. They just need to drop down without taking so much damage. That they do. Jin is gone, and the B-side is under threat. Awesome with the backstab. A 2-man spray down from the rifler, and it's 4 kills as the take collapses. Nothing but Riz remaining.
Wow.
He's finding a couple of switch shots. The AK is singing in his man's hand, and it is awesome indeed. The one man that is left against Riz. Low HP, the HE could get the job done, but he's trying to sneak through, pressure riding on, and a very smart rotation from Awesome, trying to repeat the exact same thing to the other side. Can he find the right timing? C4 recovered plenty of time. Can he
very
find the right
proactive
moment?
here. I kind of like this, right? They're both staying on their toes to make sure that they just can't be flanked. And there's still plenty of time to maneuver elsewhere around the map. So you can see they've kind of traded places in a way now. 4 is those C4 on his back, 35 seconds or just under for him as he moves back over towards the A site. And it looks like he will be given the luxury of getting down here. Down the stairs he goes, nothing spotted. So he knows that this plant is a freebie. As the C4 comes down, Awesome's not close enough to make any sort of difference in that one. You got to smoke over towards the stairs, and it'll come through it. Awesome. He's making a move, but the pistol will see him off. Riz, an absolutely fantastic round from him. And in that 1 versus 1, moves around brilliantly. It's Imperium who take map number 1, and do you know what? Absolute credit to them. From the start, they were always looking so much sharper.
Yeah, it looked better. They knew what to do. And honestly speaking, we're talking about the round trades. The round trades really came to like moments there from Swamp, but they looked really lost in terms of how to maneuver the game and how to play it around the map, because we've seen teams in the top 4 play the sub base, and it just felt like a completely different game.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. It was a really, really good showing. And I think for Imperium, what a way it's going to come in towards this series. Of course, you know, heavy underdogs just generally speaking, but also in a position where we were kind of worried, like, can they actually compete mechanically? And they proved they could. They looked really sharp coming through. A lot of individuals who stepped up. And the flip side for Swamp is that was a real underwhelming performance from them and not exactly the start of the series that they wanted. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk. We'll catch you in a second.
Starting this way from Swamp Gaming, it's just bad way to get out of the league. Let me just say it, like, now they are 90% or like 95% out of the playoffs, and what a way the Dam just closed the series, or at least the game, I'm sorry. Like, what kill?
Yeah, Rizd, man, the clutch one before that, insane. We all said that's all gone. We've seen the awesome flank from Awesome coming out from behind the guys into the machine and killing 2 players, and then Kai's getting 1 player as well. We've seen Jaguar falling to the player in Dark as well, and then suddenly it's 1v4. On paper, you're gonna say is okay, let's go next. It's 9-6, and then suddenly Rizd 1, 2, 3. He rotates back to his side and clutches the whole round. What a way to play! But how? We watched Imperium playing very fast, very confident. They did a very good splits, and now they are looking stronger than ever.
It felt like they're playing hide and seek with him later in the round, but at the same time, watching the whole game itself, it felt like Noxlon was doing the heavy of, like, Noxon and Noxlon, both of them were doing a lot of work here today, and like as Volta Neo mentioned earlier, they're both just clutching those games, and the first one, it went to Imperium. Now my question is, like, will we see Imperium actually win their first win in the CFWL? It's
they are
getting
very
closer, man.
They are very close. Now they are very close. Why we are saying this? Because they win a first game in a very good style. They played very good. They played very fast. They finally get out of playing very slow and playing passively, playing scared. There is nothing to be scared. You guys are going to relegation. So at least when you're going to relegation, go as champions. Go as phase 2 champions. So now they're doing better, they're playing faster, and they're doing very good job. The question here, will be able to maintain the same on Ankara, because the best map, literally the best map for Team Swamp Gaming is Ankara, which is going to be the next map.
And playing in Ankara versus Imperium is going to be, sorry, not Imperium, versus Swamp Gaming.
It's going to be tough.
Be quite challenging for them.
Yeah.
And also, I really want to break it in a pretty nice way. It felt like Imperium and Swamp Gaming, they are on the same level, and also Imperium, I don't know, like, sub-base is something else for the Egyptians. They have the communication, play style, yeah, like you've mentioned it, and like it's, I don't know, it's not
home ground for Egyptians. It's the home ground for Egyptians.
It's Egyptian ground. It doesn't go either way. To any team that is playing versus Egyptians, it seems like that's the case in CFWL 2026 on the first split that we're casting on today. And on the other side, Swamp Gaming, they have their map, but do they have the mental to bring it back again? That's the question for me.
Well, I believe yes, because you're talking about very experienced players, even if they lose the first map, which in my opinion it was an EU map, by the way. This was in EU servers, so you're playing on the EU servers. That means that you will be facing a lot of issues, especially for LSN, especially for Kais as well, Josh as well. It's an NA based team. That means that the majority are playing on the NA servers. Now they are going back to the NA servers where 5 players will be lagging, because when you play on the EU servers, Jin and also have a very good ping, so they can at least carry on. They try to. But when you go to the North American server, all the Egyptians are kind of having a high ping, and there is nobody who will be able to do the same performance. So it's quite challenging for them. Also, in addition, the map pick is Ankara. Ankara is one of the best maps that we've seen Swamp Gaming playing. We've seen LSN doing a lot of troubles inside this map, and especially that he usually plays this map on the North American server. So he has the ping, and he has the advantage, and he pops off whenever it's needed.
Ping might be the issue, but the main issue here that we're seeing on the replays, that how Imperium players are managing to take the aim duels. It's always their Swamp Gaming are blindsided or you can see Noxlin knocking 3 or 4 players with one mag. So a bad way to start this series, and a bad way to close the first game. Like, I can't wait to see the replay of the last round. It's just like that. You're in a 4v1 situation. It felt like a 3BL classic or Anubis classic. Once they drop down a round, that it doesn't feel like it goes to them. And yeah, that's the replay. Rezzed, double pistol shots, and taking sub base to Imperium. Of course, we have Noxlin on 2.86 KD.
Yeah,
Wow.
he did a very good job. I saw him 18 to 5, maybe he got 2 more or 3 more kills, so he's probably above 20 kills. That makes it very good for him. Rizd as well. Look at the guys in for Imperium. They are all positive KD. On the other hand, there is nobody positive KD except LSN. He's barely holding it with 1.0. And I said that I mentioned that he's the superstar of Strong Gaming right now because he's the guy that has no pressure. He's coming here as a rookie. He want to be a veteran, and he's trying to show and improve himself. He played very good. The rest also played very good. Also did a very good round in the end. However, it wasn't that much close for them to be able to get even closer to Imperium, because even though if they won this round, it would be maybe 9-6, but Imperium, I believe that they will be able to close it 9-6 or 9-7 because they were playing on the blacklist side, and we know that Subbase is a heavily blacklist sided map. Okay, let's just move on with the set MVP right now, Nextland, and move on with Nextland and the MVP. It's only a one map. Now they need to focus on playing on Ankara, because Ankara, they might face a heavily aggressively sniper, which is LSN. He will try to pick you off. He will try to go to the tunnels, get a kill, maybe get a double. And we've seen him doing it a lot. Maybe going outside, trying to pick you off. So it's all on damp now. He needs to stop this guy.
Yeah, and for the sniper, of course, you have LSN, you have those stuff that you can count on your team for Swamp Gaming, but Imperium, they still have a lot of flex players that you can count on. I know that we didn't see a lot from them through the course of the entire tournament, but we have seen them pretty ready
They're
for
improving.
this series, and yeah, they are improving. We can see that. And for this thing, we would love to see the second game start, and guess what? It's already on the shuffle. So going back to Neo and Volt, and hopefully we can see a really good game.
Yeah, cheers, guys. We're looking forward to getting this one underway now. I think probably one of the big talking points I think Dessa bringing up, that was just then on EU servers. Of course, now going on towards NA obviously makes quite a big difference. I do wonder how Imperium will feel coming in towards this one. It's a really nice map taken by them. It looks very, very solid, very quite comfortable all the way throughout. However, now with high ping, how much of a difference is it going to make for them? Are they able to close out in 2, or is a third map decider going to be required here?
I mean, to be fair, I feel like we're really overplaying into a lot of those things. I just really think that outside of this and Black Widow, Imperium looks lost on all the other maps. They can't really compete that much on Eagle Eye unless they got Varus in the roster, which he doesn't really play with him that much. He's just there as a sub. And for all the other maps, I just don't really think that they got the exact same level of calling or the exact same level of maneuvers as you'd see from everyone else. Hell, even like Anubis in 3BL would maneuver better than them on those maps. So that's the one thing that is just my worrying side. And then just rubbing salt to the wound is, yes, we're moving to NA servers. So guess what? The NA boys are going to be able to shoot as well. And that is going to make things even more complicated, of course. You know, we've seen them on Ankara before. And let's just say, it was a map to forget. Hopefully that's not going to be the case this time. You know, as my fellow Egyptians, I also, like, there's a little bit of bias in me wanting to see them succeed. But I also really know, like, hey, like, this is where it's at. They really don't know how to play Ankara. Probably I'm aiming for a decider, a 2-1 win. I'll be really happy with that, both for them as they sit there on the desk for the chances in relegations, and hell, even for 3BL, because that is going to basically propel them into nearly guaranteeing their 6th spot if Swamp just loses here.
That's it, yeah, exactly. So it does become really quite interesting. I think, you know, for Imperium, I don't know if I'm fully convinced yet whether they have the kind of the sustenance within this side to really be able to go kind of back to back, but We'll have to see. Hopefully we're getting this game underway in just a second. It feels like maybe setting it all up might just take a little minute or two. But regardless, for Swamp, they've got to get an emphatic response. Very, very poor sub-base. Really didn't offer up a lot. Looked very, very shaky. We weren't really getting the individual shining. But a favourable server-side situation will, of course, help the three based out of NA. And that might alleviate some of those pressures. And there we go. We're live and ready to get underway here in towards Ankara.
Yeah, and as we said, this should be the unleashed form of the players Swamp, and well, they're unleashing hell there apparently early on, but doesn't pan out for much. Jin loses the initial duel. Excellent work for Nextlon. I think that he had, what, 15, 16 kills last game? Right now, they're really making it look easy, though, from the side of Swamp. It was just 1 kill for Imperium, and it was an instant deletion. Quick rotation from Swamp. And they chopped them off before they even got to the site.
Sadly, this might end up being a bit of the sort of the story of this map, right? I think, obviously expectations are really that Swamp going to come through here and lay down the law a little bit. And I mean, it's already, of course, a fantastic and pretty simple round, all things considered. Let's see if that is the case. You go back-to-back in rounds like that, where it's quite dominant, it is going to set a bit of a tone in a map like this. And that's where we do get a little worried. But if it's just a flash in the pan, if Imperium can respond right back in kind and show a little bit of what they did towards sub-base, we're not going to be too concerned just yet.
Don't think so. I think that this is the day of the land. Yeah, sure, if they get openers, if they're able to, I guess for Imperium, find an opening, find a crack in the defense, sure. Most likely, not really expecting that much. Jaguar and Riz knows that they will need to make something happen here, so they're going to be waiting behind the doors. 1 peek onto Case. Could catch a good timing. Nope. Pretty easy. That's Jaguar done. Now the rest of them are going to try to pile onto the B side through the underpass. And the sniper will make it look like it is a non-issue. Even if Damp gets that kill. Still a 4-on-3. And they will need to take their sweet time just to clear off that B site. And the rotations are already in. So that's even one case where things are worse and worse. They might have to go back down and try to pivot back towards A. Thankfully for Swamp, they still keep Josh on the side itself. And there's a late rotation from LSN. And now they're figuring out 2 and 2. And it might be too little too late for Imperium, who feel like they were really too reserved, thinking that there might be an aggressive flank. But that is not really the case. Instead, they just pivot back from the B side itself, double down on them, as Nextlon and Riz are both out of commission, leaving Damp as the one man who got the sole kill with the TRG. With only 30 seconds to his name.
Yeah, I mean, surely not possible. Not only in the numbers position, but he's also then going to collect the C4, which is in no man's land. And on top of that, then get to a site with so little time. Not happening. Let's get over the best. I think we'll find a nice shot. We'll give him that at the very least. But time ticking. 7 seconds. This one's all but done. He was just looking for consolation kills. And he only gets 1 before LSN will trade him out. So, with that being said, continues this flawless start for Swamp. And another pretty easy round by most metrics.
Yeah, should be still, honestly speaking, be pretty happy if you're Swamp. Nothing really was ever a true threat in that round. Maybe in the first round, yes, the opener from Nextlon could have made them wonder a little bit if their rotations weren't on point. But again, speak of the devil, right rotations, right shots, Case again with the sniper, and there's still 3 more in the defense of B.
Yeah, they're ready. They're so ready for a fight. And that's what I kind of love at the moment. It's, even if you're going for a bit of a pace change, it's not exactly going to catch them completely off guard, but the body's here fighting well, spamming through the box. It's carnage at the moment, but it's all left down to now 1 versus 1. Josh on the site as well. I'm trying to deliver with a sniper, tag onto the leg with the AK. He'll just try and play a bit at range here, Josh. Reposition a little bit. C4 still needs to be collected. And there's still plenty of time, but it's really about who's going to win off this fight. There's smoke to work with, and Josh isn't committing to the fight, even though I actually feel like because of the ping disparity, a swing might help him out, and it does. He goes elevated, and they're winning out.
Yeah, I mean, there's still like a little bit of peeker's advantage, even if you're on higher ping. So maybe that's like the one thing that he's a little bit wary of. What if I swing and he swings me off that timing? So that's why he was really patient, waiting until like the AWP is just gonna. I guess thanks to instinct, you're always gonna pivot back to, hey, I can be a turret, I can wait and press left click, and it doesn't really work on higher ping. Well, what isn't really working whatsoever for Imperium have been that B splits. All of them have gone wrong this time. Even Jin joining in on the party, but Awesome loses the site itself. Nextron has been doing the Lord's work in keeping them afloat in all those rounds, but he's left in a position where he really should be killed easily. That's him down, C4 down. And damn, well, he's down low. We'll need to get up high, but even to do that, still tested by 2. The USP brings him down to his knees, and Josh looking to close it off. Jin is going to be the one to take the first bite, and that Swamp in a 4-round streak. And again, we talked about that one. At least that was my guess. Exactly what's going to happen in Ankara. They really don't have the sense for how to play the map. And Swamp, well, they know this map like the back of their hand.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. It just feels like, for the most part, quite effortless, and I think that's quite a big thing to have at the moment, right? It's just that proof to yourself, like, you know, we are, at least in this map specifically, the better side, a little bit more to kind of fall back on, a little bit more confidence, kind of our own individual ability. There's a lot to like. There's a lot of what we want to see from this side, and kind of proof of the level that we can kind of play at. Timeout taken by Imperium.
Yeah, and again, like, pretty solid, really, the amount of work that we're seeing here from Swamp. But if you're Imperium, there's definitely still some places where you can be pretty happy about. You can say, hey, like, I take the initial duel as well. Next one is buying me space. So then the question becomes, how do I avoid dying to those snipers? How do I work my way through those pesky angles? And the answer have got to be 2 things. One, you pretty much have figured out where they are, right? Like, I mean, there's, I guess, like a visual heat map that is now imprinted into their heads from where they've died from Jin most of the time in Edison, that they can try to rain those flashes on those angles, get the right duels if they can, and just really simplify the way that they can play the round. Because if they can leave Nextlon to do the things that he's doing, and either supplement him or use him, I guess, as like a scarecrow, that could also be another way of maneuvering the game. And right now, a lot is going to be asked, especially of Rist and Frapsy, because they need to step up and they need to keep that effort as Nextlon to some use. They cannot throw it to waste again. They're already 4 rounds down, and unfortunately speaking, even with the timeout, I don't even know if they can get, like, I would be happy if they can get 3 rounds or 4, but I mean 3 I feel like is the most realistic thing here.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let's see. Off the back of the pause. Four 0 start. Fantastic spot to be in. If you can continue adding pressure on, it's going to be horrible. And it's not a great start off the back of the pause either.
I mean, it slows down a fair bit. Of course, it would be good if Frapsy finds the opener, and that he does. So brings it back to a 4-on-4 pivotal duel, and Riz somehow snatching Awesome away there. Now they got the lead. C4 to be picked up, but the rotation is made. Jin still wanting to hold down any rotation through the GR spawn, making sure that if they're going to go somewhere, it's going to be through the extremities. So it should be a simpler duel for Josh. Simpler, relative, but it's not really going to be simple because they got both angles and they got the timing, and he's going to be all alone here on the site.
Lesson has a chance that really make a bit of a difference. Josh will get one, but an immediate trade that'll come through. And now they start diving on in, really looking to seeing, you know, at range whether the sniper can make a difference. C4 still not planted yet as well, so you've got a bit of time to work with, and there it is. LSN can make that difference, and that's what he does. He gets in the back lines, catches one at range, resets the round back into a 2 versus 2, and now things become a little bit spicy. The next one, early peek from him, gives away his position, but he's also trying to gain some information himself.
Yeah, I mean, he really doesn't want them to swing together from both extremities, but Jin has already found his way down the stairs. Plenty of damage onto Riz. The USP comes in for value. It's down to a 1-on-1. Switching to the pistol gives him enough time to reload, but time is running really low. He needs to take the duel now. Nextlon knows it, and he's trying to waste as much time as he can.
Brilliant.
Goes down, back up. Time is already too far gone, and that is something for Imperium.
Yeah, that's a lot more like it. It didn't start well in towards that round, but it actually ends up being a really quite nice recovery from what was generally a pretty awkward spot at one point. Like, you know, another opening kill that comes through, something that Swamp have been very, very consistent with. Like, they're really good at just getting the opening bits of pressure on towards Imperium, and that's what's given them such a wealth of kind of momentum, and well, obviously the lead that they've still got a pretty decent stranglehold on. But it's nice that Imperium finally gets something. A round recovered and a round found is something to build upon, as they're once again looking to try and dive here. They're going quick, and actually sort of initially works against them, but trades will bring things back into a 3 versus 3, and they've now got the site.
Yeah, slight in their hands. Awesome and LSN trying it again. One of them caught through the doors. Good work from Jaguar, and yes, Kai is still trying to repeat what has happened in the last round, but it's a 2-on-3. 2 different angles. LSN with the USP in hand. Will try to fish for something, but they're not really giving him an inch. Great work from the TRG, but the pistol should be shut down, and it is. Imperium off the back of the timeout. Finds 2 rounds back-to-back. That's much, much more like it. Well, they figured it out. They've avoided the TRGs, and they're starting to get some wins on the back of that.
Yeah, starting to roll with it a little bit, and there's actually still a really decent chance of, you know, building a nice little repertoire in this first half. Despite, you know, going 4-0 down, the start being less than adequate, you can still, by every metric, recover this and actually make it a really feasible first half.
Yeah, I mean, it was really close in their first win, but I gotta say, this last round was a lot more convincing. Like, this is a well-worked round from a BL side.
Yeah, it feels like they're starting to at least understand what the setups are looking like for Swamp, which I think is obviously a huge thing to have. Like, just a bit more of a knowing of what's really going on with this side.
Well, it's a good setup indeed. But they'll need a buddy there. It cannot just be Damp. Well, he's trying to hold an angle defensively, but he knows he really cannot do that on the NA ping. Josh will swing. Spots the shoulder. That should be enough for him to back off, not to get absorbed in too much pressure. Instead, he goes swinging. A missed shot from Damp and no trade. So slow on the entry, but at least they guarantee a kill off the back of it. Now they got one more man top site. No value from Jin.
Oh,
and
no.
neither is Kai's there with the TRG. That's Imperium most likely getting a third. Still got a couple of nades, a full belt of util on Nextlon as well, and that's the thing that's giving me confidence, but they'll need to put the C4 down. The nades slow them down on one end, but with K's getting a kill on the other, suddenly this one could start to be a little bit more risky. That's why Riz taking the initiative, proactive and successful. The last 2 off the back of the smoke. Nextlon still got one more of his own and a flash, but they're going to try to go for the boost. Up high they go. Plenty of damage. That's awesome. Pretty much out of this round. Out of this one. 3 in a row for Imperium. Apparently the NA ping is not getting to them at all.
Yeah, it's not actually feeling like it's making a difference, at least in the game plan. There was still a small window there where that round could have been opened back up, but all that matters now is we're actually seeing real kind of consistency. It's looking quite solid at the moment. And I am starting to get kind of concerned. Like, this is an Imperium side who, yes, a slow start, but we said it kind of coming in towards that previous round. I'm saying it again here. Like, they are actually feel like they're figuring out what Swamp are trying to throw at them. Not only in terms of what the setups look like when they initially go for an execute, but actually in the post plants too. They're understanding the timing and the tempo behind a lot of these rotates that come through. It's really quite impressive stuff. And it's really quite concerning.
But I mean, alleviating a bit of that concern is that Nextlon is gone. That's a C4 down again. 5-on-4 this time, an advantage. A definitive one for Swamp. Not just in numbers, but they still got a wealth of util to try to use in that re-clear. Riz holding the one angle, and, well, for Imperium, holding is going to be a little bit tougher. And that's it.
Oh.
Great shot from Josh. Now just a 3 on the 5, but only 15 seconds left on the timer. They'll need to get a move on, and that's going to invite Jaguar to actually press a little bit more himself. 2 players at the boxes. The IGL still alive. The trades come in, though, and they are successful. Jin will finish it off with a double kill, and Swamp finally cauterizing that bleeding.
Yeah, exactly. They really needed that, I think, for Swamp, just for their own sort of morale, kind of mental state, however you want to put it. Like, it was definitely in a predicament where they're obviously squandering so much of this lead that there was a fair, decent concern coming through. That'll help. You've guaranteed now a lead to work with in towards the second half, and there's a chance you can still see off this first half with a real wealth of a lead.
I mean, if I'm Imperium, I think I really want any single round that I can find here on the BL side, because they got a lot of value in their snipers, right? Snipers on 100 ping. It's not really going to be that fun, is it?
Yeah, it makes it a lot harder. High ping with the rifle, at the very least, you can still try and be a bit of a nuisance. Sort of slightly laggy, swinging around a corner, but, you know, no holding angles of that sort of ping.
I mean, they are holding those angles. They're just waiting for someone to present them something. Could find something on the other end. I'm looking at that push from Jin. Look at how much space that they've gotten here on the side of Swamp. And that's one of the pitfalls of Imperium. They're a little bit single-minded in their approach, but if they find success on the entry, it will be a lot easier. The question on Edison in the underpass. They try to go through the window. Spray down coming in from Josh. That's the one. The pistol to trade. So, still pretty okay. Next on alive, but the TRG comes in striking again. 3-on-4. Late rotate coming in. Back to the A site they go. But are they aware of how close Jin is to their numbers?
That's the question, isn't it?
Oh.
The answer's no. Jin will deliver. Looking for more. Damp going to find one with that pistol pulled out. But still a 2 versus 3. Numbers favour Swamp here. Damp's got to get one. He can't. He needed another that's given a chance. I like this move. I don't know if he can get more than one, though. There's just too many bodies around him. Awesome will trade. And just like that, another coming through on the defuse. Beautiful work.
Yeah, I guess he had to go for the animal there, Frapsy. Couldn't really find much more than that, but still, they wouldn't be too fussed about it. 3 rounds, still pretty okay considering the way that they started. Imagine if they started this good. Would have had a pretty different scoreline. But for Swamp, this is good enough for them not to truly worry about what's going to happen. As long as they keep their usual protocols here on Ankara, their BL side should be good enough to take that lead and just do exactly what happened at the sub base. You know, trade around for round. Worst case scenario, we're going to like win 10-6 or 10-7 at the very worst.
Yeah, exactly. Well, bit of time at the halfway point, just have a conversation about how things have been going so far. I still think, despite the lead and the wealth of it, for Swamp, you just got to be a little bit cautious. Like, we saw that streak, we saw those rounds that came through from Imperium. You can't quite count them out just yet, but I still can't see this not going to a third map. I just think Swamp have got a little bit more on offer at the moment on Ankara, which makes me believe it should be enough. Yes, it might not be the cleanest of maps, but a map is ultimately all that matters for them.
Well, a port might be that map, but Damp clearly still wanted to give that one a go. That is a bit overzealous if I've ever seen an ambitious peak, but still, the orc from Imperium keeping their advantage there in the end. Jaguar with the AK spray, keeping that one competitive. Next long looking for a big great work on the first, and the transfer is out of this world. The AKs are punting in the numbers, and they will punt down Jaguar himself. Awesome is no more. And Imperium, well, you talk about them being streaky. That is quite a way to get fired up for that second half.
Yeah, it's true, right? That opens that door, and the kind of hope is that it opens the floodgates a little bit as well. But just chipping away the deficit is great for the confidence. You know, Swamp find that first round of the half. Realistically, like mentally, they should just walk away with it. But it's putting you in a position now where Imperium, you start to believe once again. And of course, they've done well. They've traded positively to open up this round too. Gone 2 for 1 in the opening engagements. That's where you want to be.
Yeah, and a very smart double rotation too. They're 3 strong on the A site. So as long as they play their cards right, they should be good for the hold. But It opens up a rotation here for the BL side. And Swamp, thinking about the B side now, is completely barren. And honestly, not too much against it. If they have the call to play for the retake, that's something. But Riz goes in too early. Great presence of mind from Case to turn around and find the kill. It brings it back to an even 3-on-3. Looking at their backpacks, they got a smoke, a flash, and an HE. That's all that Imperium got. A little bit more from the side of Swamp. So I'm thinking the Jaguar might actually be thinking about the balcony, but not really. Not initially, at least. Frapsy's the one that wants to go. And it's all about the matter of timing. K's looking for that one. I didn't think that he spotted him, but neither did Frapsy. Stroke of fortune, perhaps, for Swamp, as now they will corral their numbers. 3 strong on the take. Fishing for the door. Great for a shot, but traded well from Damp. And Imperium needs to get a move on. Last 10 seconds. They're trying to go for the defuse. First tap in from Jaguar, but it's a great double spray down from Jin. No complications once they got the site. And that's 3 rounds ahead they go.
The round itself didn't start very well, but I think you're spot on. Like, once they've got the site, once they've got themselves into a post plan, they do such a solid job of just making sure they see it over the line. 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away now. Difficult to fathom away. Oh, nice shot. Really nice shot.
My God.
Yeah, that's pretty quick. That's pretty damn quick. However, we just saw in the previous round, having opening kills doesn't always guarantee the round. But surely now, from a 5 versus 3 within the first kind of 30 seconds of play, this has got to give you a huge boost of confidence to make this round work.
Is it an NA ping buff or is it a nerf? I don't even know at this point. I mean, my questions have been answered. The snipers, whether it is Riz or Damp, both of them have worked really well in the couple of rounds that they have played on GR, but still, as he said, not just a game of snipers. Next one of the most important parts of this Imperium mechanism. And Riz couldn't really find that one. That's the ping coming into play, and could have played with a rifle, tried to go with a USB instead. Doesn't find value initially, but neither does Frapsy. Just one. Still, a 3-on-2 in the end. The flash pretty good, but Frapsy doesn't have the support needed to do it on himself. And now it's back to a 2-on-2. Great timing from Jaguar. Leaves it at a 1-on-1. Damn. He's got an X-ray, and he's not scared to use it in that one.
Yeah, exactly that. Okay. Wow. 2 rounds. It's not impossible. That is for sure. Awesome. Gonna get caught. A re-peek and a re-find.
Well done there by Damp. 6 kills since the side swap. But Jin got his own. That's the entry. Could be the site. Next one couldn't hold it last time around. And he either needs to do what he's doing right now, which is be passive. Oh, someone has went for the Animo and a headshot as well onto Josh. That's the round. Made so much easier for everyone else. Still an HE, a couple of flashes. The 417 gets the job done. And it's just Edison against the world. 1 tap to the head is enough. Lines up the shot next one on an 8 HP. Still find the 6th. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see a timeout here from Swamp. But not just yet. 7-6. The buffer has been chipped down to a single round. And if they do not find a way to stop Damp, Swamp might just be out of commission.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. There's a real worry. I kind of thought it would be pretty kind of like easy to see where kind of Swamp see off this map. And yeah, there might be a bit of a trading here or there, but generally speaking, they would see it off quite calmly. Now maybe anything but. They're diving in. And Nexlon going to do so well to get 2 out of that. And Frapsy's on towards the side, causing problems himself. C4 going to be recollected. He's tucked in towards the box. Diving around that corner. He'll get caught by LSN. Back into a 2 versus 2. It's a trading of frags. But Josh and LSN are left so unbelievably vulnerable.
LSN should be that to Rice in that kind of position with that support. But smart play from Imperium. Electing to leave Edison and Josh to their own devices, knowing that Josh should be really low on health. So just let them use their util, burn their smokes, try to get their plant in. As long as they're contained within that A site, should be a lot easier for those remaining 2. Edison will try to fisher something. Down the side they go. They really want to get a kill before the round is concluded. Or at least before they move into the post plant. So right now, the pace slowed down. Minute left on the timer. The boost doesn't work out for Jaguar. Caught in the balcony. And as Riz left in a 1-on-2, theoretically, he is at an advantage with the HP, but he's caught at the angle. Josh gets the job done. Swamp still maintaining superiority, but Imperium are coming too damn close way too many times.
Still, 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away. Listen, waiting for a vent push. For now, not a huge amount being offered up. I say that just as Riz falls. At the very least, opens up some proceedings to work with.
Well, great work from Edison. That's a pair. Nexon and Jaguar both gone. Still Frapsy in the site, and he buys some time, but now Damp really has to do everything on his lonesome, and he couldn't hold it off with the USP initially. Might think about throwing the HE, jiggling the angle, makes it easy, to be honest, for Jin. He's going to be presented that duel, takes it, and that's another round. Swamp should be on match point. I mean,
yeah,
sort of a miracle if Frapsy gets anything done here, let alone actually win the round.
Let's be honest, it's more or less next to impossible here. And there you go, downhill fall. So, just like that, we get once again worried. I do feel like it's felt quite natural from the halfway point that it was going to be Swamp to close this out, but Imperium gave us maybe a little bit of false belief. The cosmetic comeback, I guess, just a tad, but now 3 rounds in a row required to take us just to overtime. It feels like too tall an order. And the slight gimmicky plays that we've seen here and there have just, unfortunately, simply not been enough.
Yeah, a couple of big moments here and there, but they've got it down. Might have run out of steam there. And Nexon and Frapsy and the A-side defense have been under a lot of scrutiny from the side of Swamp. Not really a lot of support, as you can tell. It's completely isolated 2-3 setup. Damp electing to perhaps play a little bit more contained, not really taking a lot of those heads-up duels. Instead, he's waiting for them to walk into his crosshairs more than anything.
A shot by Kai's. Gonna start looking for a little bit more as well, as LSN will deliver with that. Oh, the sniper, just to, again, give them so much of an advantage. Awesome. LSN all combined. That's it. Map is done here. And a third will be required. The decider in this one, as it's closed with just the one consolation kill. LSN gets caught, but it's a 10-6 in the end. And a really, really simple showing from Swamp. Again, brief moments here and there where we see what Imperium are about, but it's simply not enough and not good enough in terms of consistency or long term to really compete in towards that map. For Swamp, it felt like from the get-go they would be the more solid side, and they proved that they were.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see how things are going to go. I mean, as a pretty intriguing one, of course, from their side. And I mean, I'm really convinced in what they've shown us here on the Ankara, but I still believe that Port theoretically should be anyone's game, and it is going to be truly anyone's game after all. So we're going to have to wait for that one. As we said, Port is up next. It is going to be the final one. So let's give it over to Penguin and Sekio for what should be the final segment.
1-all on the scoreboard. Swamp Gaming find a way, a tight one, to get back into having like a foot in the playoffs still. They lost a map, it's a pretty bad one, but otherwise we still have map number 3 to unfold and see what's gonna happen in it. But like before we jump, like I feel like I'm jumping steps, a lot of steps, like through what happened in this game. First half it felt like, yeah, it's going to Swamp Gaming. They're finishing this half, this set pretty fast, but then you found, and we all found, the lifeline for Imperium.
Well, you want my honest opinion? I Actually, Imperium
Yes.
played better than I expected because I expected
Okay.
them falling shortly on Ankara. Not because they are the worst team or maybe they are a weak team. It's because they are facing the ping issues. They are playing on the North American servers and they are playing Swamp Gaming's best map. So I thought it maybe will end 10-5, 10-6, maybe at the best 10-6. But they just showed a very good performance. Yes, it ended that close. However, we've seen minor mistakes from Team Imperium that costed them maybe 2 or 3 rounds. This could have been way closer. I'm not gonna say that Imperium could have won it, but at least it could have been closer. However, Swamp Gaming, they also showed mistakes. Imperium took advantage of it. The play style that Swamp Gaming played on the North American servers, that's how they played versus 3BL. Very chaotic, they played very aggressive. We've seen when they pushed beside, like in this situation, Jin instantly pushed fully along, taking full control of the map and giving the full information and doing the lurk for his teammates. That's how they played the maps versus 3BL Galaxy. They played very aggressive and they leave no room for the enemy team to move in the map. Maybe the pink helps them to do such thing, but however, we've seen it from some gaming and now they are back to the board one-on-one.
Yeah, back in the board for 1-on-1 and seeing the highlights, it felt like some of the Imperium players had actually shown off. Like, of course, we have seen Jaguar. Yeah, he's an IGL, but he did really good and fantastic stuff. Dom did the same thing as a sniper player, doing like he's being the anchor, the man that stopping the ship from sinking. It felt pretty good for Imperium, even though, yeah, we all know that they are out, but the game, the team, and the sense that they have, it's just magnificent. That's for them. And for Swamp Gaming, first half was decent. Second half, it felt that they had a lot of sloppy spots that they had to cover, but at the end they got the win. They have done it in a really good fashion. And also, speaking of good fashion, you can see like the consistency of Swamp Gaming. That's what brought them this
totally different KDs from what we've seen on sub-base, because it was only LSN who was positive KD. Now it's all positive KD, even though Awesome and Jen, the EU players that are playing on the North American servers, are having a positive KD as well. Awesome is maintaining 1.0 and Jen is 1.38. However, Josh did a very good game because he was kind of underperforming the first map. We've seen him 0.3 KD, I believe, on sub-base. Now he's back with 1.75, claiming definitely the set MVP for his teammates. That shows that the mental for these guys, I mentioned that the first game is not going to affect them at all. That's the experience that we talked about. And they also mentioned that Swamp Gaming, they like to play Ankara. They like the double setup, the double sniper setup on the global side that we've seen from them. Also, we've seen Kai picking up the sniper and getting kills outside CT, trying to play aggressive as well. LSN gave him no room on the blacklist side because he was doing it by himself. He was playing aggressive and he was trying to take control and take the space. Imperium couldn't deny such thing, and maybe that's the lack of experience. So that's why the map went to Swamp Gaming 10-6.
Yeah, of course, those are some obvious reasons for Swamp Gaming, and it was just like bread and butter for Swamp Gaming. That's how it felt. They know the map, they love the map, and yeah, they just performing pretty good on the map. And I believe at this point, those two teams are just like, yeah, guys, we're ready. We're here to settle it down, but before we do this, we'll head to a small break, like a pretty small one, 3 minutes. So grab your popcorn, stick to your chair, and wait for us to unfold who got the last place of the contenders group.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Menacin not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight down through that smoke just station. Zane has spotted out Risk here. Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
I hope we didn't take much longer, like we didn't take a lot of time in this break, and yeah, we're back again for match number 2. This set is gonna be pretty hard to miss. Imperium versus Swamp Gaming. I know those teams are just like, yeah, they're the bottom of the bottom in the CFWL, but at the same time, you gotta give them that thing, like, yeah, those games are close, yeah, they're playing by heart. And now we're into Port, which I believe Port, yep, Port. Wait, let me go here. Oh no, this
No.
time, yeah, here.
Yeah.
Port. Oh, that's unclear. Anyways, Port on this side. It's
On my side.
Yeah, yeah, of course, your side.
Well, it was my best
picking
map as well.
Imperium. I remember that. Funny enough, I have all your stats, by the way. I studied
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're picking Imperium. That's good. What's good about this map that they're gonna be playing half on NA and half on EU, so you'll not be playing a full map on one server, because we've seen Imperium struggling on the North American server, and also we've seen Farm Gaming struggling on the EU server. So it's half and half. You're gonna be picking your side and your half. So in my opinion, maybe Imperium are doing the global side. I'm not sure. So they will be starting their global side, and they will be starting on the servers. And if they start a blacklist side, that means that North America will be the first server. So it's all comes to the first half, because if you fail more than 3 or 4 rounds on the first half, maybe the map will be just slipping away from you.
Yeah, if you fall with 4 rounds and the half that you have your ping, you have your side, you have everything, is gonna be pretty hard to come back from this side. But speaking of other sides, that's what we are going to unfold with Neo and Volt.
Just guys, yeah, looking forward to getting this decider underway. One half on, well, both sides of the pond, really. So there's no arguments to be made about differences in terms of ping and whatnot, which I think was relatively clear in towards that previous game. Like, even in that map, there was moments of brilliance from Imperium, but you could see they weren't able to find real consistency. And I think a lot of it came down to like just being able to, unfortunately not able to play the game probably the way that they want, 100 plus ping and whatnot. So at least it should be alleviated a little bit in towards this decider. But heading in towards Paul, I think it's anybody's game. I'm still backing Swamp though, especially off the back of Ankara.
Yeah, I mean, especially, there are two sides to this coin, right? Their Ankara play, when they got the side that they wanted, especially on GR, Swamp looked really solid, despite the best efforts of Imperium. But again, just saying the same thing, the ping, of course, affected Imperium equally once they are on the GR side, because they really relied on Damp. And Damp can't really pull magic out of the hat, like how many times on 150 ping or even more. So that part also makes a fair bit of sense. And on Port, Damp is going to be pretty much the linchpin of this entire defense. Wherever he goes, whether he decides to sit down in the A site or just try to play towards the bridges in mid and try to make some value for the team, that is going to be the most important duel. Well, depending on how we actually are going to be on that one, I believe that the players are situated. But again, like, it's one of those maps that have very little margin for error once you're on the GR side. You need to really keep hold of the house, make sure that the B side is as difficult as possible, and they only got one chance on each side.
Exactly that. Oh, there we go. Now we can get this show on the road. With that being said, an interesting map number 3 off the back of how both of the first 2 maps have sort of gone. It's been so back and forth in terms of momentum. Only tagging towards LSN, he's going to get legged up and left low, but still alive is ultimately all that matters.
Yeah, just a very minute chip on the other side on Damp. Not really a lot of effect. They could go back to the B site now. The smokes begin to expire. IMPERIUM established themselves a little bit more defensive. They've pulled rotations heavy towards the A site. And that could leave B as a bit of a struggle. At least the smoke comes down to the GR bridge. So they're keeping their options open for a split. That smoke could facilitate their way into the connector, into the B site. But clearly, from where the C4 is, they still want to test Damp again.
See. Against Damp, he's done very, very well there. Feels like a fight that, of course, he's going to be benefited in time and time again. Minute to work with. Realistically, not loads of time, as they've got to make a decision. Group up to double back towards this B side, but this body's there to meet them. This is not going to be the easiest to execute.
Yeah, and K's had a lot of space held that allowed the rest of the team to work their way together. Into perhaps use Brain over Brawn, and that's Brain and Brawn in that shot on Josh. The rest of the team still holding their way in. A second for Damp in this round, and they all corral down as they pincer the remaining 2. Neither K's nor Awesome gonna find anything. It's a flawless start for IMPERIUM. All 5 alive, and neither of the sides truly compromised.
Yeah, I agreed. You know, really, really nice way it's going to go about things. I just think for the likes of Swamp in that one, it just feels like for the majority of that round, they're just so indecisive. Like, what they actually want to be doing there, it's just too easy. Too simple. So, IMPERIUM, nice work. They don't overextend. They don't overfight. They just wait for the engagements to come to them and they deliver. Oh, a lot to like.
I mean, nothing really to hate there. If you're inside the Swamp either, they play the textbook round. Jaguars has bested them on that duel, and well, that's the same for Case there. Great work from Rizd, leaving LSN and Jin. And they're still quite a way away from actually causing any real nuisance. A luck display from Frapsy. Just dropping down there. I feel like I could give Edison a little bit of space and not be too fussed about it, because if you give him one-on-one, it could be a problem, but off the back of the fading smoke, Frapsy continues to prove that the snipers reign supreme here on the map. The BL bridge is an easy kill, and it was Gen finding too. There was the potential of this one running amok, but Frapsy making sure that it is still going to be well contained. IMPERIUM in their scoreline, and well, right now they're running the game in their own pace, and Swamp could try to put some pressure on B, because that's really the only thing that they haven't done. It's just a massive contact round. They've tried to play for Util, they tried to play for A, neither of which have panned out well. So they're trying to speed up and pace a little bit here towards B.
I wonder as well, I'm not 100% sure, maybe kind of like, maybe our resident expert Penguin could let us know, but who actually gets what side half, right? Like, is this IMPERIUM with the higher ping, or the lesser ping, may I say, in this half, hence why they're doing better? Or, you know, because I want to give them the props for these two nice rounds, but then obviously if Swamp are playing with 3 out of 5 of their players on, you know, 100 plus ping, because this is the half that they're on, where they're playing on the U server, then I guess it makes a little bit more sense in a way. And then it changes the narrative a little bit, where we're actually saying for IMPERIUM, if you're playing this half with less ping, then you really actually need to build up a pretty huge start to this. We're talking, you know, maybe at least 6 rounds in this first half.
I mean, just the nature of sport itself, you really want to string a lot of rounds together if you're in the side of IMPERIUM anyways. LSN, I think, caught excellent work from Frapsy. I think just from their movements a little bit, I wouldn't really be surprised if it's actually indeed Swamp on the high ping here. IMPERIUM looking really sharp. We didn't really see the same exact sharpness on Ankara, so that's why I'm thinking that that's probably going to be the case, but well, despite the mechanical duels themselves, gotta say, very smart maneuvering from Imperium as a whole. Really making sure that they're getting the best of the two bridges here on middle and not really letting go of any of the key points of power. All the positions of powers are maintained, and even when they try to press what was Jaguar there last time in the connector, they're pretty well with a pistol. Now putting a rifler there would have been a little bit better in my own right, but hey, still. Put a sniper there. Perhaps he can pop out at the mid-bridge if you know that somebody like Awesome is taking a peek at it. So a lot of freedom given to their side. And gotta say, I'm a fan of their setup for sure. I think that they're having a very smart setup here to make Swamp work for almost each and every single penny. But, well, Swamp gonna work their way up the stairs and most likely, I'd assume, now in towards Damp for a second time.
Yeah, let's see how he deals with it. He's been so far quite reliable. Really doesn't feel like under too much stress, too much pressure. So wonder if it'll be more of the same for him. So far that there's really not a lot of points. And Mark, Jin will jump up, deliver on towards ones. Jaguar gets caught. I like the move by Nexlon, which he does. There's a brief moment there where I felt like he might have overlooked the angle. Jin looking to try and trade if he can, but he's actually going to tuck right below.
Being smart from Nexlon to do that, but now he needs some support. And you look at Damp, he's moved over already. He's trying to hold the bridge, make sure that that nuisance is going to be handled, which does mean that Nexlon's all alone, but he finds a good timing to leave the site. The smoke feigns some presence towards A, which keeps Damp occupied at middle, but it's truly, as you can tell there on the minimap, everyone at B-side exec. Flashes coming in, a fair bit of pressure. Riz needs to be successful. That's a C4 on the last 25. And Jin is trying to cut off the rotation, but the USP does well. That is the round there. Clearly, Imperium should be slated for a fourth, but Awesome is trying to fight their way back into it. A running spray from the one. And the next, with 10 seconds on the timer, should be an easy contact, and it will be. Not the chance for Awesome there. Could have lined up two, but he could find neither. And that's Imperium in a 4-round streak, but that's the closest that we've seen Swamp get.
Yeah, do you know what? In a 2 versus 4, like, especially with 17 seconds as they're moving out, it's actually not a bad effort. They make it kind of dicey, but let's see. This Swan, Jaguar going to get a massive spray down to start things off. It's too simple. And you'd assume from a 2 versus 3, they should be able to see it over the line, but might have some legs behind this. Jumping up, and X-Long going to get both. So it's a matter of multi-kills from 2 different players over towards Imperium, but they keep this win streak going. 5-0 to start. They are loving life now.
Yeah, and of course, if this is indeed the hard that they're playing on low ping, they gotta make the most out of each and every single round. I've seen them do pretty okay on Ankara, so if they end up this half 7-2, and somehow they can steal a few rounds, there's definitely a world where they can steal this one away from Swamp. It's all just gonna be a question of what Swamp decides to do. They've been pretty successful when they break the conditioning. So far, they've built the conditioning of a default. And the one round that they tried to break it with a rush on B went very wrong. And they're back to the basics. Bridge control again. A lot of pressure onto Jaguar. Last time successful. This time, not even a single kill to his name. But thankfully, Riz from that little hole there is able to get Awesome back on the cross. They still got control of the most important part of the map, I would dare say. Now they get their options open. And Nexlon, not really the most successful initially there on the A side the first time around. Took him quite a while to get Edison. So if there is support from K's, it makes things a lot more complicated. Thankfully, Damp is still there on the angle, and we've seen what he's capable of it for.
Yeah, that's for sure. Don't count him out. Nice shot to be found as well. Might still be some life in this. It's very back and forth, but LSN, it's an important kill. Just keeping the numbers in favor of Swamp. And that C4 is going to get planted here by Jin. Now, how does the retake look? Perhaps he's waiting for a gap, but he's just got to wait for that smoke to dissipate or them to come to him. So, realistically, you're looking at Riz to try and set a bit of a tone here, but not making a move for the first 20 seconds of the C4 timer. Now they're starting to go.
Well, great work from Frapsy. Riz low on HP. The wallbang comes in. 1v2 on the end. Frapsy still holding on the USP. The swing from Kays could isolate a one-on-one. The timing is great for the backstab, but he's on the side itself, trying to stick down a defuse. Thankfully, there's still one more nade to save them. And Swamp finally getting going. That's the first round on the board. If you're Imperium, you're thinking that this needs to be a flash in the pan. They need to get their rounds back underway. And they're trying their best to contend with the one space that is the most difficult part here, which has been mid. Nextlon taking a great matter of initiative. If he's proactive here and he beats them to the punch, he could easily give the number advantage back to Imperium.
Yeah, that's it. If you can cut off as much of this lead before the turn of the half, you know, assuming that Swamp are on the lesser ping, then well, you might just start to believe a tad. Jin. It looked like he was actually going to get caught there, but that gap up close, he gets the drop. Pistol pulled out. The Jag, you're going to get another as well with the support of Frapsy. That's a little bit more like it. And Rizzed an important kill from him too.
Yeah, that's the most important one. Now, numbers advantage in their grasp, but there you go. Case brings it back. Rizzed and Damp, each a site. And Case and LSN both here closer towards B. Damp has gotten the lead, but they could pivot back if they want to. Rotation towards mid from LSN. Could pivot back into the bridge. Good angle from Damp to hold the cross if they ever wants to go into him. Sniper on sniper action. He sees the arm, but could not flick in time. Now left against the last one, and Damp is going to hold it down with authority. 6 kills in 6 rounds for Imperium.
Yeah, that's a bit more like it. Well, with that being said, Imperium, you now got yourself to a spot where, obviously, you know, lead was already guaranteed heading in towards that round, but now you've got it really healthy, right? Best that Swamp could be getting out of half out of this is 6-3. That's fantastic. If you can find 7 here, which actually feels like it might be happening, because it's all on the shoulders of Josh, and it is the 7th immediately locked in. I mean, this is a fantastic first half by Imperium here. Swamp are actually in real trouble. Ping differences or not, like, this is really quite dicey.
Yeah, especially to get the 8-1. It just might be game over from there.
Yeah, exactly. All you need to do is stumble over the line from an 8-1. Need a couple of rounds. That's easy.
Yeah, and they've really not made too many mistakes. I mean, even look at that. Great work from Jin. They've worked the map pretty much the exact way that you should. And despite some mistakes from Imperium, a lot of their players came up big with multi-kills. This is the round to break that tradition. If you are on the side of Swamp, but Damp, knowing that someone needs to make something out of this round, trying to be a little bit more aggressive. Some pressure towards A site could be the answer here. Nextlon still heeding the call. And Swamp have definitely cut everything. No noise, no presence. They're trying to keep Imperium guessing, trying to see if they're going to present a duel in search for information.
Yeah, that's smart. Just wait for now. You're not too stressed for the time being. He's still got plenty of time. 1 minute 20, but I say that Jagger's going to get a multi-kill. Not exactly the first time that he's got a 3 spray down. He did it only a few rounds ago earlier. Just when it feels like Swamp have the chance. And in a spot that you just should be trading off each other, but they don't. And on the swing on that corner, LSN will hit the deck. It's all up to Kais, but he won't find anything. 8-1. My, oh my, what a first half by Imperium. Dominant.
Hell, I've seen quite a few dominant halves from both sides, really, but nothing quite as dominant as this. Even the best of Imperium wouldn't really measure up to that one. And as he said, now, truly, in literal meaning, their lives are on a knife's edge because they lose that one, and they might unironically drop down to relegation at this point. So everything to play for is for all the marbles. Your spot in CFWL, avoiding relegation, having a final chance depending on 3BL's result on the next one. The fact that they're even down a map, by the way, even if they win 2-1, that means that they're going to have to win clean tomorrow to maintain their lead over 3BL. If they lose here, it might just be game over.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. I think, the Des were kind of discussing those options, but I think it was like, yeah, lose a map and they're in serious trouble, but lose a series and it's GG like that, right? I just don't think there's any real way of recovering, unfortunately. So a lot of pressure on this second half and what was so, ugly to say the least, right? It just really was not a good showing. I don't know if I really have faith here. I was impressed. I thought IMPERIUM played just so full of confidence. They're so happy to fight, so happy to take a lot of space and kind of put so much pressure on them. And that's, exactly what we want to be seeing.
Yeah.
From a spot like this, if you don't close it out, that is damning.
Absolutely. And the fact for IMPERIUM here is that they were able to hold down the most two important rounds. The first one, where Damp was able to exert a lot of pressure onto the A site, that they didn't really test it for quite a while. And when they tried to switch up the conditioning to, again, pressure down bridge into connector into B, that got cut off by Jaguar. And when they thought, hey, let's just throw a Hail Mary, play a full contact through the smoke, try to rush it down, Jaguar still found a multi-kill there on the other side. So I feel like once they lost those 3 rounds, they kind of lost confidence in all their decisions from that point onwards. And you can feel that they're stumbling by. Sure, mechanically they're pretty good, but they really only make a committed decision whenever it's down to those 2v4s, 3v4s, 3v5s. They always lose them an advantage. And even when they get it, somehow, outside of the couple of rounds that they were close and the one that they got in the A-side plant, just never really felt that convincing. Even that 1v2, there was a world where the USP finds the headshot on the player down low, and if there wasn't an HE, that might have been a round. It might have been 9-0 there if they just weren't really honed in on that one. And that is the one main thing, that they need to be absolutely honed in. There is literally no margin for error here. One round alone and you're on match point.
That's it. You just cannot afford to fumble at all. So we shall see. We're just waiting for this one to get in the way, of course, because we have to not only kind of swap paths, but it's actually swapping servers. I'm assuming now this is going over towards NA servers too. So let's see how things change, if anything, really. It's just been so solid.
Yeah, full on. And, well, we're still taking our time to switch sides, get the server situated and everyone ready. And right now, well, we've seen that Damp was able to exert some pressure on A. I'm really excited to see what LSN can do on better ping, better circumstances. But also, from what we've seen from Ankara, I could be a little bit anxious, because we've seen, even in high ping, Nextlon was able to do pretty okay on BL. His BL side was quiet. So let's see what he can do this time.
Pop shot. So trying to move their way forward. It's much more slow approach here from IMPERIUM, but I don't hate it. I think they're just trying to figure out really kind of what Swamp's actual setups really look like.
Well, so far, though, slower pace, trying to be methodical. They've given the space, though. They got bar and they got house, everything they pretty much need for a B execute there with that smoke. But they're still keeping their options open, seeing if they can get a pick there. Nextlon, I think, spotted Jin. Oh, this HE is going to be so effective. Look at Nextlon and Frapsy. That's exactly the kind of damage you need to soften the blow. Now, the A site might still be what they came here for. Great tap from Jin. Started off with the HE and now finishing off the job himself. Nextlon, the one remaining player from that push. Someone needs to find something for IMPERIUM, but it looks like it is going to be one-sided. Just like it started off with a flawless round for the side of IMPERIUM on their global risk side. Seems like it is going to be the exact same thing for Swamp.
Yeah, and this is kind of the spot that we're in now. I think, with those narratives around, obviously, kind of like the ping, for example, and then obviously just how one-sided this map is, generally speaking. It's kind of like a battle of, on one side, who has a better, or I guess, the flip side of the argument, who has a worse kind of execute setup and more offensive kind of capabilities, just because, as we've seen, Swamp so handedly made light work there. And I worry that there could be kind of a complete flip script half here where we could get Swamp running away with things. And it's just a wonder of, can Imperium keep up then? Like we said, they only need to get 2 rounds on the board, but if the ping's not exactly favorable, and then of course this side of the half's not exactly favorable either, you can't really count out Swamp just yet.
I mean, that's why next long, forsaking the rifle, going for the pistol. That's one on Case. Should get the second on Josh. And that's a site open clean. 3 kills to the good. And they got a smoke to cut down the line of sight. The sniper even before it. There is match point. They got it. A single stumble is all it took for Imperium to be 1 away from the upset, probably, of this contender stage.
Yeah, that's it. Just we were building that narrative saying, okay, maybe for Swamp, it's, you know, a chance to start moving, it's other ideas. Awesome does so well. Pistol pulled out as well. He's looking for more. He'll eventually fall, but his job's already all but done, and potentially that might be the job for the round itself. So Swamp aren't dead just yet. They're on death's door, don't get me wrong, but not dead.
Oh, no.
At least for the time being. But who knows, right? It's 2 versus 2. This round's still absolutely throwable.
Yeah, I mean, my eyes are just on Frapsy. He's in a good position. As long as Edison doesn't kill him, there's a real world where Damp could have tried to get the C4 and then pivot over towards the A site. Now that's cut off. But they're thinking that he's going to go back to B. He's going to have to pay respect, though, Damp. Taking a sweet time, going up the bridge, spotting nobody there on the cross. He could definitely hang around, try to wait and see if somebody's going to pivot into the A side, but he decides against it. That's a C4 down, Neo. And that, unironically, is a winnable 1v2.
Yes. Let's see. This is not impossible. Damp. Gets flashed. He just stays tucked for now. He's waiting for them to move their way up the stairs, but he's caught on the swing. With that being
Perfect
said,
flash.
Yeah, it's actually spot on.
It's absolutely a thing of beauty from their side. Imperium now. Oh, definitely struggling a little bit, but they got a fair bit closer. And again, it's just the one thing that we've seen here as a change, that Swamp conditioned them. You get this area for free. Then when we broke that conditioning, it was great play from their side. And that's the important thing. That is the thing that Swamp suffered from when they were playing on the first half, that Imperium was able to find that conditioning. They're able to break it down and find the success. Now the same thing is happening to the other side, and they'll need someone to step up if you're on the side of Imperium to find the answer. Bridge was always the main area of nuisance when the GR side was Imperium. They can try to do the same thing. We've seen some good movement from both teams. And if K's go down, things might be a little bit risky. Awesome holding a deep angle here towards B. They're waiting to see if they're going to pivot back, but well, they got 2 on the stairs, 2 on the bridge. They can definitely go back towards B if they want to, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's an A split in the end. I say that, but back to the B side they go, but Awesome beats Damp to the push. Great work from Nextlon and Rizzo. 3 kills for the side of Imperium, and suddenly it's Jin and LSN to salvage what looks like an unrecoverable B side retake.
Yeah, okay. Maybe now it is the time to close this one out for Imperium. You've got such a stark advantage here. You just got to trade effectively, and that'll, of course, help Riz. They'll find the first. Brilliant work. Jaguar's trying to play up close, trying to see this off. 20 seconds left on that C4. Jin solo, and down he goes. What a map number 3 by Imperium. The little team that could. Imperium get a huge win over Swamp there. That is massive.
I mean, if there's ever a statement to make going through the relegations, that is the one. I mean, there's a lot of storylines built around that one, right? That means that Swamp's journey most likely is over. It is predicated now on 3BL losing 2-0 in their next game against Imperium themselves. So now Imperium could be the team that just ruins the entire group stage here for the contenders. It's just going to be the intriguing part of that one. But well, that is it for the contender stage and it for me and Neo for that one. We still got one more best of 3 after this, but let's send it back to the desk to see what they have to say about this port.
Yeah, Volt, huh? Imperium are out.
I guess
Okay.
they're having troubles now. He's calling somebody because the contender group just is not going well.
That's just the contenders group being fired. That's it. Imperium just knocked Swamp Gaming out of the of the playoffs, and it looked so sick. That's all I'm gonna say. And at the same time, Imperium, like, you watch the players, you're seeing them. That's their first one. Also, congratulations on your win and the CFWL.
Well,
like, that's their first one. Oh, I'm back. Sorry for the Discord mute.
No, it's only Discord. Yeah, it's just now. I like how Volt wrapped it up. He said that it could be Imperium that reshuffles the whole league. It could be Imperium that restructure the whole league, and it could be Imperium that take down 3BL the next game, and then they put Swamp back again to hope into winning versus Anubis. If they win versus Anubis, and they go back to the playoffs. So now it's so complicated for the contender group.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty complicated in the contenders group, and it felt like they're walking a mile for Swamp Gaming. They were trying to do a lot of stuff to have a place in the playoffs, and then voila, Swamp Gaming, boom, they got Imperium. Like, no one thought that Imperium might just do this. Like,
we all our predictions were Swamp Gaming. We all predicted Swamp Gaming, by the way.
No one had the trust in Imperium to win. Like, we have seen them fighting through grass and trying to do everything that they can to just get one win. And yeah, apparently they got it. I'm not sure. I believe they still got only one series versus 3BL, and that would be super funny if they won the game versus 3BL. Like, yeah, we're knocked off the tournament, but we wanna leave a stamp in the CFWL.
Well, even though if they win versus 3BL, they will not go to the playoffs. But however, they can get 3BL back to the relegation state if they beat it. So that's why I'm telling you, they are coming here to make a statement. They are coming here to restructure the whole contender group. Now it's so much more complicated after 3BL win. When we saw it versus when they won versus Anubis, we said, okay, 3BL, they have a fair chance now going to the playoffs. But then it comes here again, and Swamp Gaming loses to Imperium, and Imperium looks very good, so that it might take them a while to adapt and beat 3BL, because we've seen them playing very good on the first map. We've seen how fast they played, how good they adapted. Yes, second map, we've talked about everything about it, and maybe the ping issues were kind of struggling. They were struggling on the North American servers, but when they went on the global side, on port, new servers, they got 8 rounds. So this means that we have 2 strong maps for Imperium. It's first port, second subbase.
Of course, port and subbase, and they looked pretty convenient when they were playing the retake, or like the post plant fights. They were, I would say, organized in a way that you would love to see. Like, it felt like, yeah, we're watching a team that's been here forever, and it felt like, yeah, if that's their level, or like their best case that you can see from them in the league, I wish that they could have shown that earlier in the first phase. The difference and the result would be pretty massive for them. And speaking of highlights, most of them are going only one side. I've seen Jaguar taken multiple times the triple kills. Like, 3 people are picking Jaguar, and he's just like, yeah guys, thank you for the free meat.
Yeah, he's always popping up when it's needed. You're talking about Jaguar, the ex-IGL for Anubis Gaming, one of the best teams in the league, and he just destroyed every single push that they tried to go into the side. My opinion, Swamp Gaming, they lacked a lot of things. They lacked teamwork, they lacked communication, they lacked how to use their experience. They used to try run they used to try push the sides. What I mean by try push the sides, they just go for try to trade each other. They just try to push together. No flashes, no fakes, no splits. They are not trying to commit any strategies. They just go try one by one, as we can see right now. This is the second 3K that Jaguar got untraded. No flashes. They don't use utilities. So it was big question mark in my opinion for Team Swamp Gaming.
Of course, a big question mark, and for this question mark we have some answers that Imperium were just consistent. Like, as we mentioned at the previous game, Swamp Gaming won. Why did they actually win? It just like, yeah, we have the whole team having positive KDs, and for this game, none of them is below 1.4 KD, which is impressive. 10 and 3, like Blink and Swamp Gaming out. That's the scenario, that's the case, and if that's something that they could have shown us earlier, I would still stick to my position here. I would say that Imperium might have, or like they might actually get to playoffs, but other than this, a good run for Imperium. Swamp Gaming are technically out. Technically,
not yet. No. It's not yet. They have a chance. As I mentioned, they have a chance of.
Of course.
I guess they have no chance. Wait. They have no chance. They have no chance. Yeah, it's over. 100% it's over. I just calculated right now. The set difference favors.
I had the call that confirmed. I had the call,
yeah. Set difference, it's all for 3BL Galaxy right now, even though if 3BL Galaxy loses 2-0, and even if Swamp Gaming beats Anubis 2-0, still 3BL Galaxy will go to the playoffs.
Exactly, that's the thing that I was trying to prove, that, hello guys, yeah, Imperium, they just knocked Swamp Gaming out, thank you, bye. And for the match result, you can see the whole 3 games, set 1, sub base 10-5, and then we went to Ankara 10-6 on the other side for Swamp Gaming, and the third one was just one-sided 8-1 in the first half. That was the quickest half that we have ever seen in the CFWL after the 10-0 win. Like, if you remember, we had this earlier from unKnights. They won 10-0.
Yeah, it was unKnights. It was unKnights versus LCK when they beat them 10-0 in Mexico.
Exactly, that's the second fast. I wouldn't say game. The second fast half.
Yeah, but no, we've seen a very fast game also from Vitality. If you remember when they played on Black Widow versus Nemesis, it went 10-3, but it was a very fast game. Maybe 10-3. It feels like 10-0 because they played very fast, both teams, by the way. So it was also a very fast game. However, Nextland is the guy that claims the MVP because he had 2.8 KD on the first game. Talking about sub base. So now he's having a very fair KD, 1.6 accumulative, which puts him in a very good position. He's actually one of the best players of Team Imperium, and we've talked to him a lot, and he's the rising star for the Egyptian players, and we need such players on our league.
Exactly. Speaking of a rising player, and we have a lot of them, we have an interview with Razd, and hello and welcome, Razd. How are you doing, sir? Yeah. Alhamdulillah, we're doing so good. But yeah, as always, like we need to just like you to push the unmute button on VMAX. Welcome aboard on CFWL. That's your first win in the league itself. It felt like you had a very rough early first phase, but after this, even though that you had a rough early phase 1, you guys still had some convenient performance.
You'll need to unmute Razd.
You hear me now?
Is it
Yeah,
it's better now. Yeah, welcome back, man. Okay, you can talk.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome, guys. Yes, sadly, he's the first win for my team on CFWL. We're trying to improve my whole team round by round, match by match. We tried versus Nemesis and tried versus Anubis, and it's not the first time versus Swamp. Last time they win versus my team 2-1, and we focus and they saw a lot of mistakes and they fixed it already. And now you saw what can we do?
Yeah, exactly. We've seen how you do it. Okay, Sekio, if I have one question for you, is now you guys are kind of going to the relegations. If I ask you a question, if this is the performance that you guys, it's after now we're talking about, this is maybe your eighth game, maybe you played a lot on the West League. If you guys redo the West League, I mean replay the West League, will you get the same results or maybe you will be better? Because I see that you guys improve. Will it be a permanent improvement for you, or maybe it's just one kind of off day?
Okay, actually, yes, you're right, but we're gonna play on relegation, full try hard. I think no team on safe OL can get one map versus my team, because a lot of players, the players on West and Open, it's not good and it's not bad also. He gonna fight and shoot versus my team, but we ready for relegation from now.
Love the confidence. I really love it.
That's the statement.
I really love the confidence. He's just ready for the upcoming games that he have, and it looked like you guys had the fair chance in the league. Also, your level has been just like going up since you joined the league. I know,
yeah,
like,
exactly. That's what I'm talking
your
about.
first win, but at the same time, you guys were scaling pretty good. Thank you, Rezd. And any final words you would love to say on the broadcast, or for your fans, of course, your friends?
I want to say thanks to my friends, and thanks for Jaguar. He gave my team a lot of things. Yeah, he is full tryharding and he is so good. And thanks for Nixon today. He made the great thing and he carried my team. And thanks for a lot of people supported Imperium.
Yeah, you also did a very good one before, by the way, on sub-base clothing the map. You just, yeah, definitely we saw and we talked about it on the desk. So thanks to you as well, Rest, for I believe that your teammates also saying thanks to you for clutching this and closing the map without going into further rounds. And congratulations, guys! I wish you all the best. And as I told you guys are only practicing for the relegation. And here comes the relegation for you guys. We would love to see you back again on the West League.
Yes, actually, yes. Relegation is coming and the Imperium also is coming.
Okay, that's a good. Thank you, man. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye, Rest.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, what a humble guy, and also
good statement.
Yeah, he's
statement.
lovely.
He said relegation is coming and Imperium is also coming. This can be our quote that they said Imperium finally wins their first series. Yes, I would love to see Imperium winning, because I don't want any team to be on our West League with 0 wins. That's not good.
Yeah, and I love that he's positive, even though it's their first win. He's positive, he loves the energy, and he's shouting out to all his teammates and giving them credits. That's something you love to see in CFWL, even though that's their only win, but it meant a lot for 3BL, I believe. Abal will be pretty happy right now, like, no more calculation, no more anything. They just got their place and the playoffs. And speaking of playoffs, we have 2 teams that already secured their place, unKnights versus Nemesis. That's gonna be our final match for today, so we'll head to a small break and we'll get back to you guys.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group, where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the Elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the Contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sads. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo. A walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Toddsin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just going to move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the one. Make it two, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the bottom.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Took that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second with the pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
By Spoxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the box. This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Menacing, not able to get
free. Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes it. Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
We're back Final game is up, and it's Team Nemesis versus unKnights. We've seen a lot of crazy stuff that happened in the previous week. That unKnights dropped a bomb, a heavy one on Team Vitality. Yeah, Vitality looked pretty shocked on this stage on the CFWL. That was their first loss in almost a year and a half, and unKnights are the ones to break the Vitality streak. Watching them here again versus another Egyptian team.
Well, if you're talking about bombs and unKnights, how they played good versus Vitality, then we need also to mention how good Nemesis played versus LCK, and they got the series out of them 2-0, a clean sweep coming out from them in the last game. That means that the two teams that's gonna be facing each other, they both have bombs to drop in the last week, and only one of them will be dropping a bomb today. So Nemesis, they are coming with heads high after beating LCK, and also unKnights are really heads high after beating the undefeated, or maybe the was undefeated team, which is Vitality. So that means that it's a matter of who is going to be having a higher, maybe confident level when it comes to such infights and duels, because such games, or maybe unKnights, especially when they play versus Nemesis, because Nemesis is kinda the cracked roster from unKnights, and Petro, who was the team, who is the guy who built Nemesis, and now he's back on unKnights, is kinda knows how to play versus such team. Nemesis also knows how Petro usually calling, because Beck and Alucard, they played with him for a long time.
Yeah, I love the fact that you mentioned that him and Alucard played for a long time. He's been one of the founding members in unKnights. He's been in unKnights, I don't know, since 2014, something like that. He played a long time way ago in unKnights. Like, he started the team. He's one of the founding members. He played a lot for them, and yeah, it's been more than 10 years since he played, since he started playing with unKnights. And I believe the last time he was with unKnights, it was back in 2025, so he stayed there for 11 years. Just imagine
it's his team,
the loyalty.
It's his team, yeah, it's his team. It's the team that he built. It's the dynasty that he built. It's the monster that he built. I'm talking about Alucard. It's also the other monster that he built, the mini IGL that he's doing after Petro, which is back, because I'm saying mini IGL because he used to follow Petro, and he used to be the second IGL was Petro. Now he's the real IGL for Team Nemesis, and he's doing a very good job. I mentioned that Beck is doing a very good season with his teammates. He's doing an awesome job when it comes to fragging and also when it comes to calling. So now he needs to prove this roster in front of us. Raffen, Alucard, Beck, Dipsy, and Comics. Maybe Raffen needs to step up a bit. We've seen Comics also doing a very good job. Dipsy, this is not what we expected from him. That doesn't mean that he's not playing that much good. That we expect a lot more from this guy, because he was the key factor of making Anubis go to the final on 2025 season 1.
He was one of the key factors for Anubis back in the days, but now he's here trying to find his way and to blend in with the boys on the unKnights, and at the same time, I'm sorry, not in unKnights, in Nemesis, of
Nemesis.
course. Yeah, of
just
course, in
quite
Nemesis.
puzzly,
And that's their record. They won 5 games, and in phase 1 they only lost versus Vitality, which is convenient, and they lost versus LCK in a 3-way match. They had they went full distance in that series, and it was like, I believe that was the first game that they have played in the league versus unKnights. It was versus LCK. That was how you kick off the league, with a convenient performance from those players. And Nemesis, LCK, Vitality, everyone in the elite group is just here to prove a point. Like, yeah, we have our place in the playoffs, but we need more points. We need more kills. They're hungry. If they're not hungry, they won't find the real motive to play and find a way to stay in the league.
Well, I just want to mention also one thing, that Nemesis is almost going to the second place, and if they do so, that means that they are securing their semi-final spot. They are securing round 2 on the playoffs. And as a Nemesis fan, if you're a Nemesis fan, if you're a Nemesis player, you would love to see Nemesis just bypassing this and going to round 2, because you don't want to go all over again and play versus the other teams, play versus unKnights again, play versus maybe Swamp. We're talking about CBL, Esports, and Anubis Gaming. You just want to be bypassing and watching how these guys are going to be playing, because Vitality already they claimed the first spot. Now the second spot is between LCK and Team Nemesis. So Nemesis, they have a big chance going into the second place. unKnights, after what we've seen from them, they already secured the first place. But maybe they can be the Imperium of the elite group, reshuffling everything, getting LCK back down to the third place, putting Nemesis up to the second place, and Nemesis goes bypassing into round 2, which we haven't seen this since season 1, 2024, I believe. Yeah, season 1, 2024. When also Vitality, which was 3BL roster, they beat Team Nemesis on the semifinals.
Yeah, it was back in the days where we had a different roster, different everything for the players, and now when you saw the prediction, I'm the only one who picked the
Again?
who didn't pick Nemesis. Yeah, you just found out like I'm the only one who picked unKnights. Like, guys, come on, those guys just won versus Vitality. Those guys.
But also Nemesis won versus LCK.
But like it's
Vitality's
Vitality, man. Like
thing.
it's a different story. Like I know LCK are one of the top dogs in the league, but like winning versus Vitality is a very convenient thing to give them your vote. And I don't know, guys. Like, why are you smoking? I don't know. I'm just saying. It felt for me that it's obvious, but I might be wrong. Like what happened in the previous round, or actually,
yeah, because you picked Anubis and the 3BL.
Today I'm 0-2. Today I'm 0-2.
Yeah, you haven't picked anybody. Yeah, we already lost in the Swamp game, so nobody's gonna be going perfect. We all picked Swamp, we all lost it because Imperium won. Now I picked 3BL. Me, Neo, and Volt, we picked 3BL, so we are all having one at least. So it's the matter of if you're gonna be going 0-3, because if Nemesis win, that means none of your predictions were right today. Maybe that's not your day today.
Yeah, maybe I'm not having a good day, but hopefully unKnights find a way of winning this series. And to win this series, they're going through Black Widow, new compound, and Ankara. Exactly. Black Widow, we know, like, you need to have the sniper setups, you need to have the fast rotation, a really good communication, and I believe we have that in both teams, to be honest. New compound.
Exactly.
I will be leaning a little bit to Team Nemesis, but in Ankara, I'm going all the way to Team unKnights. Exactly. Well, like you agree with me, and hopefully the casters also agree. So to unfold what's happening in this series, we're going to our casters.
Excited for this one as we check in with the elite group as well, and I've been a big fan of what Nemesis are bringing to the table. So for me, it feels like quite a nice prediction. In my mind, I just feel like they've got a lot more on offer in terms of kind of the depth and strategy, but also just the individuals more than anything. So that's where I'm really looking here. And you've also got Nemesis as well. How confident are you feeling in that?
Well, I would say I'm like 70% confident on their run. I think that, yes, there is definitely a lot of upside in what you do see from unKnights, but stylistically speaking, like Alucard against those players that they have on the side of unKnights that wants to be free, that wants to be loose against such a well-disciplined system, as you've said, they really should be taking that one to the bag. And I think that the Black Widow is going to be one of those where, you know, the double sniper setup is going to be something that maybe unKnights are going to try to use as their X factor. But when I say that, and I think of Nemesis, they're probably one of the best double sniper setups in the entire league.
Yeah, I think, you know, realistically they probably are, right? I just think that's where they have such a big advantage and they have so much firepower to fall back on that. I don't know, for unKnights, they have plenty of decent players, right? But I think the biggest thing with unKnights and that big kind of difference that we get with this side is it's just consistency more than anything. We just don't always see it. Like, what sort of level are we going to get out of somebody like a Famous, right? Of course, we can bring a hell of a lot to the table, but he isn't always super prevalent, right? Because we can see him sort of struggle. So, I don't know. We'll see. But for Nemesis, for me, there's been a lot to like. I've always been quite a big fan of what Beck can do in terms of his calling style too. So let's see how things pan out as we get this show on the road here on Black Widow.
I mean, the show started off with Nemesis taking a lot of space. working their way here towards A short if they want to, but Comics at least still thinking about the space on the other side. HTC loves speaking that, and that's what you know. Yeah, Nemesis loves those kind of angles. Got lucky on one of those ones. HTC saw the line of fire, went a bit daring, and he paid the price for it.
That's it. Now, maybe they'll come over. It could land perfectly. Actually, it will. Really softens up Beck and Raffin here, which is a kind of a huge thing to get on the cross. Dipsy will also drop as well. Lovely double from LSY. This is looking good, but Beckelon's back. He has a sneaking suspicion about that flank. He needs to be careful of it, but C4 will get punched in.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is right, of course, as he said, but Snox still pretty happy about that one. He's got Famous to his side, ascending slowly into Z4, and that's Beck spotted. That might be game over. Needed to be accurate, and well, this is the version of Famous that we're getting today. This crisp, this dangerous, you can tell, smile on his face, and unKnights are here to play.
Yeah, when I tuned in, when I was, I think, last week I worked, maybe even last weekend, they all blend into one, but last time I checked in, with unKnights, Famous just went a little bit missing for me. He was struggling, obviously, you know, you can always have the somewhat excuse of kind of like ping and whatnot, but he's so used to it these days. He's still unbelievably sharp, even when he's on high enough ping. He just really wasn't on his game, but like you said, if we're getting Famous, you know, firing in all cylinders, that's when I started to get kind of scared on the flip side for Nemesis. This is a guy, of course, we know has insane amounts of firepower, so it's a good sign. unKnights start well. You can still see those moments there where there's Nemesis who have a lot that they can fall back on, but it's a confidence booster. And that'll start things off well. Raffin will open up proceedings.
Yeah, but that's where they've struggled a little bit there, is on that part, but they get a clean entry. Alucard, of course, making sure that he's got barracks covered, all the rotations coming through. As they try to pivot over from one side to the next, it's going to be a very late rotate from Dipsy, though. Spots Famous, should be an easy one, but despite that, Famous and Snox still got a little bit to themselves, but even then, still 3 players alive, too much for them to handle. Nemesis making sure that this game's still on an even playing field, and that's just a sign to unKnights that maybe they need to aggress a little bit more, apparently. You know what's better than fire? Even more fire.
That's it. Exactly that. Oh well. At least from this position, as you tie things back up, it's just kind of somewhat prove to yourself, your Nemesis, just a flash in the pan. Don't need to be too worried about it initially. But,
well, I mean, that
very slow round coming back in, especially after that Comics has gone down. It's kind of pushing you in a spot where you have to really do something a little bit daring to try and alleviate the pressures. But Famous makes a really good move to add more to that numbers advantage, but it's very quickly flipped. Then Raffin's going to get caught as well. Super back and forth this round, but that C4 dropped is perilous.
Yeah, and the HE could have done a lot more damage to Beck. Thankfully, he moved just in the right time. So he does avert disaster, at least for now, for his team, but still needs to get his way in. 417 for Alucard, so everyone really playing for the rifles. They want to trade each other out successfully. They know that the C4 is out, but that gives enough time for LSY to jump up, look for the snipe, looking through the windows, the right idea, the right shot. Alucard couldn't even get the one under his handle. Pretty much exactly what you wanted. Best case scenario here for the side of unKnights to get that second round. And despite the good mid-rounding from Nemesis, just aren't really able to get the job done. And again, they are very explosive at the start of the game. But it's always the question of, can they find a solidified lead at the back?
Oh. unKnights, as you respond to get a second on the board and this sort of slight back and forth that we've got here. I think in this first half for unKnights, if you can guarantee a lead heading in towards the second, with even if it is trading kind of back and forth, I don't think you'd be too upset about that.
Yeah, not really that much, but again, just to get that back and forth, though. That's something that unKnights know, and they don't really want to commit into the early fights that they know Nemesis are packing numbers in, which is why they froze the round for now. They know, hey, if you slow down the round enough, they're going to split apart, and that's what they do. It's a 2-2 split. A bigger chance for Pietro here on that side, and they can definitely give it a go.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea. Like, you're just trying to, first of all, bait out some utility, but also bait out peaks like that. They know that unKnights are going to be tempted into an information play. That's a sharp shot from HDC, but then an overextension again, right? That is two different information plays from unKnights which have been punished, and that's why Nemesis have drawn this round quite slow for exactly that. But you're still facing into all LSY, and he can get a second here. This is dicey. Thankfully, he does get traded.
Yeah, great work there by Raffin. Still HDZ in the fray, in the play, even if it's a 1-on-2. You probably sneak them one by one if he can. Around the pillar he goes. A missed shot closes the space on him. That is it. Now it's all about Snox. He gets the first, and Beck is nowhere near. He's actually holding middle, thinking he could catch him in the cross, but not really what actually happens here if you give it a look. And, well, that could be the worst case scenario. Long range. It's always better to spray than M14. Beck is not really that healthy. Needs to find the accurate shot to the head. Switches to the sniper. Snatches the kill apart. It's just so pivotal that they got something there, because that would have almost been disaster. Now Nemesis still in the play, but really smart reads from unKnights, and you got to give it to Pietro for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving out along. Snox should be dead to rights here, and he is, to the hands of Dipsy. And that's why we'll find one as Famous making a move, but the pistol should drop him, and it does. Back and forth. But the trades are staying in favor of Nemesis, and this is something they're doing quite consistently. They get an opening kill, and they don't mind that the kind of frags go back and forth, because they know they're always going to have that numbers advantage. And here we see where it works in their favor. All down to one man. Pietro should be dead to rights, and he is. Beautiful work. Beautiful response. Nemesis take back the lead.
That's exactly where you want it. If you're on the side of Nemesis, good play from their side. And now the question becomes, can they maintain that composure? Can they make sure that unKnights doesn't really go back to their old habits of aggression, which they tried to go through here through middle, but the smoke at least denied them from making anything too aggressive. HDZ on the right line, no flashes, means that Alucard goes in dry. Almost lining up a multi-kill there. Still HDZ finding something, and the double TRG setup just tearing them apart there. They need to trade back in numbers. Could catch two off guard. One off the stairs. Pietro still there in play, but that's a C4 down in the middle of the lower part. Now Alucard and Beck at a precarious position. They need to push a little bit forward to get it, but they know that they're going to be exposed to a multi-man peak, so they're waiting, trying to be patient. Might have to pivot back into middle if that is probably the better solution, not to be as exposed.
Well, Alucard and Beck feels like a really difficult round to actually make work. More than anything, not really so much because of it being a 3 vs 2. I just think it's this lack of information about how scary and precarious things are. But overextensions by Snox could actually give a bit of an opportunity. He's be careful. If he falls here to the hands of Beck, this will open this round up a little bit more. The issue is that both players over towards Nemesis are tagged. Alucard and Beck aren't exactly healthy, but then again, neither's Pietro. 45 seconds. This is throwable unKnights.
Oh, it's absolutely throwable, I gotta say. Which could have me a little bit worried, but Alucard and Beck should still be in the sight lines of Famous. The smoke is not going to not buy them really that much cover. Famous backs up, waiting to see if Pietro can find something. Fishing for a peek. Great work from Alucard. And that leaves Pietro with 20 seconds on the timer. Could catch them ascending up the stairs, but likes to play it safer. Knows that he's the healthiest of all the three. Excellent game sense to read the default plan. And now Alucard dropping down to try to play a headshot position. He's got a USB in hand and 30 seconds on the timer. Pietro flirting with the drop, pushes Alucard out, and he goes and presents another duel to the IGL. Very smart read. He's asking, whoa, what the hell is he even thinking there, trying to take the peek into me?
Honestly, not a terrible effort to even make that round kind of a possibility. It just felt that like, unKnights had the stark advantage from kind of the get-go there, but All that matters is unKnights tying things back up, and this is what we're kind of been saying about this game here, this back and forth that's sort of happening at the moment. It's not something that unKnights are going to be too annoyed about. It's going to give them at least something to fall back on in towards that second half, which, remember, they're okay. You take a lead in towards that and you feel all right, especially on your map pick. Nemesis, despite 3 out of 4 of us kind of having their favor in this series, I'm still not fully convinced just yet.
I don't even think that they are that convinced. You know, even with Dipsy finding the opener, they're walking into a dangerous line of fire. How did even Comics get away with that? 2 kills with a spray down. And, well, speaking of conviction, I think that that's a round that convinces you that they definitely won in a one-sided affair, but they got a little bit fortunate on that duel, to be honest.
Neither side able to get any sort of stranglehold on momentum at the moment. Every single round is chopping and changing where this game leans. HTC, he needed to hit one of those, though. That'll hurt as he's forced to fall back.
Well, fall back he does, but still, Ipsy, this time the one to go down. Alucard tries to go for the trade, spots the shoulder, but now is a little bit more respectful to HDZ. Comics, a small criminal last time around. A little bit more of a pedestrian on this round, but still, love the position that Raffin is in. If they're able to work on that, to be the catalyst for him and Alucard now to find value on LSY, it could make things a lot simpler. But, well, HDZ down low means that that 2-man setup is going to be really complicated. I'm looking at nades. They do have only one, and it's on Alucard, who's going to be peeking into HDZ, not even looking at LSY initially. But now he looks, and he scores.
Oh, okay. Hang on a second. Just above that 1 minute mark is the numbers that favor unKnights here. I like this move by Snog. He should have back there to right. Should, operative word, does get it. Slightly labored, but getting nonetheless. Flash going to come over as well to try and make life difficult for Comics. But Snog is going to give them that space. He's not going to overextend. He's not going to overfight. They know in a 2 versus 4, even with that C4 going down, we have the advantage as long as we play a body system. As long as we trade here, we should be fine. You can see them starting to move their way forward. Pietro going to start crossing bridge. Obviously, normally quite perilous. Comics does get one. Same for Alucard, but Pietro will still keep the numbers in favor of unKnights here. And Famous will see it off with a lovely one-tap. And there we go. Game tied again.
They need a bail. They got it. Now the question becomes, who breaks deadlock? I mean, to do that well, though, on the BL side of Nemesis, something that's a little bit intriguing, because I think that Alucard is going to be a lot more impactful once they go to Global Risk. But, well, Risk indeed, it is taken. 2 players for Pietro and Famous, and Dipsy's only good 4-1. They took all the duels to the bridge, and they shoved them down the dirty waters. It's just Alucard and Dipsy remaining. I don't even know if they got what it takes to add anything more to this round.
Yeah. I mean, Dipsy's 1 foot in the grave. Just can't imagine that by any means being a possibility, and I feel like we've been saying it quite a lot throughout this first half, but in this back and forth, the way it had been kind of going in terms of trajectory, that it was going to be unKnights taking a lead at the half, and realistically, I think that's about to be the case. It was like a pretty impossible round to squander from here.
Alucard should be dead, right? Side spotted, LSY, looking for both. They now know where Dipsy is, and Famous in typical Famous fashion, dabbing people down. I'd definitely say there's a lot of friendly banter between the 2 sides. Yeah, and that should still be pretty okay. unKnights now for the first time taking the lead at the end of the half. But I'm most intrigued of what Nemesis are going to do on Global Risk.
Yeah, I'm really not convinced by Nemesis at the moment. I do just think unKnights are playing really quite well. It's obviously still really difficult in terms of, because it's so back and forth, like it's hard to really get an understanding of where momentum properly lies here. But unKnights have had an advantage. They can start this half off well. I think it's definitely safe to say there might be some problems arising.
Well, I mean, problems could be solved. Yeah, if you take care of Famous and HDZ, suddenly the firepower of unKnights definitely goes a little bit down, but, well, they got one. Raffin traded. He's been playing pretty okay today, I gotta say. Like, it's him and Beck sometimes that I'm a little bit worried about their firepower output, but today, seem to be in full firing force. Alucard got a big test with 4 players, all lining up on his line of sight. And it's a bit worried because, well, Famous got a flash, and I got a smoke. You can definitely try to force them off the angle if they want to.
Yeah, let's see if they do. Oh, nice shot from Alucard. You really can't give him sitters like that, especially a second one as well, because Alucard will continue to deliver, and he's got the support of Dipsy too. It is an immaculate shot down towards that A site. Absolutely closed. And, well, that's a real kind of wake-up call for unKnights. You start well towards that first half, but you get kind of destroyed to start off the second. That's not exactly going to fill you with confidence, and it continues this back and forth in this game.
I mean, they toss the util. Comics finds value here on HDZ. It's a very different duel, but instead, unKnights still pretty competitive here towards Barracks. A massive push, and Alucard needs to land a shot. 3 strong towards the A site, and Dipsy isolated from the rotation, cutting them off at the bridge, and now they have to play passive. They could pivot back into B if they want to. But they're just thinking, where's the second player is? They know where Alucard is positioned. That's his default. So it's all about trying to fish for back and see if they can get a clean side take on B, because the rotation has already been made. And if I'm Alucard and Beck right now, I'm most likely thinking of a rotation of my own.
Oh, for sure. We've been saying this so consistently that it keeps being a thing of back and forth. But if you can actually go back to back, especially recovering from a 2 versus 4, that'd be huge. Let's see. Beck. Falls to the hands of Famous. Now 1 versus 3 for Alucard. It just feels like too tall a task.
If he finds the sniper and sniper duel, could open up the ground a little bit, but instead LSY beats him to the punch. And that's unKnights continuing the streak from that first half, grabbing the lead, not letting go of it. And if you're Nemesis right now, you're getting a little bit wary because that triple stack towards long didn't work that well last round. The HE is so devastating, and that's Comics out of the round immediately.
Well, Raffin. 1 foot in the grave for him. He is just a sliver of HP to work with. Potentially, it could be unKnights going back to back, which would actually be pretty massive for them. Extend that lead to 2, having that breathing room, which is something that neither side has had the entirety throughout this map.
Oh, I love the idea. Excellent work there. A little bit interested in what is there to come now from unKnights, that they've lost their mid controls. Back to 4-on-4. I mean, Raffin, of course, now being on a sliver of health, is going to be given the second sniper. But the alternate angle from Alucard means that he's going to actually be given a fair couple of duels. It's just that he's got no support.
That's true. Oh, HCC. Nice shot. Looking for a little more, and he'll find it too. Beck. All on him, really. And it won't be the case. So, there we go. A back-to-back round. If I'm right in saying that's actually for the first time this game, this late into this game, which is actually crazy. But that's actually just how even these two sides are being. But now getting that breathing room is massive for us. This gives them such a stark advantage to close out this map from where they're at. Even if things continue to go where it's trading rounds and trading bits of space, unKnights now have breathing room for the first time.
Yeah, and again, a little bit surprised that we're actually not seeing Alucard perhaps taking a little bit of the luxury of the duels. I think that's something that I usually see him do, especially on Catwalk. Whenever the rounds are severe like these, like he loves to switch up his play a fair bit, but he hasn't. Instead, it's Bridge again, and pretty much the same result as always. unKnights seems to have the better of that duel on BL. That's the B side open. Only Alucard and Beck, just like the last round. And just again, easy pick'ems. That luxury, that buffer that they got, the round leads, is going to expand, most likely to 3, and it will.
I feel like we are now at the position of where this is sort of on track to getting closed out from this spot. I just think this much breathing room now, this late in towards the game, I think, unfortunately, maybe a case to be made of kind of like squandered chances and whatnot. I mean, it's still a world, but I'm unconvinced. I think it's kind of the main way I'm putting about this now. So, shall see, but a timeout taken. I think for Nemesis, this is kind of on the brink of do or die, so I can understand why they're going for this from where they're at now. They know that they lost control from what had been so back and forth. They're looking so uncomfortable.
Yeah, and a couple of positions definitely are now their thorns. Bridge, they found no success on just one round that they got a little bit of fortune with the double man spray. Even on GR and now, or rather even on BL and now on GR, both times really, Bridge have continued to be a problem. Nemesis have suffered with the mid-aggression early on in the rounds from unKnights. Maybe that's something that they can try to rely on a coach as experienced as Kevin to actually perhaps guide them into those situations. Because I feel like if they find the mid control early, or if they get a pick on mid at the start of the round, things will be so much easier for them in maneuvering. They just feel like they're strangleholded by the amount of pressure that is influenced by unKnights pushing.
That's it. Oh, just waiting for Beck to take his seat, and then we can get back underway. It looks like, I think, we shall be. So, at this spot, it's still quite the stark advantage at the moment. They feel like they're pretty comfy. We go back underway, 8-5. Only 2 more rounds required now.
Well, I'll have to see if they got what it takes, though, to ring it back. Alucard, not scared at all of taking the duel towards Cat, but clearly, as you can tell from the minimap, unKnights utilizing all of their attacking prowess towards barracks for the time being. It's just an insertion for HDZ. Might start taking a look himself, and depending on the results of that one, this might be a pretty intriguing game itself. I mean, Beck is looking at it. He's got an M14. Not a sniper, though. But he's still got some heavy support. But all the players really are on this side of the A side. Nobody's really towards Cat. Nobody's aggressing towards mid. That's what I was talking about. Like, Nemesis is a team that lacks really the players that cause that little bit of edge that we've seen from unKnights has given them that 3-round lead.
Yeah, I think you're right. Alucard. Just waiting, same for Beck. They're not too aggressive here, which I can kind of respect for Nemesis, but I also wonder how much of that is maybe even a show of like lack of confidence too. I wonder what changes off the back of this tag time out. But with that being said, we're starting to scale towards B here, slowly but surely, and it's a contact play at the moment.
unKnights, if they explode here, it's a very dangerous round, but we know that Dipsy's pretty capable with the sniper in his own hands. They're ready to wait and see what's going to happen.
They dive through. Stocks will find the first down, goes Comics. That'll help, but then Stocks gets caught by Alucard, who's quick on that trade. Dipsy dives up. It's a bold move that will not pay off. And this is now going to give unKnights the sight and also the numbers advantage here. As that C4 gets punched in, that is a pretty decent spot here. This is a numbers advantage post-plant.
I mean, if Beck finds the kill on HDZ, the advantage goes away. But HDZ waiting patiently, just like the wallbang came in. Another good trade for Nemesis, but they need to close it out in a convincing fashion. Famous thinking about that one, thinking about who's going to be peeking into him, and just like that, Raffin is gone. A trade that punches him down further, but it leaves just Alucard now in a one-on-one. A pistol against a rifle. The 417 is going to be just about enough. A double kill from LSY to give unKnights match point.
God, little dicey there. I mean, it never should have been as close as it was, but ultimately still one of those things of essentially who cares as long as you get the round over the board. So 9-5, and Nemesis is going to make a bold move to try and get back into this, but it doesn't start well. Dipsy and Raffin both will hit the deck. Sure, a trade on towards Snox is okay, but Alucard For him, he just wants to make sure they can't run away with things here. unKnights 2 versus 4 should be impossible to drop the map from this spot, and especially just dropping this round.
Well, definitely put themselves in a good position for that one. Minute 45, a lot of information, but we've seen Nemesis take that push before, so pretty sure that unKnights are going to be aware. But the timing is everything. Beck caught off guard. 180 deletes Pietro. Well, that's tough for the IGL, but thankfully he's already made the call. So everything rests on them getting away from comics or even killing him outright, which does seem to be the specialty of Famous here today. That leaves Beck in a 1-on-3, and even he not really too tall of an order to what is, I gotta say, the best, the most dangerous, and absolutely the unstoppable force of all the West League's riflers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we just got to look back at that map and essentially you chalk it down to a couple of like slightly simple things. But I just think fundamentally that second half was so much better, right? It's what unKnights are about. It's,
Absolutely.
playing off each other. It's playing in terms of these trade games and control and offering really favorable fights. And you've got to look back at that and just say for Nemesis, the thing that'll kill them is just they couldn't keep within that arm's reach. They let things slip, and even off the back of their timeout, nothing changed, right? They weren't proactive enough for me on the defense. They really let kind of unKnights just control the complete tempo of this game, and it was brilliant stuff. So fantastic work from unKnights. Let's see what the desk have to say about it.
Thanks, Neil, for this amazing cast, and we should thank our players for giving us what a really good way to finish our day today. Of course, it was the first game on this series, but for them, it felt like Pietro was knocking heads, ones and twos, and he was feeling himself. Like, that guy has been competing for 14 years. Yeah, of course. And then they're just like, yeah guys, I'm back on track. I played some aim laps, and I'm here ready to take those aim duels. I'm back 10 years ago. Like, remember the scary Pietro? He's coming back. He's he's showing off, and yeah, the whole team is just doing the work, and it was hard. Not the game.
Well,
hard,
yeah,
but,
that's.
Hard
yeah,
work.
well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing for Team Nemesis. They lost because the individual skills from Team unKnights is just insane. You're talking about Famous is popping off heads with the HK. You're talking also about Snox, that he's doing very good job with the EBR and with the entries. And also Petro, which is the IGL. You shouldn't be expecting him to frag more. He was one of the best players inside the tournament right now. I mean, inside the game right now. And not only this, not only he's tapping heads or getting the kills. The calls that Petro did for Team unKnights is just game changer, because we've seen how good he managed the micro game of this map. Neokai mentioned that Team Nemesis are not proactive. They didn't just go try to take controls when they were on the Blueberry side. It was all because of Petro, how he's managing the micro game. He's always playing very passively sometimes, and then he's punishing whatever aggressive play you would do that makes you lose one man for nothing. So Team Nemesis tried to adapt and tried to play defensively, hoping for the best. Then maybe unKnights will not be having a very good execution. Then instantly we've seen unKnights going into B side, throwing a full B side execution that destroyed Team Nemesis from the side. So that's a two-way counter that Petro did inside the game that made the game looks easy for Team unKnights.
Yeah, it looked easy, but definitely was not easy. Keep in mind that Team Nemesis is a really hard contender to play against, and for that, this game, yeah, it was close one at some points, but as you have mentioned, the aggression that Team unKnights have, the riflers and Pietro's call were just perfect. And speaking of Pietro's call, I love their calls when it comes to trying to conquer A. They just go as one-man unit, they go with the smokes and the util, then they just go with the split execution, cover all access to the place, and also they keep track to the the small box behind them, so they can just have control over everything. And speaking of controlling, of course, Famous got the 2.0 KD, and the rest of the team, they got a really decent KD.
Well, the KDs itself speaks for the series. That's what we watched. Petro 1.0 KD, well, despite his colds. Snox 1.0 KD, despite his entries. He's the guy who's going first for his teammates. And even Famous, the backup player that needs to be fragging the most, he's doing his job. So, in my opinion, everybody's doing his job. Petro's doing his job as a fragging and calling IGL for his teammates. Snox is doing his job as an entry, and he's still fragging as well. LSY and Famous, the backups for the team, and the Joker for the team LSY, because he's the guy who's flexing the guns. He's also doing his job. Even if he didn't have the best games, he still has teammates to carry him on. However, I want to mention that Team Nemesis right now on this season is having one of the toughest black maps among all the games that they have been played. We've seen them versus Vitality, and they fought shortly 10-2, I believe, or 10-3, and they were the one picking it. And now we are seeing them versus unKnights, and they are still losing this. So in my opinion, we cannot exclude Nemesis out of the equation still right now, because yeah, although they lost Black Widow, that's not the end of the world. It was a pick by unKnights, and it's not that good by Nemesis. Maybe they are practicing it like Vitality, and this is good for the region if they are doing so.
Of course, it's good for the region, for our representative on the competitive scene that we have internationally. Like, competing internationally is pretty important. Yeah, we have the West League, we have our players to shine here, but what's most important is to have the West, or like at least to give the West one title. I believe the West never got a title in CFS, but this might change. This might change in a matter of years, a matter of stuff. It just needs time. And for this time to come, we'll head back to our game to watch unKnights versus Team Nemesis.
Yeah, just guys, we're looking forward to getting this one underway. And now the real story starts to open up here, Volt. Like, it's actually a 2-0 on the cards. I mean, we've already seen unKnights get a pretty good upset this season already. And I would consider this a pretty decent upset as well, because Nemesis, they don't look that sharp at the moment. I think the desk kind of touched on it. They were just losing out in terms of a lot of aim duels. They didn't look as competitive, and I worry now that that could be the same thing heading into map number 2.
Yeah, mind you, of course, I didn't touch on that because it didn't really occur to me that I would not even need to mention this. But that Nemesis team in the LAN qualifier that we were talking about, the 3BL made it to the grand final. They lost 2-0 to Anubis. Anubis of all teams, right? So again, they're really showing signs that maybe they're not their sharpest. Yes, their game plan is there, but hey, like, if there's anybody that can say, to hell with your game plan, I'm making it to stars, it's Famous. Like, let's just be completely real about that one. unKnights, of course, they've taken a massive gambit on Famous, with all the sacrifices they'll need to make. But it's absolutely paying off, right? Between his own individual acumen and everyone else in the team just basically doing their best and then being pretty capable players own rights. Being able to take down Vitality. They had a convincing game against LCK, even if they've lost. And if they beat everyone else in the top 4, other than LCK, they just might walk into playoffs being pretty happy about that one. And like, going back to the trivia of the day that we were talking about, they were saying like, oh, Famous never made playoffs, but that's because Famous was playing with Swamp from NA.
Of course.
Now that he's here in the big league, he's proven that he's going to be the driving force, and I'm not really going to be surprised if it's 2-0.
Yeah, you can just see like how comfortable he is and how sharp he is when he actually has like proper support around him, other players who can step up and, facilitate kind of the, I guess, just support generally that he requires. Like, we know he's very proactive. We know he's very aggressive as a player, but it's fantastic when you kind of get him going like that. And that's why, first of all, it's card to open up proceedings. We weren't 100% too sure what to expect out of Nemesis in towards this map. Obviously it is their pick, but there's still an inherent worry about it. This will help. An opening kill. Famous got other ideas.
He tested out the card once, thinking about doing it a second time, but it's given Comic some space. And that's exactly what you've said, right? Just giving Famous players that are willing to play the more supportive role, facilitate the space for him. And he's just going to do the magic each and every single time. That right there, back to a 4-on-4. A lot more comfort for unKnights. But HDZ cutting that rotation going to make things a lot easier for the team if they're just able to, I guess, play a bit more aggressively down middle. And that's what Pietro is trying to do. Just reclaim the space if possible and simplify the play in terms of the rotations. But he could be getting caught off himself. That was a little bit of a close shave, and now he'll have to play very passive. For with those smokes, it just might be a split back towards B if they want to, and they're keeping their options open with 50 seconds on the timer.
Yeah, I think this is the right way to go about it. Let's go quiet. Under 45 seconds, it's starting to get to a position of where these sort of shots are so imperative, and that is a huge one to find. However, Comics, here on to back as Pietro goes down. 3 versus 3, 25 seconds. We do not have a lot of time here. Nemesis need to get this C4 punched in, but even still, they're not fully confident about doing so because they know they haven't got the extremities held. And that's where a shot like that from Famous is huge. Numbers advantage now on the retake for unKnights, and they're moving forward. Snox needs to clear this close left. It's such a difficult crossfire. With Dav around the corner, going to do so well. All on the shoulders of one man, and Comics gets instantly traded out. That is really nicely done.
Can anyone stop that man? I think that's the question that, hell, forget about the West League. Can anyone in the world even go up against Famous at this point?
Yeah.
The eye test, the mechanical prowess, just those peaks. Like, what are you even supposed to do with your Alucard? Like, you just saw the shoulder and you're gone.
On his day, he's just so unbelievably crisp. And I think for Nemesis, you'll be a little bit tilted. You know, you get even like the space up as we were kind of creeping around that 45-second mark. If you get one of those duels that goes favorably towards you, it just changes that round massively. But it didn't. And with that being said, it's, you know, for the likes of unKnights, it's a real decent position here for them to start scaling in towards this map and putting real pressure onto Nemesis again.
Yeah, at least for now. Slowing down the pace on the side of the VL, knowing that if they get out, it should be a lot more simple. They got plenty of time, and they're still waiting on this, the exact same duel that happened in the round prior. It didn't really go in the favor of Nemesis outside here on the A site. But now Pietro, happy to be a little bit more proactive. HDZ cutting off the line at middle too. So they're trying to cut off the transition, but with those two smokes, they don't really necessarily know where unKnights are, where the Nemesis are going to test unKnights for the long term. Flashes are out, through mid they go, and they might pivot back into B site here. Seems more likely.
Yeah, that feels like probably the right call. Nice find. Raffin, Dipsy, combine well. Famous is still causing a couple of issues, but only briefly before he's then dropped. 2 versus 4 should be, from a spot like this, pretty impossible to lose. Raffin making a meal out of that one. Should have done a lot better, but thankfully an immediate trade on towards HDC, so it's not the end of the world. Game tied all square, one apiece.
Yeah, and they found the crack. Mid is a little bit weaker for defensive unKnights. Capitalized off of it. The two smokes got off the rotation, and the triple peak. Just too much to handle at the end, and that might signal unKnights to strengthen their mid play a little bit. I said that, but they're like, no, we're pretty happy with our game plan. Not really changing that much. It's the exact same setup as always. But perhaps the one only deviation that we're seeing here is the play between Snox and HDZ that want to take a bit more of an aggressive stance towards middle initially. But then, with noise made towards B long, they pivot back towards B into a 3-man defense. And it does seem that Nemesis now are starting to outcall them. They got the right rotate, and a lot of pressure is on Pietro.
Yeah, needs to be a little careful here, that's for sure. Couple of pop shots, not connects, but still got to be a little careful. It's a nice nade that'll tag up 3. Pietro playing on the corner here. He wants to try and catch somebody overextending. And that might be the case. Just around the corner. In comes the swing. Down goes Beck. He's now called from the grave.
Oh, they know about the rest of the split at mid. Might try B side again, but Fame is just beaten them to the punch at middle. Alucard none the wiser. The execute comes in, turn in the flash. Great work from LSY. But he got no support from Stock, so he's trying to fish for a multi-kill. It's not going to be enough, but the C4 is out in the middle of the open, leaving Comics exposed. Famous gifting around now for the remaining 2. It's 40 seconds on the timer. All they need to do, just play off the back of each other. Take the other man's contact, and that's not even needed because HDZ single-handedly closes off that one. unKnights still proven that they will not let any game go away from being neck and neck.
Yeah, and this is looking very akin to kind of how the first half looked in that previous map. Back and forth, neither side, at least in the early few rounds, getting a real grip on the momentum, and who knows, that's going to continue all the way throughout. LSY Alucard kills a piece, back into that 4 versus 4 immediately. Numbers advantage only for a split second.
Yeah, that's a little bit risky. Thankfully, Alucard traded something back, and just about enough damage to close that one off. And Pietro's down to low HP, but he's thinking about that one a little bit more. Definitely knows that there's a little bit of pressure on the team, so he needs to go up and make some space. And he just found the perfect timing, just as Raffin is retreating. I think that he spotted the shoulder off Pietro, and he's going to be able to take the head out of him. No more helmet to protect his head. No more teammates for Snox to play around, but still pressing on from where his teammate last left in the exact same space. Could pivot back to mid if he wants to, but they've leaving the C4 down, and Snox is still looking for Raffin, trying to isolate a 1v1.
Yeah. Oh, and there we go. The Nemesis respond well. And with that being said, 2 rounds apiece does once again become kind of interesting, you know, in this back and forth where neither side are really getting a proper hold on this game. This is opening a lot of doors for individuals to start shining through, and we're kind of seeing it a little bit. You know, you've got Raffin who's playing pretty sharp. You got Alucard, of course, who always is going to put decent numbers. And for Nemesis, they've got a point to prove here. Favorites coming in towards this series. You now are mapped down. You have to respond immediately, and I'm still not convinced.
It's their map pick, so pretty sure that they got a fair bit of good ideas, and I really like their GR slide, to be honest, here on Compound. So this is where maybe I'm thinking, like, they get a competitive half here, and I'm favoring them a fair bit, like, famous or not, whatever performance we're seeing from the side of unKnights. But I say that, actually, the complete blast from the pause, this is what an inventory from 24, something from Pietro. But at least for now, Alucard got the right angle. Good cross from Pietro, and it's an important shot to find. Because even if he goes down, he's facilitated space for the rest of the team. Look at that 3-man rotate, ready to retake B.
Yeah, I think from kind of this spot now, comes really awkward. Time is ticking, but got the numbers to work. They've got to dive through. Only 10 seconds left on this timer. We've got to start moving here. Kills coming back and forth. LSY and Sox are combining well on a jump up. They've just got enough time left on that C4 for the defuse. We're about a second to spare. It is unKnights. Take back the lead.
It's a beautiful game by unKnights. Really adaptations upon adaptations from the two sides. Now he started to play a game of cat and mouse in this Rubik's Cube of the first half. Famous and LSY taking a bit more of an advantageous position, trying to take a duel head on. Famous was hoping somebody was working this way through middle. And as always, successful. Just got to be careful not to gift anything to Alucard on the retreat. And they don't do that. Now they got a man advantage. And Nemesis will try to press on. Trade back the space for a player.
HTC. Posted on the angle, will hit the shot and actually gets out of there alive, which is pretty huge.
I mean, Famous is gone. Alucard got that kill. This is back to a 3-on-3. And they got the double push on middle, which has always been the bane of the other side. Snox tries to take a duel, and they're just punished for it. They got a little bit wary, and the fact that the mid presence made them antsy can now make it a lot more difficult. Only 2 snipers remain, both fixated on B. It's not the wrong idea, but a lot more pressure on HDZ initially.
Well. Not loads of time to work with, but of course, with those numbers, you just really, more than anything, need to group together. I think for Nemesis, you kind of understand in the spot that you're in. As long as you play the trades, it doesn't matter what unKnights really do in terms of a setup. You've got to make sure your spacing's excellent. The issue is that I'm seeing right now is that they're actually allowing themselves to be isolated, which worries me.
I mean, they got to try something, right? With 2 snipers, got to fish for a couple of shots. Deck is the one that they know is in rotation, and they want to catch him off, but he sends up the window. Said a good first kill, and now LSY, unaware of how deep the other guy is gone, and that should be easily around. LSY finds 2 somehow. Yes, both are low, but can Alucard do what he always did with the Colt with the USP? Starts off one cleanly. LSY looking for the next 20 seconds on the time. The onus now, as they would say, is on him, and he's not going to be able to do it in that time. Alucard does well. 7 kills now that we got in 6 rounds of play. As always, as you've said, impeccable output. He's always a silent heavy, right? Like you don't really see that many highlight reel worthy plays of Alucard, but you end the game and you see like, wait, he got 18 kills.
Yeah, no, exactly. He just, it's like consistent output rather than seriously flashy moments. More like, but HTZ, Snox. Worked from them. I mean, Alucard and Beck are put into a bit of an awkward spot now. And this is where you really look towards kind of these vets, the kind of the leadership and whatnot. How do you bail yourself out of a round like this? C4 hasn't been committed, needs to be collected as well. About where to finish, but I think realistically the only thing that feels naturally like it might work is that B site, but then it's a difficult place to play from a post plant. Looks like now Beck will start moving back to go and collect that C4, and he'll probably go and join up with Alucard, who's actually got decent space towards B. There's no one actually on the site itself.
Yeah, if he goes in, gets a pick, 2-on-3, suddenly it's a much more playable round, but Beck just keeping his options open. Still a little bit around a minute, and instead it's Alucard the one that will give away the space that he's earned all the way into B. Beck gets the kill that is needed. Now it's a 2-on-3. They might pivot back. HDZ catches him off. That's the C4 down. Probably the round over. We've seen Alucard win a 1-on-2. Both were low, and the C4 is planted for him. Now, he's got nothing to his name, just a weapon. And he's going to pull off a miracle. They already set him up for a cross. Alucard tries to flick. Now left on 16 points of health. It's pretty much a done deal. He's going to be out of commission. And, well, maybe a little bit more of the reverse of what we've seen on map 1. Because it's unlike they started off a little bit hotter, but now Nemesis are grasping hold of the game initially for a little bit. But unKnights, well, now they're back to where they want to be. 2 rounds in a row, and they at least guarantee to win this first half.
Yeah, exactly that. For unKnights, similar thing of like, if you can take a lead heading in towards that second half, just having that breathing room, having that kind of confidence, it goes such a long way. Seeing now, though, for Nemesis, they still remain, up until this point, we kind of had that feeling from the second half onwards until map number 1. I've still sort of got it here where I'm just not fully convinced just yet about Nemesis. It does really look like unKnights have got their number, and whatever prep they've done coming in towards this game, it feels like it's obviously paying off.
And well, I mean, at a SWI right now, hoping that he can find something back for that one. Good triple stack there. Could get in the space that they need. They even got a fourth. A lot of util dumped in. The 2 HEs, leaving LSY on his knees. Can he find something before going down? Well, at least so far, he's able to reposition. He got out close to the door, hoping to find something on Raffin, but yeah, he just threw himself to this door there in a literal sense. And that's the lead for Nemesis. Minute on the timer, and they're relying on Famous to lock down the B side on themselves now.
Yeah, pretty big ask for him. Oh, and that's not going to help. Down he goes immediately, diving out of the window as well. Back going to find one of his own, but they're surely unlosable from this spot, and now most definitely is. Pietro in a 1 versus 5. No real chance in hell for this one. C4 will be planted, so it will be Nemesis with another immediate response, tying this game right back up.
It's Black Widow all over again, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
Well, which team is gonna put on the unKnights hat this time? Which team is gonna just take the second half and run? Do you think it's actually gonna be Nemesis that will take their map, or?
Do you know what? I'm still more convinced with unKnights at the moment. I've just seen enough from them that I feel like there's maybe a tad bit more on offer for me. So I'm maybe still leaning on unKnights for the 2-0, but Nemesis, it's rounds like that which are proof in the pudding that they can really get themselves into a controlling spot. Like that's such a clean, such a simple round, and one that should really bolster the confidence.
That it should. And well, confidence is one thing, but that is just courageous from the side of unKnights, and they are completely punished for it. Trying to send the Alamo there, a big push on middle, and nothing pans out their way. No more Famous, no more HDZ, and they almost even lost Nox on the cross. That's now a 5-on-3, and apparently Nemesis slated to lead this half at the end.
Yeah, I think that'll be the case, and massive thing to have for them, especially because the, kind of trading around that was very similar to that opening map. It was unKnights who went into the half with that advantage. They got kind of a double at the tail end. They put them in a really nice spot. And I think having a back-to-back round at the tail end here is going to be huge. LSY for a double. Does alleviate the pressure a little bit. Still far from over just yet. But now it's all on the shoulders of one. And a 1 versus 3, I just can't see a world for Pietro here. A smart guy, but does he have the mechanics to back up the mind here in this round? It feels potentially not.
Doesn't really need the mechanics if he isolates the one-on-one. Beck, straight on, good spray. Could catch him in transition. Thought that they rotated already to the A side, but rather back to B they go. Comics forces him off with a smoke. Last time around, Pietro didn't give it a go whatsoever. He's hung around. This time, he's got 40 seconds to run it back. Towards long he goes. Still got a flash, but Comics beats him off to a good off angle. Should be a bit difficult to clear. Pietro, well, that's the mechanics right there in question. Comics besting Pietro on that duel, just moving a little bit smoother, aiming a little bit sharper, and it's Nemesis to be leading at the end of the half.
I think as well, for this Nemesis side, they're starting to open up a little bit more with the kind of the confidence of just backing the individuals, slightly more punchy rounds. Now, guys, I don't know if you can do it as much now towards the second half. Of course, you have to kind of naturally play a little bit more passive. But I think as a whole, for Nemesis, you get a 6 to start off this half, and that's where the real worry starts to set in.
I mean, right now, Alucard switching sides. The side that theoretically, statistically, is his better, but if unKnights started off in that fashion, and suddenly, things start to be a little bit more complicated. The more defensive line now for Beck and Alucard. Just trying to fire a few pot shots, see if they'll find any real connection. But it opens up real grounds. HDZ is all the way in the balcony. They can definitely try to pivot in the exact same mid play. Of course, if you remember from the game of Imperium, that exact same pivot would be a lot more complicated. Like, even if, sure, the level of play mechanically is a lot higher here for this one. As a call, it's a pretty smart one, but they made the call to pull all their numbers, all their eggs into this A-side basket.
Yeah, that's it. Minute on the clock. No confirmation just yet about what or where unKnights want to finish. Decision got to be made, and that's a nice find at the very least. Down goes Comics to the hands of Pietro. It's a 5 versus 3, and from a spot like this, you really shouldn't be letting a round get squandered. Let's see. Beck will fall, but Alucard, Dipsy, and Alucard again bring this round back in contention. The only thing holding it back is just how low Alucard is, and Famous will see him off, but that was a little close for comfort. All that matters, though, unKnights tie the game back up.
Yeah, good output from Alucard again, but as he said, when it came down to the brawl of just the big execute on site, handled a fair bit better by unKnights, of course. It all just started with that initial kill cascading the numbers and making sure that they're really not comfortable on whichever side that they're playing. Right now, a bit more of the usual setup that we've seen for the side of Nemesis. Raffin a little bit more aggressive towards A. And Alucard and Beck just making sure that no mid crosses are going to be attempted. Initial nade, not really doing that much. Neither is the second one. Good absorption of the util for the side of unKnights. And now they can try, perhaps, I would assume, to pivot back more heavily towards mid. And there it is, Famous, thinking about the rotation. 3-player mid push with like one in the extremity and a late round lurk. Sounds like a pretty good recipe to win a round.
Let's see. It does. But will that recipe pay off? HTZ. Takes a tag to an HE. Pietro. Trying to do something a little bit unorthodox, and it works. Rafa going to get full blinded. Pietro will find him. And that slightly weird dive through goes completely untraded. Flash. That's pretty easily avoided. They've got to trade Alucard here is the real issue. And thankfully from the heavens, Pietro can make a big difference on a double from him. That is huge. Up to 3 in the round as he's sort of single-handedly taking this one by the scruff of his neck. And you can already see now for Nemesis on the back foot. 2 versus 4 on this retake. And Dipsy and Comics have to come up huge. Comics is at a pretty good map thus far, but now's the Oscar. Can he do any more? There we go, Pietro. That, after some good decisions in this round, that was not one of them. Ooh. And hang on a second, Famous is also going to fall. It's all on the shoulders of Snox, and thankfully, you'll see it over the line. That 2 versus 4 and legs behind it.
Yeah, that for how actually advantageous it was supposed to be for unKnights, that one got a little bit complacent. We can't really afford to make those mistakes again. They're given a few advantages with them finding, of course, as we've seen, first blood on the first round of the half, and then in round 11, got a little bit lucky as well. So now, testing Alucard again, pacey this time, 4-1, as they're leaving a late player in middle. Alucard, again, successful as ever, looking for a multi-kill, but just like before, he is shut down. Expect a difference this time. Raffin locked off at the extremity, and they're making sure that he really cannot push it any further. All the effort to deny the balcony. It's not Pietro this time, but if it's someone from the GR, they're gone. Comics clears off the side itself. They're still entrenched in solid angles, but they really need either Pietro or HDZ to get the ball rolling to stop this deadlock that we have now that we're in a 3-on-3.
Yeah, that's it. Nice fire by Pietro. Brings the numbers back in favor of unKnights. Raffin and Comics need to bail out Nemesis from what feels like a dicey position. Comics making a move. You keep seeing his praises because he actually looked really sharp, and he'll get in the behind of Pietro. He drops him. They should know what's going on now, and with HCZ taking a tag, they absolutely know what's going on. They know where both of them are over towards Nemesis too. That's the other side of this. Raffin and Comics are both complete known quantities, but HCZ really kind of needs some help here. LSY has got to be the one to hold in towards window, while HCZ holds for that long rotate, but he's seen off by the nade. Flash over, all on the shoulders of LSY. They should have a good idea of where he is now, playing up towards the pillar. C4's planted front side, so at least he can kind of play for the post plant. LSY just dive in, trying to dance around, but it's Comics who sees him off. He continues to have a fantastic map, and he keeps Nemesis in this.
Well, a deadlock inside the heart of the round, and a deadlock for this map. A timeout that is taken, courtesy of Nemesis, trying to close off their own map. And again, the pace from unKnights proven sometimes to be too much to handle. Alucard, of course, not able to cope with a multi-man peak coming from the side of unKnights, but handled pretty well by the rest of the team. And as he said, Comics having a good game, and just really Raffin, I feel like, even if he didn't get the kill there initially, just buying enough time for the rotation was the real difference maker.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I like this kind of decisions to go for a kind of a timeout as well, because sometimes, you know, we kind of get these positions where, you know, like we're seeing Nemesis now
get one on the board. But like, I like the idea about calling a timeout sometimes from a position of strength rather than like what we get a lot, which is obviously timeouts are called from panic, essentially, right? Where they're like, okay, we're losing track here. This is getting a bit dicey. I like kind of where you kind of see where for Nemesis, they know they're trading of rounds back and forth. Like, there's still a real game to be had here, and we can make a big difference. And I still think as well, if you're somebody like Beck, or even kind of, you know, like just any sort of like more leadership figure in towards this Nemesis side, you also understand that at the same time that you could run away with the momentum, it could also be very similar to how things happened in towards that previous map, where very even trading rounds back and forth, and then all of a sudden you lose 2 in a row, and the snowball effect begins, and unKnights run away with it. They know that's a possibility. They know it's also a problem. Hence why they want to try and do everything they can heading in towards this next round to really chain some rounds together and really kind of pile the pressure on towards unKnights and potentially open the door for a 3-mapper.
Yeah, and then the question becomes, if you're Nemesis, do you break the conditioning? You know, that they've been pretty stable at middle. They've been just trying to find picks. Do they try to send the animal the same way that we've seen unKnights try to do in the final round of GR and risk losing a round outright? Or do you just keep what's going on and say, hey, what we got is a good thing. There's no real need to, I guess, fix what isn't broken, really.
Yeah, that's it. For unKnights as well, they're more than happily utilize this time to talk themselves. And, back underway. All tied square. It's a really, really cool series so far. Like, you know, we've had some quite even games throughout the West League, but this one really has felt super, super even. Now, both of these sides are actually kind of playing at such a similar level. It comes down to just like small mistakes. That previous map, it was like a couple of mistakes that compounded, and Nemesis just lost track, and I think maybe got slightly flustered by the situation. This map here, map number 2, is so back and forth. It's near impossible to predict.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you got to remember, just like the game between Imperium and Swamp, one team got nothing to gain, nothing to lose. unKnights are just doing this for the love of the game more than anything. They're locked into 4th seed, I believe.
Yeah, but maybe like a confidence builder, right? That's actually like how I think of it for unKnights. Like, they're kind of guaranteed to be where they're placing him, but like, obviously we've got a huge upset last week. If they get another, you know, what is technically an on-paper upset here, like, I actually think for going in towards playoffs, it changes our like narrative, like our conversation a bit. I mean, like, okay, I kind of thought there'd be a bit of a write-off in towards playoffs. The 4th seed, not going to expect much, but who knows, man? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, the confidence is high for Famous, and he starts off after the timeout, finding the first blood again. So the extremities that were one of the main things that they relied upon now is gone, but they still got Comics, still got Alucard. So the hard hitters are there, and well, Comics could be the next up on the chopping block. Nade thrown, significant damage to Pietro, but they're trying to rein in their own util. Beck in a tough spot, only good for the 1, and they find a kill on middle, and even with a better trade on the side itself, they're making this one back to even. Famous, yes, making it a 2-on-2, but they still haven't recovered the C4. They are very wary of the fact that if they go for the plant, there's going to be a bit more pressure on them. Unaware of where Raffin is, though. He goes for the long flank, which does mean that there might be some pressure on Alucard himself if they were pushing, but instead, passive as they are, they'll have to isolate 1v1s, and that is a little bit advantageous for Nemesis.
Famous. How quick are the reactions? Very. No shocker. No surprise. He does what he does best. And HTZLC off the last. Nice shot from him. unKnights will take back the lead. 1 ahead, but 3 away from the map and series.
I mean, it just comes down to one thing and one thing only. Like, you're asking that question, right? How quick can Famous be? The answer is not very. The answer is yes. He is the epitome of speed at this point. And well, I'm trying to be facey, but it only leaves Dipsy to find an easy kill. Snucks on Pietro, perhaps forcing the issue a bit too much for my own liking. Now 3-on-5, and unKnights, just like they got their lead, they just might have to succumb and give it away to the other side.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is becoming kind of like too common of a thing, where we're just seeing this sort of thing happen, where the second you get into an advantageous spot, you kind of squander a little bit, an overly aggressive play. Now it's all on Famous here, 1 versus 3. It should be next to impossible for him.
Yeah.
Doesn't even look like he's too bothered about collecting the C4, at least for now. He'll go looking. I mean, if anyone can bail them out, Famous is somebody that you would probably put a decent amount of stock in. Spot of the head of Dipsy, taking a pop shot as well, but can't connect onto it. You got a sniper on the cross, a double sniper on towards the side. I mean, Famous looking to try and change things up. He has a minute to work. He's still got plenty of time, but I just can't see a 1v3 being converted. This would be a really, really big ask. If he had the same ping, I'd back him. It's just because of the ping differential, I don't know if he can trade effectively.
I'm still going to say the jury's out on that one, as you said.
I'm not trading multi-kill effectively, I guess is more apt.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. When you got stock, you fish for something that you can make with soup. And I guess right now, Famous, it's just going to be watered down to a few liters of blood more than anything. It's a great one for Nemesis, keeping the faith going, I'd assume. But if it's this close on their own map pick, I'm going to say, I'm starting to share the consensus that, yes, this is going to be a very close map, but I'm still edging unKnights very slightly on it here.
Yeah, I'd agree. Just because of the trading around and the back and forth, I still feel like they've just about got enough in terms of my personal confidence. But again, difficult to fully commit to that because we know just how scary Nemesis can be. Beck is going to get out of there just about.
But that leaves problems because now they'll need to strengthen their A defense, though in the back it's going to be pretty weak. Can't really do that much else. I would swap one of the TRGs with him, to be fair, but
yeah.
I don't want to lose the effectiveness of either of Dipsy or the Alucard. I mean, you're never going to swap Alucard. So the question is, how much do you favor Dipsy? And clearly, enough to the point that they're going to keep Beck on the rifle.
Oh, another tag that comes through. Two players are now, pretty vulnerable, to be fair. Over towards Nemesis, you've got to be very, very careful from a spot like this. Diving in, Snox. Will deliver for that first. Looking for a little bit more as well, and you get Famous diving in towards the fight. 3 remain for unKnights, but 2 for Nemesis, one of which being Beck, who was tagged so early in towards this round. All advantages point towards unKnights here, but Beck might have something to say about it. He'll find Famous lurking in towards mid, brings the numbers back level, and opens the round back up.
But Famous done the hard part, giving them the space, got them off the site and off the hook. Now Beck, who started the round pretty low, he's got to finish that one in 15. Goes up the balcony, thinking about smiting people down from the heavens, but all he does is just get pulled himself back to hell. unKnights grasp him back the lead pretty shortly. If we keep trading, it should be OT. But I think that there's a world where unKnights just steal one of those rounds here. I'm really seeing them stealing one of those rounds going back to back. But to do that, they cannot afford to do what they've done the last time. Just don't toss it over too aggressively. Just keep using those defaults. I say that. They went against it already all the way into Dipsy's business, but that's also Comics, who's been having a great game. He at least keeps it 1-for-1 with Snox firing a shot back. But they've earned significant space, and with only it being a 1-for-1 trade, I would definitely say it's a win for the Blacklist here.
Yeah. I mean, generally, you kind of could make the argument that trades sort of favor the BL side, but I think that the one thing that is slightly starting to concern me is just how commonly we're seeing a kind of a position where unKnights take a lead, right? They get around on the board with a nice, well-worked, slightly slower round that they kind of piece a few things together. And then their immediate response to the back of it is just to go super quick. Like, they're obviously finding success on these slightly more drawn-out rounds and these slightly more slower plays where they kind of like bait Nemesis into fights and draw out a bit of their utility. They love going for these like dives straight after winning, and Nemesis is so ready for it. I'm glad that when they go for a dive here, they kind of pull themselves back a little bit. Raffin had a chance to punish there. He doesn't. Needs to be a little cautious now if they swing this corner.
I mean, they're thinking about it. Snox and Famous back-to-back. HDZ the third. Take the initial peek. That's a C4 down. But Famous makes sure Nothing more than a 1-4-1. Just gotta be careful. Great Alucard there on the other side. A close shave initially. The USP is doing a fair bit of work, but Famous still keeping that one competitive. He's got his back from HDZ. And there's 30 seconds of the time. Comics is pretty close to the side. HDZ taking a gambit. Didn't see the shoulder. And that is Comics sticking back into the balcony. He's none the wiser. So smart from Comics there. And he's able to bring it back to a tie.
Yeah, fair play. That's a great move by Comics. He does so unbelievably well. It's just dodging that information gather. And then kind of essentially misinformation of, oh, he's not here. Brilliant work. Really, really effective stuff. With that being said, again, no shocker. We're tied all square. Two sides that are hopefully inseparable right now. And I guess at this point as well, as this game goes kind of longer and longer, it really goes down to the point where you could make the argument the strat book starts to run a little bit thin. It's actually more like a battle of fatigue.
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking which team got the it factor, it definitely would be unKnights in my books. But Raffin, and pretty quiet here today.
Nice shot.
Would have been a great time for him to find a multi-kill. Thankfully, HDZ, as he said, is able to bring it back to an even footing. That pulled a bit of movement from the side of Nemesis. They're keeping back outside here on middle. A lot of eyes on the balcony. But you look at the minimap, and that's not really where they want to go. If they hit the A site now, especially if they find Comics clean or Alucard, that would be an easy ticket for them back into the site. But with the smoke down, well, Nemesis inadvertently kind of given unKnights a way back into the B side if they want to. Famous keeping some presence at mid. There's 55 seconds left on the timer. And either Pietro or Famous will have to corral with the other one. And I do feel like it's just going to be a full-on mid push right here. They're bringing their numbers back. They'll have little time, so they'll need to be really concise and crisp with their choices.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. So with that being said, 30 seconds. And a lot of time to work with. That's a nice find from Alucard. That'll really help things out. But rotations are going to start to come through. The flash is good to catch back, but he'll still find that shot on towards Pietro. Leaves it all down to Famous. And this one is done. Nothing Famous can do here. Not in a 1 versus 4. He can maybe get a constellation kill. That'll be about as good as it gets. And he doesn't even get that. Nemesis, huge statement round as they take map point.
One away. Getting the lead back from unKnights. Finally, some team finding some semblance of stability. Really came down to Comics just not taking the peek in that one-on-one. Now the entire game feels like it's switched on its head. Pietro unaware again. Good duels from the two sides though. LSY making sure that at least is brought back to being even. But it's always scary when unKnights is a team that is playing from a disadvantage. Good supportive util for Comics. They try to work their way in, but Alucard is deadly as ever. And there's a sniper crossfire, but broken apart by Famous. Another headshot as crisp as always. Back to a 3-on-3. They gotta be careful though, because look at where Raffin is.
Yeah, it definitely could be kind of interesting. Comics makes a move. Great find. Great find. Famous just couldn't react in time. 2 versus 3, and 2 remaining over towards unKnights. Aren't exactly super healthy here, but Snox will make a move, and he'll find his, so brings the numbers back level. Game's far from over just yet.
About a little bit more than just finding his with that close shave. If they found the kill, that was a ticket back for unKnights in the game. Now they have to test another 1v1. All the way back into the site goes Comics. Alucard holding down B. A minute on the timer. And an off angle that Comics is trying to hold that could catch them off guard. HDZ not ready, but unable to finish off the kill. Just the numbers advantage in itself could be enough. Yes, Alucard could swap to the USP, but can he really do it again? Last time, similar situation, but he was on BL. Now on GR, and he's left in another clutch.
Yeah, let's see how he deals with it. Snox. Looks like he must be first contact at HDZ. Oh, now spotted in towards window. Snox is looking around for information, trying to see where he was coming from. Alucard, of course, has the HP advantage, but he doesn't exactly have the info advantage. And it's not to seize it off. Ties this game 9 apiece. And now overtime required. We sort of predicted this would be the case. And now things get really, really interesting.
Yeah, today it has been a very close affair. I mean, this feels like the continuation of the first half of the Black Widow. As we've said, it just didn't let off in the second half of Compound. Of course, we're on 2.0, not 3.0 just yet. But in the way that we are in, like, it's not new Compound. It's just new Compound.
Yes,
and, well, even with the older changes back, people didn't really change the way that their play style is that much. Again, the changes are not that fundamental. And neither is really the changes to both unKnights and Nemesis. Both teams just making small adjustments, and that is really what it takes at the top level.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on as well. Just as we're getting this one on the way, there's a bit of a chance that see just sort of what the vibes are heading in towards OT. I kind of said I do feel like, generally speaking, kind of like in this sort of position, we're kind of looking at this as strats are sort of all but done at this point. Fatigue becomes a real big factor. These deep games, it's a lot more in terms of can you keep the level up and the crispness up and not making these small mistakes that can be really, really costly. That's the thing that killed Nemesis towards that previous map. It was small mistakes that compounded.
Well, the puns write themselves, I gotta say. But more than anything, good one to be fair. But yeah, like they've definitely met their match, as they would say. So one might call them a Nemesis after all. But in the way that we were putting that one down, like, again, I like the fact that Nemesis are actually not really worrying that much, at least on their apparent gameplay. We haven't seen what is gonna be written in overtime in the future. And that is where I really want them to stay solid. I feel like they're a team that rely on a foundation. And when you got a foundation as solid as Alucard and Comics, you just don't really need to shake the ship.
No, it's true. And I think just getting the great reset of an OT is absolutely huge, right? It's just more than anything, like just like a sigh of relief. I think for kind of unKnights, you're on that back foot, you're playing catch up, you're trying not to let this go towards a decider, and well, you get that reset and it starts well. Pietro will open up proceedings. That's what I mean. The great reset takes the pressure off your shoulders. It knows you're given a bit of breathing room. And well, already things are looking okay both ways in terms of the individuals. But back into a 3 versus 3.
We said this. Comics, the game player usually found the value to bring it back to that 3-on-3. It was advantage for unKnights with their triple sniper setup. Still got 2 more. Pietro not really letting go of the TRG for now. He could definitely have picked up the rifle and went back, but now he's too far gone to try to bring anything back to his side. And, well, I mean, I'm looking at Nemesis. They got minute 20 on the timer, and very clearly from the positioning of Alucard and the rest of the team, they're not going to make a move for the foreseeable future. They're just waiting to see if unKnights are going to present them with an opportunity to take the lead.
That's it. Slower play. Just over a minute to work with until Alucard makes his move. That'll give Nemesis the numbers advantage. Breaks the deadlock in that 3 versus 3, but everything went quiet. They've dove now in towards the A site. They've got space to work with in terms of the post plant, and Alucard wants more, and he'll find more as well. HEC Force, it was all on Snox, and it's a quick trade from Comics. Brilliant. From Nemesis, immediate response.
Well, I mean, full house between Alucard and Comics, and I guess that's the way to establish yourself as the stars in the server. Now unKnights feeling a bit of that pressure. Yes, still 3 more rounds needed for Nemesis to close it out. But even in that circumstance, you're starting to feel the pressure of maybe holding a couple of those positions. LSY left all alone on the angle, so he needs to be extra considerate this time around. Big presence from the members of Nemesis. They got full control towards B, but after they feign that presence and pull the rotations, they're going to go back towards mid and maybe even split him back towards A if they want to.
What's the call? Yeah, can find one. Amos looking for one as well, and he does actually get him. Had only a slither to work with there, but it was enough. Oh, and Famous is finding so much more. What a time for the impact. Back into the 2 versus 2. Famous is really giving a lifeline here to unKnights.
Well, that doesn't mean that they won't flatline at the end of the road. There's just one hit from the defibrillator, as they would say. Still need somebody to perhaps bring them back to life. Alucard and Comic still alive and kicking. And Alucard have got such a powerful position that could cut off all the rotates, but Pietro, it's a matter of timing here. He catches Alucard in transition, and he wins the round outright. LSY is the one that might be taking a look first. Still, Comics in the balcony. Pietro have to clear the angles one by one. Spotting Comics, tries to take the one-on-one. Alucard actually not converting on the pistol, and all Pietro needs to do is to buy time. The rotate is in. Back to the rifle goes Comics. Still got a couple more shots in the pistol, and he goes back to the 417. Good, get the job done, and he will. It's 2 for Nemesis, and unKnight remain frozen.
Wow, okay. It felt like off the back of Famous's heroics that round was destined to go the way of unKnights. A back-to-back round to Nemesis, the kickstart OT is absolutely huge, and now really we're talking about actually this needing a third map at this point. Like, time is seriously starting to run out. I like the proactivity, I like the idea, but only a 1-for-1 trade as Famous will fall to.
Can I disagree? Like, yes, I like the idea, but why are you not basically devoting more resources into that idea?
Yeah, if you're going to go for it, you got to commit to it. You can't half-arse
it,
really.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's Famous, and he still did a lot, like, in that position, I don't think that anyone else other than him would have still been able to convert a kill. But now you're down to a 4-on-4, and he didn't even earn mid.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of looked like they were going to commit a couple of people to that, to actually, like, go proactive in towards mid, but he then kind of gets left on a bit of an island, and even with, like, the information he briefly gains, it's like, it's all inconsequential because you haven't got mid control to really do anything with it. Beck, nice find. Numbers back in favor here of Nemesis.
Leading to that, of course, in a 4-on-4, on the global risk especially, your numbers are spread thin, and they're working that thin line of fabric pretty much into a gown, as they would say. And, well, at least for what we have here today, all we need to do is just to wait a little bit more. Nemesis could have their coordination across onto mid. The second smoke comes in, a close shave from HDZ, inviting a lot of pressure. Back to the pistol, couldn't find a multi-kill, and that might be the round over because they couldn't even find a trade. Snox shut down, not that much to himself. It's a 1-on-3 for LSY, but if there is a silver lining, both Comics and Alucard are a little bit low on health, so you could definitely try to fish for them with wall bangs. Not really fully committed to that one yet. The flashes, the HEs makes it even more difficult as he's brought down to half of his health. An AK-47 in hand, known as the vintage weapon to tap heads. And he's going to be able to find the one, but a great timing from Comics to close it out. I think that is what? 9 kills in a single half of overtime? My God, Comics has just went thermonuclear on that one.
Yeah, absolutely man-possessed. And I think, unfortunately, it really does feel like so the roads run out a little bit here for this unKnights side. You can kind of see slightly dejected. I just feel like letting the first 2 go the way of Nemesis, that was already all but enough for kind of my books. That's just where they feel like they're the better side now. When you let them snowball, we know how scary they can be. They've got those individuals who really can shine. And there was nice moments coming through, like that famous 3-piece, the headshots that seemingly out of nowhere. They were great, and they still weren't able to capitalize upon them. That's a pretty damning sign.
Exactly. So for now, I have to wait and see how things are going to go for the long term. It's not like that unKnights are out just yet, but especially looking at LSY, maybe some signs of frustration a little bit on the side of unKnights. Yeah, a lot of pressure is on them because they would have loved to close that one 2-0. I mean, a decider can be anyone's game, to be honest, and I feel like Nemesis are picking up steam, and if Comics continues to have output like that, I don't think that there's any stopping, really, this Nemesis from closing out their top 2.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Not at this rate. Back underway. Is there any life left in unKnights is the question. We ask ourselves here. Can't say I'm too convinced with what I've seen thus far. Oh, and it doesn't exactly start very well. Beck going to deliver alongside Comics and it'll already give a massive advantage.
I mean, that's a complete puck strategy there. Just run down mid, tank a little bit of HE damage. Hope that you're going to win out on the trade. Didn't really pan out that much. The players from the A door, of course, were the ones to keep the numbers even in their favor. But Famous is still alive, and we know what he's capable of. But we also know that Dipsy, player of a high caliber, but not this time around. Good work from Famous. S1 still need a little bit more 3-on-3, but HDZ is a little bit low. Thankfully, he's out there as the insurance policy. All he needs to do is just to stay alive, cut off that line that Raffin is thinking about taking, and it should all be well and done. 25 seconds remaining. HDZ with the right idea, and Raffin should be made in the table, and he is.
Okay. At least from this sort of a spot, you kind of talk about an advantage. 1-for-1 trades that come through as well, but all now on the shoulders of Alucard, who cannot make it work. So unKnights stay alive for now. They do get themselves into double digits. Still a fairly long road to recovery to take us to a golden round, but it's highly improbable. It's not impossible. And that's the main thing that's going for them. Nemesis, we're going aggro here.
Poor Pietro. What is he even supposed to do right there?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe getting a 1 would have been like, oh, the best case scenario, but he was always going to go down. Oh, the
Famous
skills coming back.
Hawks, okay. All right. Not just yet, but still a 2 versus 2. This is anybody's game, and Raffin will dip his head in for one. Very, very important one to get the numbers back in favor of Nemesis. C4 collected, sure, by LSY, but a 1 versus 2 clutch room, which is really difficult.
He gets a C4 down, though, without much problems. That's pretty important for him, but the one main thing is that Raffin still got the flash and the smoke, and that could be a bit of a difficult one, but LSY not going to get the job done. Congratulations to Nemesis. It is going to be the second Ankara of this night because they are going to put it over. Sweet 13 have been found. Not too much of a struggle in overtime. Just a single round given to unKnights. And you can tell game faces are still on. They know that the job is not done just yet.
Yeah, job's not done, but I think, you look back at that and the main talking point will just be about this unKnights side who are going very back and forth and they're trading around and they're trading a momentum. They let it slip ultimately. They run out of ideas. They felt like they looked quite fatigued. And I think when things started to not go their way, they got quite dejected. They started to really kind of lose track of themselves.
Yeah.
If they stayed a little bit locked in, right, and even kind of taken a moment to have a real breather and kind of shrug it aside, they would have been fine. But Nemesis snowballed, their individuals come alive, and they look incredible. So really, really good from them. Taking it in OT and pushes to a map number 3. Now back over to the desk.
They pushed us to the final map of today, and what a performance from Nemesis and Comics. And the overtime, he was just shooting heads, doing everything. When it comes to heavy lifting, he did everything for his team. He clutched 1v2s, 1v3s, and the final round, I just blinked and the round was over.
Well, Comics is the guy that you rely on when it comes to these games, and also talking about Alucard, because I guess the only 2 players that's been playing consistent since the beginning of Nemesis team is Comics and Alucard. So they saved the game, they saved Team Nemesis, they played really well. However, Team Nemesis showed a really some struggles in the first half. However, on the second half, I feel that they were the better team, even though when unKnights were close, it was a mistakes from Team Nemesis. unKnights, they showed a good performance on the first half only, which was on the global side. But when they switched it to the blacklist side, I don't think they had something that we can say and something out of the box or new that we can say from them. However, this is not unKnights that we are expecting, and this is not unKnights what we're going to be seeing on the playoffs. Because if you have something out of the box, you wouldn't be doing it on phase 2 while you already secured your first place. I believe that you would leave it until the playoffs.
Of course, you need to have some strats saved in your pocket, having it to play with it in the kickoffs or in the playoffs. And to kick off this game, he just loved to see the 3Ks and 4Ks that you have been seeing. And yeah, that's just Comics trying to go for some aim lab rounds, trying to find a way to fix his aim, and then boom, he's just shooting heads. That's the title. Yeah, I was just speaking of shooting heads. 1, 2, 3. He had double quad kills, or like more than double quad kills. That's a 1. And I believe we had another one in the overtime and one in the second half. Just saying, like, to have triple quad kills, that's insane. That's some famous rounds, exactly.
Yeah, we've seen a famous round and we've seen it doing a heroic job. However, Comics denied it when he was just looking at the camera and what are you guys doing? Because you should have won this round. Famous got everything for you and he still lost it. That was Comics' reaction in the camera. So, in my opinion, it's the mental resilience coming out from Nemesis again. And we every time see Nemesis on Black Widow, we exclude him from being one of the strongest teams in the league because we see a very poor Black Widow coming out from them. But if you always will play Black Widow for a practice on phase 1 and on phase 2, I would cheer for you guys and would be happy for you guys that you do so. So when we see such team, either unKnights, Nemesis, LCK or Vitality, any of those 4 teams, of course with Anubis and 3BL, any of them is going to the EWC and also the ZFS, we would love to see a very good performance from them. So in my opinion, Nemesis are not showing the best performance on Black Widow, but it's good. They are going on the right side and they are trying to practice it. Now, they showed us a very good new compound, and this is not the first time, by the way, we see a very good new compound coming out from them. So it is considered as one of their best maps. That's why they picked it.
Yeah, and why did they pick it? Comics and Debsy were just like the opposite. Like, that was the coin flip. On a half, Comics got 2.56 KD. On the other side, you have Debsy with 0.3 KD on the same team. And yeah, this guy just did everything that he can to give his teammates the chance to win the game. And I believe full on, actually, like 3 clutches and 4 quads. 4 quad kills.
Yeah, I'm talking about 4 including the 4 quads. And the round on you counted the round also on the overtime, because the round on the overtime, this was another different clutch. So this guy single-handedly took them to the overtime and won as well. Yeah, exactly.
That's the world-class player that you want to have on your team. And when Team Nemesis got this kind of players, you should be expecting a lot from them. And it looks like that's what we should expect to see on the last map after we hit to a short break. And that's going to be the final break of this evening.
exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes Zane has spotted out Chris here. Yes, Trevor very scared going for that tweak.
Back again with the final game of the day. We still got Nemesis, we still got unKnights, and with unfinished business, so it's time to finish the way and see what's gonna happen. We had the first game goes to unKnights and the second one overtime, and Comics just popped off, got out of the box and started shooting, I won't say heads, he started shooting unKnights as a team, as an organization, and guys, that's my place, that's my time, and you are not gonna stop us, or like, you're not gonna take us 2-0 after winning versus Vitality. That's a statement, of course, from Team Nemesis, and at this point, we're one step away from finishing the series and everything. It looks like the game is ready, the casters are ready, so we'll head to our casters and see you after the game.
Well, one last map now, and it's a best of one goal for this one, essentially. Go down to the side there, and it's actually anyone's game. I do feel like, off the back of tying things up now, you can maybe make the argument Nemesis have the advantage. It felt like unKnights ran out of ideas. They started to linger in terms of the firepower, and the worry for me is that going to be the same thing heading in towards our decider? I don't know. It's hard to call, but I'm still leaning with Nemesis.
Okay, we can have our lanes. I still think that unKnights definitely do have what it takes, but you're right exactly there. That's what we have seen. I mean, the Exhibit A has got to be the mid push from unKnights there, from just Famous at the end. They just called it off. Famous left alone on an island. And as good as Famous is, unfortunately, that cannot really happen, especially on Ankara of all maps. They got to recoup, retally the mental, even if Nemesis are devoted more into this game. And at least from what I know, Nemesis has a lot more practice in comparison to unKnights. I still think that the potential is there. It's all about trying to figure out a way for unKnights to be more than the sum of their parts here on this one.
Yeah, exactly that. Looks like we're ready to get this game underway, though, and just like that we are. So, let's see. For Nemesis, can you continue controlling the momentum a little bit, or for unKnights, is it going to be an immediate response heading in towards this decider? Always like an Ankara, though. I think when played well, it's a very, very fun map to watch.
Oh, that absolutely. Well, right now, unKnights doing the right way to play that one. Cutting off both legs of that intersection. Every head will go flying thanks to Famous. He's found a triple. Yes, shut down by Raffin, but can he find the same three? Well, might not need to do so. Alucard makes it a 1v2 in the end, and Pietro nowhere near. That initial push couldn't cut off Alucard. And now the IGL, well, he's got the brains, he's got the bronze, and he's got all the tools in the world to try to win that 1v2.
Yeah, that's it. Does feel like quite a big ask here to make it work. Let's see. Let's go. If it's a slightly eerily quiet. Not a huge amount on offer for this time being.
It's enough for what he's doing, though, right? He's clearing off A, making sure that there's no deeper lurk. He elects against pushing all the way into GR spawn, and I feel like that's the right call because he knew that they would be looking at that side. Now, They hand over to C4, but they go for a peek. Raffin, he's gonna find a hat trick off his own. So again, as good as Famous can be, Nemesis proven once more that they are the better unit with their rotation.
Yeah, and I just think in that like 1 versus 2, they just play it right. You stick around the C4, you don't really give him any pathway to be able to collect it and then essentially get out of there as well. So nicely worked, nicely done. And with that being said, it's Nemesis, of course, continuing from the successes at the end of that map number 2, bringing it over in towards this decider. If you can get a nice solid start as well, put yourself in a comfortable spot, that's where, again, we'll start to get maybe a little concerned for unKnights. This worry of, are things running out for this side?
Well, I'm a fair bit relieved, though, because this time around, they got what they came here for, right? Like, they got that elbow position. They can definitely still put some pressure on Alucard, but they know that just by them having that map control, Alucard will have to dedicate himself to that part. Can really rotate for free, which, at least for me, I thought would have more support for Pietro than just him alone. But if he gets the job done and he finds the man advantage, then suddenly they can accelerate the play themselves. The flash from Pietro deep into the line of sight of Alucard is what I expected, but it seems to be a reversion back to the A site in a 5-on-4, where they've pulled everyone but Raffin out. This is probably the right call.
Yeah, I think you're right. Raffin going to go play up towards the stairs. And it'll work for 2 for him. Huge shot. He's looking for a little bit more, but he will eventually get traded. But you'd surely make the argument that for him individually, job done in that one, but it's still a 3 versus 3. It's still absolutely anybody's round.
Yeah, as a team, still, he's going to cross over the finish line here. They're going to fish off for a little bit more, but not really that much that we see here to start. Famous. Waiting for the peak. Flashes come in, and Famous is none the wiser, yet somehow he still turns around, deletes Comics off the server. Alucard left alone. Back to his trusty pistol. 10 in the magazine. Player right underneath him. He's still got 5 more, and he could do it in those. Trying to stick the defuse. They need to get a move on. Alucard is going to stick it, and he goes for the full-on defuse. Nox is nowhere near. Ice cold from the sniper. And Nemesis lead on by 2.
Yeah, fair play. That's a crazy kind of call to make. I mean, it's so risky, but it ends up working out absolutely brilliantly. Really, really nice stuff coming through. And, well, of course, with that being said, now the real question opens up for, you got a second on the board for unKnights. It's a bit of a tilting round to lose as well. It's pretty huge.
I mean, for the side of Nemesis, though, if you're looking at the flip side, it's such a good game for them because now you've unlocked Raffin. He's 5-1, and if Comic starts firing again, this game becomes a lot easier. But a couple of tasks from Snox is enough to take down Alucard. The man who's the anchor of this defense goes down, forcing rotations back to the other line of sight. And he even know where Dipsy is on the cross. Could try to force some more pressure, but for now, keeping it low-key. Has good presence on the A side of things. They could pivot off elbow if they want to, but they take the map control, force a little bit more utility from the side of Nemesis. One more smoke towards the A side. 2 players rotating in, and instead, unKnights find themselves going back towards mid again, where they will be testing Dipsy a second time.
Yeah, that's it. Let's see. Raffin under a lot of pressure. He has to pull out the pistol, but he can't really do anything with it, unfortunately. Again, idea kind of nice, but execution doesn't work out as numbers advantage taken by unKnights, but only briefly. Beck, Comics got something to say about this. It's all left out on the shoulders of HDZ, who's all alone. 40 seconds still. Needs to get this C4 down as well.
It's in. They just sponged. HDZ has bolted his TRG, looking to add one more to his name. Beck closer up, could catch him off guard. That's a flick and a half. But does he look at the same angle twice? It's not going to be the case. A bit of fortune here for Comics that he waited a little bit. If he went for the straight-on duel, USP might have been pulled out. That's Nemesis holding on again. Two big back-to-back clutches here. Comics holding on in a 2v1, making sure that they don't give anything over to the other side. And Alucard on the other one, a start that is already proven to be too much for unKnights to handle. They take an immediate timeout.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I think it's probably that smart call, but for unKnights, they're in a position where they can tell as much as we can that this is pretty concerning where things are at the moment. They know they're losing a lot of track. They know they're in a kind of position where they've got to be very, very careful. And I just think, you know, from what we've seen, Nemesis are just looking a little sharper, a little bit more behind them. A lot to talk about for unKnights, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. A fair bit that they got on their own list, to be fair. Oh, well, at least for me, still a little bit intrigued in what they can pull out of the bag of this one, because I still think that they did pretty well, right? It's not like that they put themselves in bad positions. So even seen that was a 1v2 that could have been won, and around for Alucard, that was a bit too close to comfort. But if they pile too much from these, I feel like it's just gonna be a little bit more of a mental edge more than anything here. I don't think that they're any less than the mechanically or even the calling from Pietro is lacking.
Yeah.
But they're losing a bit of the cutting edge. Like, they're being dulled by those plenty of, well, clutches, unfortunate timings, and all those things. On a span of best of 5, they definitely do carry over, and we're starting to worry a little bit more about the mental.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're right. Well, with that being said, looks like this pause is all but done, so we're getting back underway in just a moment. And there's still definitely an air of worry in the air for this unKnights side, who are just squandering a couple of chances, just not looking maybe as sharp as we want from them. We're going back underway. And let's see how things are going.
Back we went. But let's see if they're actually gonna close it off here on unKnights and finally get one on the board. Nemesis still not scared of taking some of those duels defensively, but they've given elbow for a second time, and Alucard not looking initially, now averting his eyes towards that cross, but they've given the space for the underpass, and a lot of that is going to be a lot of pressure on Dipsy eventually. Alucard, gotta be careful. Turning around, Beck still alive somehow at the end. Pietro was a little bit more sharp. That was a man advantage for unKnights, and that could be the difference maker if they pivot over to the B side now.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And still, Alucard waiting for the moment, a bit of an overextension, but he's not been given it until then. Pietro will fall, and that will open things up. But Famous makes a nice move from him, and that'll give them a little bit of leniency. A double kill from Famous, and with that being said, a 3 versus 3 post-spawn actually has legs behind it for unKnights to potentially get there first now.
Yeah, great work for unKnights, but can they close it out? Comics could have a big round here, and unfortunately, Force Knox couldn't close it off. Dipsy with one more, 1v2 for LSY. And he's got his eye set on the prize. He could line up for him. Looking for the first, isolates the duel, stabs the 1 and the 2. There it is. A clutch indeed, but this time in their favor.
That's it. unKnights finally get one on the board. And with that being said, the hope kind of is off the back of it is, can we now put ourselves into a position where we can actually use this to positively spiral going forward? Essentially that big hope. And we'll see whether that will be the case. Get a back-to-back round. Really put, you know, at least a little bit of pressure on towards Nemesis, who started so well in towards this map. And that's so we can start to believe once again.
I mean, the belief is never going to be gone from Nemesis, but as he said, maybe they'll need to change their setup, and they have. They put Alucard on the underpass, and they've kept back holding the line of the bridge, but Pietro trying to change the inside route is the question. Dipsy not ready to take that duel initially, and neither on the second time of asking. Pietro this time cleanly finds an opener, but thankfully Alucard is going to get the job done to trade it back.
Yeah, exactly that. Back and forth, Famous going to make a little move to try and catch back, and he will. He'll deliver quite nicely. Could still be a bit funky. Post plant, but there's faith in the numbers wise. Famous looking for more, and he's delivering. He's going up in a huge way in this round. The remaining two, surely no chance. I mean, of course, Raffin's basically all but dead to rights because he's such a known quantity, and it's 2 sharp shots from HDZ. Gives a huge second round on the board for unKnights.
Absolutely beautiful. Is the way that we've seen here now. unKnights taking the timeout, making good work from it. And, well, I mean, if there was a change that I wanted to see Alucard not really shying away from taking more aggressive duels there towards mid. You know, they leave connector from A. They, a lot of time, leave the underpass open and play it a bit more defensively. And I just want to see them be a bit more proactive. unKnights gaining space, and a good work from Calmix somehow. Sneaking a second on Snox, but is it enough? It's still a 3-on-3 in the end.
That's true. C4 down. Similar thing where for unKnights, they're going to try and hope that they can positively play from this post-bomb position. And it starts well. KTC again coming up huge. You get that massive double at the tail end of the previous round. He'll get one here. He does take a tag, but it's information on towards Dipsy. He's trying to just play around the boxes, and he plays that ring around the roses really well. But all on the shoulders of Alucard as he dives through the smoke. Dead to right. unKnights tie this game up 3 rounds apiece.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful from unKnights now. I mean, just getting their foot on the pedal in that round, not being scared, and slowing down on a couple few. Definitely kept themselves unpredictable. But is this one something that they got within their book? A big change, massive duels out here towards A. Beck and Raffin have found a pair. Snox and HDZ has got nothing else to do but to leave Famous and head as well as Carcasses. As they just have to leave that one in a 3-on-5 in the end. Someone needs to make something happen. Then Pietro on the lurk all night long. He's got space, he's got the B-side itself, but they know that even their rotation is not really promised.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, Pietro.
Well, let's see, Raffin. Nice dip in, nice find from him.
There's a close find, an HDZ. Of course, an important one onto Raffin. Now, a little bit closer. Still a 2-on-4, of course, but with them having to hold such a deep line, the C4 is trying to sneak its way in. Underneath, back goes Nox into spawn. Couple of good shots from the USP, and that is pretty much the round. HDZ with 45 and 4 to go.
Yeah, so. Oh, nice shot. Oh my god. He's off. I like what I'm seeing, I guess, from both sides, which is, again, the similar thing that we've sort of spoken about in maps 1 and 2, where at least in the first halves of both of those maps, it's been so hard to predict. We got it again in the second half in that previous map just then, but map 1, remember, kind of where unKnights ran away with the second half. I wonder whether we get maybe more of that potentially from Nemesis. It feels like they've got a bit more of that advantage at the moment.
Yeah,
Pietro
trying to swing
on
it.
Raffin. There's 2 there, and he gets it.
Pretty good work as well. Famous adds more, and that's 2. Between them and Pietro, they've done all the hard parts. All they need to do now is to avoid comics or trade. It's one choice, either or. Right now, split up a little bit momentarily, but they're going to be bringing themselves back together as a unit. Back into the B side they go. Could be the embrace of comics, but He's decided to go long. And that is going to be a bit of safety for them for now, as they get the site itself for free. Yes, Comics is going to eventually run back towards the B site, but I mean, the plant to the C4 is just so secure for them. All they need to do is to hold that crossfire, peek when the time is necessary, and should be easy pick'ems, but I say that. Comics is thinking about splitting apart, finds the kill on NSY, and suddenly that one could be dangerous. Instead, is Famous first. Comics on very low HP, but with a USB in hand, not really going to be his round, is it? Finally, something for unKnights. Another round there on their hands. Nemesis, a momentary setback. unKnights are back to their winning ways.
Yeah, exactly that. With that being said, let's see. Comics goes for a move here. As back fours, Comics only needs a multi-kill, to be perfectly honest. And there it is. Pistol pulled out. He's so blind. But he's going to get away with another. It feels like he has absolutely no right for that to happen. And it's now all on Pietro. He's spotted and he's dropped as well. Just to sweeten the deal as Nemesis take back the lead at the tail end of the half.
Yeah, Nemesis. Well, they fought tooth and nail. They've had such a massive lead at the start, but well, I mean, unKnights have done their best to close off this as much as they could. And now the question becomes, can Nemesis actually close it out? I mean, they're not in a bad position whatsoever. But my question is, well, I mean, Alucard have had a couple of big rounds on the GR side. Are they going to be able to extract the same amount of value once they go to Blacklist?
True. We'll have to see. I think, like, you know, for Nemesis, maybe in their mind they would potentially believe that we just thought a tad bit better. There was a point where I felt like they could really build upon a lead, but ultimately speaking, this is how every single half has kind of played out at the moment. It's been very, very back and forth. At least every first half, very, very back and forth. So I'm interested now for Nemesis. A slight little lead to work with. Can they continue trading rounds to positively close it out?
Yeah, well, I'll see. Starting off the half, though. First look at both teams' sides. Lower risk, a little bit more defensive. It's the exact same line that we see now being held by their side. Good positioning, at least, to kick things off from the side of Nemesis. They've gained the control that could give them movement. They got options here if they want to. And clearly, Pietro understands this. He wants to earn back the space. That he does. At least a little bit contained. But not really. I guess without Fangs, they're still bearing them heavily towards the B side if they are able to get across in.
ACZ. Should get a chance and will. He's waiting for him to pop his head up, and he delivers with the first and the second pulled out with the pistol. Beautiful stuff, but Dipsy will still bring one back, but a 2 versus 4 is really difficult to convert from this spot.
Oh, great work. P4 down. Alucard still pretty quiet here, trying to earn the space in a tough position, but that is ambitious from Famous. Especially that the timing is off. Like everyone else haven't really made this move towards the other parts. Knocks from the underpass. Could catch Dipsy off guard. Oh, he's gonna regret that one. Thankfully, rectifies his error. This one could have gone very wrong for unKnights, but they're bringing that one back to a tie.
Yeah. And I think, again, you can see for LSY just having a little bit of fun there. He's sort of toying with the corpse a bit. It's all tied square, the back and forth. But for unKnights, it's huge to start off this half in that fashion. Really nice little position to, you know, tie it up with the pressure. Right back on the shoulders.
That's a lot of stress. I mean, I can feel the stress on the side of unKnights here. Really a lot on their shoulders. Nemesis still on their heels even if they've won the round. And again, through the underpass they go. This time, it's LSY holding such a thin line. It's really the minimalist of margins. And Alucard have baited him off the line of sight now, having to give even more space. And that concession is going to be enough for Nemesis to say, you know what, we're going to pivot. We're going to keep them occupied with the underpass, and we're all going to walk straight into Pietro.
That's it. And they come. Just the numbers around that corner. Pietro, unfortunately, not really a lot he could do just because of how many bodies were there. At the very least, though, Beck, pretty low. Raffin taking serious damage as well. Oh, they're diving through. Numbers now favor Nemesis. This is pretty big.
And it is. They're looking for it. Snox catch the timing. And he almost had it. Still finds the kill. A second for Snox. And unKnights now in a 1v2. HDZ as patient as a turtle. Just taking a sweet time with that one. Making sure that there's nothing for Alucard other than the ramp. Spotting him off the jump. High-low is established. Alucard goes to the underpass. And is still going to be bested by HDZ. It's the 6th round on the board for unKnights as they're starting to grasp a way to reach a win on Global Risk.
Yeah, that's it. With that being said, unKnights are similarly to map number 1 as the second half ticks over. Just looking a little bit sharper, looking like they've got a decent advantage to work with.
Well, that chance, all predicated on one thing. We've seen Pietro extract a lot of value really on the blacklist, but on Global Risk, he just, like that, but the position he's playing feels stale, right? He's not supporting LSY enough. He can't really stop them that much, so I really like the fact that they've pivoted a bit more leaning towards the A side, very obviously. But that's okay, as long as LSY does find them value, or just pulls back and play for retake, those options are okay. But right now, it's clearly good on A side.
Yeah, that's it. HCZ waiting for them to dive through. Oscar, of course, the support from Vent, but there's plenty of bodies here towards A, so this could still be really interesting. Miss shot towards Dipsy, kind of needs to hit that. That'll change things a little bit. HDZ for a double. Oh, and another from him too. Leaves all on the shoulders of Comics. Surely no chance. And HDZ on an absolutely nuclear round there. As unKnights extend the lead further.
Well, he has found 4, and he has found the breaking point of Nemesis, hasn't he? unKnights streaking rounds together right now. They found a way to string it, and all they need to do from this point on is just to play the same game. Big gambit there made by Pietro, but it was the right one, and HDZ paid off his IGL dividends by finding massive value with the TRG.
Well, of course, timeout taken. Beck likes to stand up in the timeout. Seems to happen every time we get one. He has a little wonder. But I think from where we're sort of at, you can really see the panic stations for Team Nemesis. unKnights showing they've got a pretty stark advantage at the moment. They're looking a lot more like the level that we want from them. And the second half's been fantastic. There's not really a lot to complain about for them. It's a real worry with where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, if you're Nemesis, really, like, what are you even supposed to do when you walk into that defense that is this solid? That's the question. Like, were they supposed to just fish out a little bit more for information? Is it that they just made the decision off the rip and didn't play for a contact? Maybe that would have been the answer. Or do you think that it just wasn't really anything other than a bad gamble gone wrong?
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because it just feels like for Nemesis, like, some of the ideas are quite nice, but again, it's coming down to things like execution, which did cost them in towards that first map. It was actually kind of a thing that was really quite bruised. Like, they felt like they had decent moments and decent understanding, but they couldn't make the most of what was in front of them. Maybe because of slight things like mechanics or just crumbling a little bit. So that's kind of the real worry that I have here, is like, is it going to be kind of more of the same? We'll have to see. But if they can kind of immediately find some success off the back of this timeout, then it's not the immediate panic stations. Let's find out. There's 2-round lead for unKnights, and they're getting pretty close to that finish line.
Yeah, pretty much there. Very up close, but I have to wait and see if things actually do end up developing. At least for now, Nemesis still holding the same lines that they always love doing. Back to the underpass they go. But I love that double hold from Pietro and HDZ this time around. They're making sure that if they're going to give over the underpass, they're going to keep over the other half of the site so they can't apply pincer even before really anything happens. The fork could be in, but just before the fork even is applied, they need to get to the B site, and that is the choice that Nemesis are deliberating here in middle.
Yeah. And see, we're diving through now as well. All the flashes over Pietro around that corner. He's going to be get caught on a bit of a drive-by. And HTC will also drop too. So for Nemesis, this is looking a lot better.
Solid trade on the one. Comics still finding value though on the other side. It's a 2-on-4 now at the end. The C4 now finally going down. And Alucard still in a position that they have not cleared. But Famous giving this one a go. Goodness gracious me. Famous is stripping them apart. But the timing is there for Alucard. That's one. Hand two. Famous has been sated.
Whoa, that was close. That was dicey. There's no two ways about it. That's a moment that could have fallen very, very flat indeed. But all that'll matter is Nemesis getting around on the board straight off the back of their timeout. That's the thing that they were looking for. Just making sure that they can utilize it. Comics and Alucard will combine well off the back of the initial kind of kill that comes through there from LSY, but it's not good enough. It's a really, really positive and aggressive start for Nemesis in this round. Already in a very quick 2 versus 4, but Dipsy or 4.
Yeah, Famous keeping on that hot hands that he's got. And Pietro, good idea, but again, it always comes down to the execution, and Comics usually a good player. And neither he nor Raffin were able to find that one initially. Raffin at least still getting that C4 down. 1v2 again for Famous. This time feels like a lot more feasible, but Raffin got a pretty decent position. It's going to be really difficult for him to die to Famous as long as Famous is jiggling that angle in the right way.
Yeah. Either way. Raffin just playing on towards the side as he waits for Alucard to wrap in behind and do his best work, which he will. Now goes Famous. That's where now game gets tied. 7 apiece. These two sides are absolutely inseparable at the moment.
I mean, they've been all day, right? Over time.
Yeah.
On map 2, of course, and even on Black Widow, there was a half where they were 5-4. It just became really an eruption for unKnights to win the Black Widow, and right now they cannot seemingly find the form of all of their members. Like Snox is pretty quiet. Yeah. If he scores, that would be a different game. Pietro quiet. HDZ silenced by the double peak, and a lot is asked of LSY. And unfortunately, unable to deliver. Again, the defense crumbles, but at least Pietro cuts down one of their sides. Not really that he's going to force Alucard off. If anything, Alucard tries to take a pop shot there from the headshot position at the stairs. And they slow them down, but they're still Famous alongside Pietro. All that Pietro needs to do is just to be a human drone. Allow the space for Famous if they want to go in, but instead of that, they wait off the angle. They could go for an alternate position. The flash is good. Pietro goes at the back of it, but Raffin still, despite the util, is able to do pretty well. Snox could find 2, one close right, another one on the elevation, and it's going to be enough for Comics to shut him down, leaving too many people to handle for Famous yet again. Nemesis finally got the lead back, and now they are within touching distance. unKnights just really need to find some form. If HDZ starts shooting back, they might have some contention, but so far, their snipers have been rather quiet.
Okay. Definitely a worry to be had with 2 rounds away. Famous. Just holding on the edge of that smoke, but it starts to dissipate. What's the decision to be made here for Nemesis? C4 Collected looks like they want to generally head in the direction of the A side. They're going to dive through, and they're going to have a huge numbers advantage here. Only 2 players playing towards the site itself. Another smoke will come through. The question is, do we contact or pop through this?
They do. Clean take for one. Famous taking off green as well. That's the side open. So that is why HDC and Pietro, the defense that usually is stationed for B, now got 40 seconds on their timer, and Raffin is peppering them down with bullets. Same will be done by Dipsy, and that might be game over. Match point. Yes, they're poised for it, and they're gonna get it. They only need 1 more to bring down unKnights.
To lock in the map in the series. It's been a very interesting game. Unfortunately, I think it's run out of time here for unKnights. Unless HTC will open up proceedings. Raffin gets caught just before that smoke plumes.
There's something, isn't it? A chance for unKnights to make something happen out of this one. Famous thinking about really giving them hell. But Alucard, he knows all about those depths. He knows what to do in those positions, and he is gonna take him down under. Alucard, the Undertaker, taking down unKnights 1 step further to hell. They might be the nemesis to some, but to unKnights, they are an opponent they cannot match. It's just Pietro and Ediswai for a final chance. Now, just 1 man left to do the job with 35 seconds, 4 player to his name. And let's be very real about this. This is a foregone conclusion. Ediswai swinging for the fences. Well, quite literally a fence in front of him.
Yeah.
He's going to take a swing in front of it. Tries to go for a shot. It's a good start. Now 1v2. He fishes for Alucard and finds him. This one becomes pretty competitive, but they play it pretty stable, slow, pace, methodical. Alucard spotted! Ediswai might actually have what it takes. It might be the deja vu. Does he have enough time? I don't think that he has. He's gonna go for the stick, and it is not enough. Nemesis by the skin of their teeth, a fraction of a second. They get that win.
Yeah, that is absolutely ridiculous. The finest of margins, and it's a really nice idea, and you kind of got a feel for him in the clutch. It feels like he kind of deserved it. He has, what, a quarter of a second on that? He actually gets the defuse off, but those fine margins make the difference. For unKnights, they'll be kicking themselves. They have squandered that map, and therefore, ultimately, the series. There was large portions of that series where they felt like the real kind of overdogs, the strongest performer, despite coming in as the on-paper underdogs in towards that game. They've had 2 very good weeks of CrossFire where they've been able to really contend with some of the best that we've got here in the West, and I think maybe tides are changing for this unKnights side if they can keep this consistency going forward. They are actually a really scary side, but Nemesis the favorites see off a win here in the finest of margins, which is, you know, an absolute credit to them. And I wonder now in towards playoffs how things change. I think maybe the narrative around this team will change a hell of a lot, but either way, we get our predictions right. Sekio, unfortunately, goes 0-for-3, mate, so, you know, you hate to see it.
Hey, it does happen to some people, but I guess that, you know, even the best of us do have an off one, at least for what we have here, though. You know, speaking of those predictions, you're talking a little bit more ahead in the future. I mean, I'm thinking about their initial matchups in the quarterfinals. I unfortunately, whether it is 3BL, Swamp, or Anubis, whichever one of those guys is never really going to be an easy match for them. I think that unKnights are going to make it to round 2, to the upper semi-final, and then we'll be having a real discussion about them. But, well, we'll have a discussion about this specific Ankara with our panel.
I lost track when it comes to predictions, just like, the off day for predicting the winners, but Team Nemesis didn't have an off day, especially Alucard, Comics, and the rest of the boys. They did wonderful work, and yeah, this work was just what you're expecting from Team Nemesis. For me, I thought the unKnights, they got what it takes. They got to almost a full distance to one game, and in this one we had a 1v3 clutch. LSY made it, but the time was not on his side. Just few milliseconds difference for him. A few ticks would matter a lot, but either ways, GG well played to both teams. They made us enjoy the game, and you love to see those kind of games. And for you, Penguin, I have a question. How did you see the last 5 rounds, or like the second half of this series?
Well, let's say that Ankara, let's talk about Ankara specifically, because in my opinion, we can call it a the tactical pause map, because we've seen Nemesis doing a good job going 3-0, just pushing everywhere, trying to control, while they're playing as a globalists, of course, trying to control the whole map, not giving any chances for Team Nemesis, for Team unKnights, and they won 3 rounds. And then the magical pause been taken by Pietro. They went to an overtime. They went for a tactical pause, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, 4 rounds for Team unKnights were claimed, and they finished the half. And instead of it was at the beginning 3-0, it ended up 5-4 in favor of Team Nemesis, which is a very good sign. However, with this switch, Team unKnights, they started playing very good on the other side and started to control the map, trying to do the same as Nemesis. And again, Kevin took the tactical pause. They changed a lot of their play style. They played pretty aggressive, by the way, after the tactical pause. If you guys watch it, you will see that Team Nemesis, after the tactical pause, they just grouped us 5 on the sides, A side and B side, and they just rushed it into the sides. And unKnights had no answer for this, because they used already the tactical pause and they settled the map. So it's a coach's map, as we can tell, because Momox, he did his job as an unKnights coach, and he got them into 5-4, and also Kevin as well. He saved the game of before going to unKnights, because it was 7-5 in favor of unKnights.
Yeah, and you love to see Kevin in action. We have seen him back in time once he was with Team TBI, with 3PL, when with multiple teams that we've seen in this region. He's one of the veterans that we have as a coach. Been, I don't know how many reels, but I believe that we had a lot of them. And for Kevin and the team, it felt like he dropped the secret sauce and all occurred and comics, and guys, he unleashed his team. And speaking of unleashing, Team LSY was unleashed in this final play, but they didn't have the time and what it takes to turn it back. It felt like if he can clutch this one, we might go to overtime. Yes, that was possible, but what's more possible is Team Nemesis and Team unKnights showed us a really good best of 3 tonight.
Yeah, that's the best of 3 that we were talking about. That's that's the CrossFire games that we were talking about. I actually expected this day to go on a full 3 best of 3 games, because in my opinion, the 3BL and the Anubis game, I expected 3BL maybe closing the game 2-1 in favor of them, of course. However, it went 2-0 for them. And of course, when you watch Swan Gaming versus IMPERIUM, it went also 3 maps in favor of IMPERIUM, and now in favor of Nemesis, which they kind of show some shaky performance, as we mentioned on Black Widow. I believe that they're still practicing it, trying to fix it. However, on New Compound, they showed a very strong performance. On Ankara, it was inconsistent performance coming out from them, but in the end, they closed the map.
Of course, they closed the map and they closed the series. And for me, what a way to close day number 1 on the final day. And not the final day, we still got another one on phase 2, and that's gonna be tomorrow. We're heading to the final 3 games for phase 2. But let's just get back to our game tonight. unKnights, they walked the mile. They got to the final boss, I would say, on this series. Yeah, they won against the final boss, Exodia, last week, and this day they're facing his little demon. And trust me, Nemesis are not here to drop out, or not here to just compete. It looks like they have what it takes and they're trying to do something.
Yeah, the way that Nemesis played, they actually gave me a hope that these guys can go furthermore, because we've seen them playing was the traditional style that we usually saw them playing with. They playing very slow, trying to get off picks, trying to rely on their individual skills. And when it didn't work out versus unKnights, that tactical post came out from Kevin. They changed their play style. They started playing aggressive. They started rushing into the sides. Started playing as a 5, as a group, and they went and took the sides in a blink of an eye. And this is a thing that we need to be looking at. And we asked Raffin to be stepping up today for Team Nemesis, and he delivers on the final set, which is the deciding one. And with a 1.64 KD, he claims the set MVP. And just to mention as well, Raffin is the entry fragger for Team Nemesis, and it's not easy to be having such KD while you are entry fragging for your team.
Of course it's not. Just imagine you're the entry fragger and you're the guy that gets the maximum amount of kills in the game. That's something on the tip of the iceberg that's like, I don't know. Normally this doesn't happen, but it looks like he can just do both. He's the entry fragger and he takes 1 or 2 with him before dying. And of course, for the day, or like for this game, that's just like a small recap on the scores. And of Team Nemesis got this win. And speaking of the win, I loved their split execution when it comes to playing on, like, when they were on blacklist and they just got the plant.
B-side?
Again? Yeah, the B-side. The B-side one. It was the B-side. I loved it.
Yeah, that was the game-changing point.
He wants to break it.
yeah. It was the game-changing round. I mean, it was the changing round for the whole set, because I mentioned that they started playing very passive at the beginning of the half after they switched, and they lost the first round. They lost the second round. They were leading 5-4, and then suddenly they lose 3 rounds to unKnights, which is 7-5 now. So just playing passive and playing very slow and playing in a such passive way will not get you rounds. So they had to change. They instantly split it into B-side. Raffin led the push with his HK, getting 2 kills, pushing from underpass mid, and also from hotel, just destroyed Team unKnights defenses. And also after this, the next round as well, they instantly went 5-man inside, where Alucard was the entry fragger for the team. He went on in the tunnels, he peeked, he got 1 kill, quick scoop, and then he took the pistol, the USP, and he headshotted 1 guy. So that's why I'm saying that it was a complete change for the whole series.
Yeah, and of course, like, man, I love that you're reading my mind. That's just how it is. Like, I'm starting to bring up Wayne Penguin. Yeah, let me jump on it. Like, I'm the pro player. Come on, man. That's not how it happens. And yes, you delivered it on a really good note. And also, I want to add something up. I really loved how they fake their movement. Like, I believe I was tracking their movement and their play style. One time they just threw a smoke, then a double smoke and 1 stun at A side. It was just like 2 player making the fake, and then they went down from the tunnels, got up to the other 3 players, and they just went for the full execution, full box side blind. And the double stuns, they rushed 2 players. They made it 2 times, I believe. That Team Nemesis made this play 2 times, and it was a deal breaker. Like, I saw it once, like, yeah, that's a pretty interesting move. And then vice versa, they just like, yeah, rewrote the same lines again.
That's how they push the side. Yeah, that's how the way unKnights push aside. It's actually how Kevin pushes aside, because we usually see Kevin trying to do such gameplay for the team. So pushing from long stairs is better than pushing from basement, because basement is a spray angle. You can just get multi-frags if you're pushing and all your heads are tucked down. So it's better for them to go to the long stairs. That's why we always see Ankara A-side pushes are going to the long stairs, and it's actually a new meta now.
Yeah, you love to see the new meta, and I believe we will be having an interview in a little bit of time. And okay, I believe that the interview is ready. And yeah, and Alucard is here. Hello, welcome Alucard to CFWL, and it's always happy to see you on the broadcast with us. ازيك يا اسطى؟
سام الحمد لله تمام.
First of all, congrats on the win. You're doing magnificent work, and I have a lot of questions for you. How did you guys make this change mid-game that me and Penguin was just trying to bring up on the second half? How did it come to your head?
We just needed to chill out. We started Ankara good, then they started. They took one pause and it started to flip. BL we started bad as well, but we took one pause and that's it. That's all we needed, just to chill, slow down their momentum, and that's it.
Okay, love to
actually,
see it.
actually, unKnights, in my opinion, unKnights had a very strong Ankara, and we've seen them playing versus Vitality in the last series, where they took the upset versus them and they beat them. How did you manage to win Ankara today? And did you guys watch this game? Because I believe that how unKnights played this Ankara is kind of the same, because I've seen the same spots HTZ took versus Vitality.
I mean, we watch all the games from all teams, so before we play them. So yeah, we watched them before. We were ready for them. We knew kind of how they play, especially when they won against Vitality. So we're kind of ready for what they prepared.
Yeah, I have one more question for you, Alucard. What's going on with you Black Widow guys? Because I've seen you guys picking Black Widow. It's not going as expected. However, the next game,
Bro's reading my mind.
New compound. Yeah, it's initially a new compound and then the Ankara, and you guys perform way better, because we've seen a difference in the performance, because Black Widow is not going well for you guys.
Yeah, our last matches on Black Widow not going well, but we don't really want to show much because we're kind of in the playoffs. Today when we needed it, but in the same time we didn't want to show anything, because we're gonna play playoffs soon. I'm not sure if we secured second place or not, but I hope we did. So
far,
we
you are second place.
We watched the enemies. Then good, we did what we wanted, not to show much and get the best result.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alcard. And for me, one last question. Or actually, not one last question. I just want to ask you, what do you really want to say to your fans, to Nemesis fans, that they're watching CF, watching you guys doing wonders and making a really good statement and name for yourself? And yeah, the one last question. It felt like, man, you have some magic with your TRG.
I mean, yeah, I have some good days, bad days. Still, my team, that what makes me stronger. And bad days when I don't play, my team show up. When I play, they also show up. Like today, Raffen was MVP, Comics as well. We all play really good, and yeah, I mean, I work individually, and it pays off in the end.
Thank you so much, Alucard. And any last words?
Thanks to everyone who's still cheering for us. We're still a new team building our fan base, but we'll never let you down, and we'll always keep improving. And our goal is to be first this season, inshallah.
Inshallah, and thank you, Alucard, for your time.
Congrats,
and congrats for the win. And I love to see you guys winning and playing, and hopefully we can see your full strats, and you just like open the book and rip the pages and show us what you're made of and what you're gonna do in the playoffs. Good luck, Alucard, and see you in the playoffs.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Man, like, we have a lot of humble players. We have a lot of humble players.
That was the drill that they typed for us. That they secured they tied, but they secured it due to the positive and negative AP. We're talking about attack power. Unless LCK tomorrow beats Vitality 2-0, then everything can change. Now, it's all on the line. Anything can change with one round. One round can make LCK goes to the second place and drop Nemesis to the third place. So it's just everything can reshuffle tomorrow. And also we mentioned IMPERIUM, if they beat 3BL 2-0 and Swamp Gaming beats 2-0, there is no chance for them. So the reshuffling is only with Nemesis and LCK.
Yeah, a lot of shuffle here, and of course, before we close our day tonight, let's head to see what happened here today. Of course, Team Nemesis, as you have just mentioned, they secured the second place based on the difference between the wins and losses that they got based on the rounds and kills, etc. On the other side, IMPERIUM just did the shutdown. The shutdown of Swamp Gaming, and congrats to 3BL, Galaxy Esports, and Anubis for qualifying to the playoffs. We have tons of Egyptian players in the playoffs, and one NA player and a lot of players in EU. I believe we still got a chance in the internationals. I hope that our players don't fall lost in the internationals.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned to Alucard that maybe their Black Widow is not good. Practicing it, he said it's not going well. We're not showing everything, but they are still practicing it. Also, Vitality, we've seen them practicing the maps that they would love to play, and I'm happy that 3BL Galaxy gave Vitality this chance to play New Mexico for them to check on their strategies, their smokes, their flashes. Because if you are going to an international stage, you would need 7 maps. You can't just go with 5 maps. Otherwise, you would lose the V2 before going into the game. So that's good for our region. Good for Imperium to get their win. We wouldn't love to have a team that has 0 wins. Good for Swarm Gaming that they showed us a very good performance on the last few weeks. They improved. Good for 3BL Galaxy. They secured the place. So everything is going on is perfectly good for the top 4 teams for them to practice if they want to be showing a very strong dominant performance on the international stages.
And here it is, our final breakdown to the playoffs. We have Team Nemesis and Vitality, number 1 and 2, are waiting in the semi-finals upper bracket, and also in the upper bracket round 1 we have LCK versus 3BL Galaxy. That's gonna be a tough one for 3BL Galaxy. I know they just had some really good games, but kicking off the playoffs versus LCK is a tough one. Also on the other side we have unKnights versus Anubis. This one looks like and feels like it's gonna be pretty close, even though Anubis are in the contenders group. But watching their games and on the first phase, on the second phase, it feels like them and unKnights are toe to toe. But we'll see what happens in the playoffs. Anything can happen, to be honest. And at the same time, they still got a lower bracket chance. So if you lost the first game, you still got another one to try and find a way to bring back glory to your team. Vitality, like, they are the best. They just got what it takes to stay in the top. On the other side, Imperium knocked the last hope for NA. Swamp Gaming, they're missing the backbone of their team, and their backbone just left, went to unKnights, and after that it felt like the team is not the same, and they're down to the relegations. Hopefully we can see those relegation games.
By the way, it's what we see right now. The playoffs brackets is just a preview of the current standings, because LCK,
of course,
they still have a game to be played. Yeah, they still have a game to be played tomorrow versus Vitality, and if they win the game versus Vitality 2-0, I believe that the LCK will be going to match 4 and Nemesis will be going to match 1. That means that 3BL Galaxy are not locked into the enemy so far. So they might be playing LCK if they lose to Vitality, or they will be playing to Team Nemesis if Vitality loses to LCK. So it's only 3BL Galaxy who's getting affected into this. However, Anubis and unKnights is just stable because unKnights are not going anywhere. Anubis is not going anywhere as well. Vitality also is not going anywhere.
It's just Team Nemesis versus LCK, who is going to have the upper bracket semi-final, and who's gonna play versus 3BL Galaxy to kick off the playoffs. And yeah, we finished phase 1 with a very crazy scores from Vitality and the rest of the teams. We got to phase 2 when we saw Vitality getting beaten down for the first time versus unKnights, and we saw unKnights and Nemesis going toe to toe. And now we're going to the playoffs. But before we go to the playoffs, we still got another round, another shot on the season 1 phase 2, Imperium versus 3BL, and we already know the result to this one. It's not gonna matter that much. Also, Swamp Gaming versus Anubis,
also not
it's over. Vitality versus LCK, that's the one.
Wait.
Who's got
3BL,
it for...
If 3BL wins tomorrow and the Anubis loses, that means that 3BL might have a chance to go to the 5th, and if they go to the 5th place, they will be playing unKnights. So we still can see upsets tomorrow, because it depends on how badly Anubis would lose tomorrow, if they're gonna lose to Swamp Gaming. It's kinda maybe a low percentage to be done, but I think that we need to mention to the audience there that are watching.
It's still a small chance, to be honest. But is it doable? That's a really tough question to ask. I'm gonna put that in mind. But for 3BL to win, they will have 4 wins. But at the same time, Anubis, I believe, they already
They're
got
having
the
4
fifth
wins as well
win?
right now.
They're
They
having
got 4 wins as well. Now they have 4 wins.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh
wait,
yeah,
because
they
that-
lost. They lost. They just lost today. My bad.
Yeah,
They
that's the thing exactly. That's what I'm talking about. So that's why
Yeah.
I'm telling you that everything can switch. It's very crucial day tomorrow. You need to be watching because we saw a preview of the playoff brackets because we logged in our top 6 teams. However, the placements can change instantly by 1 round different from any of the teams.
Yeah, 1 round difference will be it all, and that's for us today. I really want to thank everyone that showed up on the stream, for the players, for the production, for our casters, of course, and for you. And hopefully you guys are having a wonderful night and you're enjoying the show. Thank you for being here, and thank you for sticking around. See you tomorrow.
See you.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Menacin not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes it. Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.